2. And we are live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, Jackie Jones. Lost my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power goat. Bah! The man who tells you what to do, the boss baby. And I guess I've been patrolling some of the hallways.
What?
Out at Mike Bessler's. Did you go to like some school function or something and saw the big boss baby sign up?
I thought you were like hanging out at schools. I started to wonder about you.
No. Something.
You have your hall pass, young man.
Yeah, got to check out our group page. Mike Bessler. He's seen a big boss baby sign and he posted it.
Yeah,
on the In Your Head group. Just what everybody wants to know about.
Hell yeah, I've been looking. A couple people know about this, so I'm going to keep it a secret more. But I've been looking into some possible future merchandise involving the boss baby incher.
The boss baby incher.
Some merchandise we've never sold before. I'm excited about it, so hopefully this pans out.
Okay, that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm just, DreamWorks, they better not come after us. Is it DreamWorks that owns the boss baby?
Yeah, for those fuckers. Fuck them. We won't put boss baby on. It's going to be the OI boss baby. The OI baby. That sign, this is by Mikey B. That sign was found not too far from the WV on the OU campus of Athens. Who's in Greece?
No, I've been through Athens, I think. Athens, Ohio.
You need to trim the mustache. It's like over my mouth.
I just shaved it all off today.
You just shaved my nutsack.
If I was shaving your nutsack, you might lose one of your nuts.
Whoa, I might bust a nut.
Nope.
Baloosh. Yeah. OIB. I'm gonna sing a tune.
I'm just too damn sexy.
That's true. Interest too sexy for what?
Too sexy for my shirt. Too sexy for my shirt. So sexy it hurts.
I'm wearing a Young Bucks shirt.
Excellent.
Obastar mentioned a well-lit Jackie Jones. I'm just hoping it's not too well-lit. It's very bright. But I don't know. I think it's looking good. I can see things better. Usually I'm down here in the dark and I've got to I can barely see them at my keyboards or anything, but I just have a ring light on me. But now I've got a light system up here above me. And I can see everything that's going on. But we're not here to talk about lights. We are here to talk about the sport, talk about the art, talk about the pastime, to talk about this thing that we all love, and that is pro wrestling.
Wrestling.
So I knew you've been watching all the wrestling.
I've watched just about all of it. Yeah.
Really?
I even watched the NXT show. Show you how dedicated I am.
Hell yeah.
And I seen Braun Breaker for the first time. And
oh yeah, so you're really up to date. You just saw Braun Breaker for the first time.
I do think he is pretty talented.
I believe so. And it used to be, there was a time I was like, he's really talented, but what happens? He does seem like a guy WWE would get behind, but you go from NXT, you're over, they bring you up and they make you, like Poopy McGee or something. This guy just poops his pants, or they make him like he's, he's got half a brain, or, just some ridiculous thing. He's like a milkman who impregnates the divas or something. But now that Vince is coming back, I have high hopes The Braun Breaker will have some great gimmicks and writing, all from the mind of Vinnie Mac. Vinnie Mac, yeah! VKM, VKM, VKM.
No. This is not a good thing that he's coming back. It's a horrible thing.
What?
You can't celebrate the return of,
He's the genius. He is the genius. The other genius passed away, but Vince McMahon is the.
I don't think genius can go along whenever you've been accused of what he's been accused of. So.
Well, you can be a genius and still put your little wing-a-wong in the hoo-ha.
Like how many times? Like how many times until it's like, no, not a genius anymore.
Right. Let's put this into perspective, Incher. Yeah. You know what's big right now? Superheroes.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not that interesting if you have a superhero that's just unbeatable. They all have to have something that you can earn. So almost the most perfect man in comic books is Superman. So I kind of think of him as Vincent Kennedy McMahon. He's like the Superman of wrestling. But now, if they just had him unbeatable
for a job now,
there is one thing that can beat Superman. That's the kryptonite. So the one downfall, look, Vince McMahon, he's a creative genius. He's a humble man. He's got it all going on. But the one flaw, the one chink in the armor, the kryptonite of Vincent Kennedy McMahon is women's vaginas and their mouth, of women in general, the women, the fairer sex. So that's his kryptonite, is what I'm saying.
But you said there's been accusations that they even might be into other things. Shawn Michaels.
Woo, Shawn. I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. But you know what? That might just be consensual. They might just have a deep love for each other.
All right then. Nails.
Well, there's always, an indiscretion in the past. Maybe they could bring him back and he could help A-Train train in NXT. That would be a hell of a duo to train you. Like, oh my God, look at that guy. Who trained him? The two of the greatest in-ring workers of all time, A-Train and Nails.
Do you think the past Nails was like, there ain't nowhere I'm taking your NDA money, you piece of shit? And then future Nails is probably like, damn, I should have took some NDA money.
Maybe he's a man who stood by his principles.
Maybe future Nails like, there ain't nowhere I'm taking Vincent McMahon's NDA money.
Do you think now, this is all alleged, Incher, but do you think that's how A-Train got a job as a trainer and kept it?
Lord Tensai? I thought he's Lord Tensai. I mean, that's pretty awesome, isn't it?
Was it?
No, it wasn't.
Even the fake Asians, they can't book well. Actually, now I think about it, the only Asians that were really booked well in WWE history were the fake Asians. So it was Yokozuna and Mr. Fuji. So I think really, because they always they bring in these people from Japan, they make them idiots. The secret is, so if you're out there and you want to be a great Asian star in WWE, the secret is to be from Hawaii or Samoa.
Exactly.
Boom. And you got, things might look up for you. But
Jackie
I'm
Jones.
excited. Vincent Kennedy McMahon.
We have some very unfortunate news to report, though, Jackie Jones.
What's that?
Did you hear about Jerry Lawler?
Yeah, they think he had a stroke.
Yeah. So
I haven't seen anything recently. Was there more updates since then? When I saw,
the only thing
I saw was that he was taken to the hospital and they think it was a stroke.
So I heard that he was having trouble speaking. He can't speak.
Oh, that's bad.
Can't move the arm. So
That's bad. The strokes,
from what I've heard, I hope he recovers though.
Yeah, strokes are a weird thing because some people have them and then like they'll recover right away, or they won't even have any really after effects. So you could tell that they had a stroke.
Mm-hmm.
And then some people will have speech impediments the rest of their lives, and there's a big range of. It could take years. Sometimes people never recover, so that's a really scary thing.
Yeah. So hopefully a speedy recovery for him. Hope he pulls through it and everything. But that's some unfortunate news.
Yeah, my uncle had 2 strokes, and before he passed away, and each one did damage to him. Really affected his walking ability.
Yeah,
he could always talk well, but
poor Jerry Lawler. Sorry to hear about all that, but
yeah. Legendary Jerry Lawler.
But anyhow, it's
Dean wants to know, is that a shirt? And what does he mean?
Is that a shirt?
Yeah. Does he mean that thing on your wall?
Your
on your door? Looks like a towel or something?
That's a pair of my finest pants. Sweatpants.
Did you do the WV on them?
you want to check to see if I did?
What would you do if we were sharing a room and you caught me, just looking through your underwear and stuff? You're like, what the fuck you doing? And I was like, I'm just checking for the WV.
What if you had found it?
What would happen? Live video.
Pulling a mitten, eh?
This is a true story, unlike all the other bullshit I say. There was a time, I know I've mentioned this before, but I was sharing a room with someone. I don't think he was ever on this show, but he was on the other show, and I caught him going through my underwear in the hotel in the drawer.
It's like, did you say, well, I go through the underwear?
So what do you do? And then he just you could tell he was embarrassed, and he just stopped doing what he's doing and didn't bring any attention to it. And I didn't really know what to say. So
let's just pretend that didn't happen.
Yeah. So I don't know what he was doing, but
could you do me a solid and just act like that never happened?
So I don't know. I mean, it could have just been trying to steal my money. That's the best case scenario. I don't know. There is no just good. What was it's trying to steal my underwear, trying to smell it. What the hell is he doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Looking for valuables. Maybe I hit him in my underwear.
Mm-hmm. That's why you got to put all your valuable stuff right in your unders.
No, this one time too. This wasn't that long ago. Well, longer, I guess, probably 4 or 5 years ago. It's before I lost weight. But so I was at Boston Underground Film Festival, and I went back to my room, and the door was locked. And so anyway, they got me the key and stuff, and I opened it, and all my stuff was gone. And here they checked me out early, and they took all my belongings and threw it in the trash.
Why?
And I was like, well, I didn't but I had money hid in some of the clothes. And so anyway, they found it, and they gave it was in a big garbage bag, and the money was still in there. But I was just like, what the hell? Some of it was just tossed away, all my my comb and the toothpaste, all the toiletry stuff they just tossed into the actual garbage. And the other stuff they just put in a big trash bag, and we're going to throw it away. And it's just thinking it was their mistake. And it was 2 hours. If someone doesn't check out in 2 hours, they had a mistake thinking I was supposed to check out. You immediately just go and throw all their stuff in the trash. That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah. The old in with the new.
At least they didn't. No one else was in the room. It wasn't the place was booked out, and they're like, "Get this guy shit out of here. We got to get the Smith family in there."
My goodness.
Bruce Briscoe says he's looking to buy a spoon with interest. So, do you think he wants to you guys lay together in bed? Oh, a spoon or a fork? I thought he meant the spoon.
He wants the fork.
Yeah.
This fork. See, I still have it.
Hell yeah. How much for Bruce Briscoe?
For Bruce Briscoe, you can just send me his address and I'll send it.
Oh man, I think you got the
How
hots
about
for the
that?
old Bruce Briscoe.
For Bruce Briscoe only.
Holy
Bruce,
shit.
free. 100%.
What the hell's up with Bruce?
Free.
That ain't Brucey. That zooms in. This is Bruce.
Well,
Briscoe.
maybe pay the shipping. Maybe pay the shipping.
All right. Yeah, and you know it's weird because the shipping's $500.
Since Bruce brought it up and asked.
He's in Canada. You're gonna end up paying through the ass.
He's paying the shipping if he's in Canada.
Because you did that another time and got fucked over.
I'm not putting that one again.
It doesn't pay to be nice.
It certainly doesn't.
All right. Well, I'm going to be honest. I've seen almost no wrestling. I watch Dynamite. So instead of just bullshitting here on the show, how was the NXT Vengeance show?
The NXT show. It was a fun show, even though I wasn't real familiar with anybody.
Every time the ring entrance, you're just like, who? All right. I do want to say I'm guilty of this, and sometimes I do it for comic value, but there are certain times that it's a genuine like who. But I've got to say this for people out there: if you don't follow a company at all, you don't watch it all, and they put like their card up, and you just like, who the hell is that? And it's like, it's people that are on that show every week for years and years. Just don't say who, because if you don't watch it, obviously you don't know who they are. And what does that mean? Like, oh, I don't know who these people are of a show I don't watch. Well, obviously you don't. I mean, if you never watched Breaking Bad and you're like, who the hell's this? Who the fuck is Heisenberg? Well, you don't watch your show. Why would you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guilty of it. I do it. But I'm just saying, you just got to stop. Because, all right, so if you like, I only like people I know from back in the day. And I got that to a certain extent. But WCW's been dead now for over 20 years. So if you only know wrestlers from WCW and ECW and like the Attitude Era and stuff, you can't just be like, what is this show? It doesn't have, 65-year-old guys all over. I mean, you have to move on. Yeah. So the point is, I'm not saying you have to love wrestling today. You can hate it, you can despise it, but at a point, you have to just come to the conclusion, this isn't for me. I'm not going to watch it, and I'm not going to follow it. So, NXT Vengeance
show.
Yeah.
From everything I saw, and it was pretty good. I can't recall anything that was bad, in particularly the Maximum Attraction ladies or whatever their name is, Gigi Dolan, and it was the first time I ever saw those girls.
The guy used to throw shit like when he was.
No, that's Gigi Allen.
Oh,
this is Gigi Dolan. But her and the other girl, they have like some really animated facial expressions, kind of like that Timothy Thatcher guy, kind of like you weren't.
That can be good because you don't want someone out there just stone face, but so you have to emote to the audience, but it all depends for me. It can be too goofy.
Who's the guy next to you on the screen?
It's Gizmo.
Yeah, I got a Gizmo up there.
Gizmo kaka astana poo poo.
What?
And Go-Go, does Incher have one of those deep spoons that Tyson Tomko likes?
Mine are plastic, so I don't think Tyson Tomko likes those. So,
is he still alive?
I think he is. Yeah.
Well, I hope he's doing.
Hopefully, he's doing a lot better.
No more spoons for him unless he's eating soup.
Last story we heard about him wasn't the best, but
yeah. But I'm all about giving people second chances.
He was at an Applebee's. He was eating good in the neighborhood. Don't go there. Come on.
I'm not saying it's the worst place in the world by any means, but I remember when we used to go to Fan Fest, there was a big portion that acted like it was like the greatest food you've ever eaten. Not you personally, but I mean like the people were like, "Ooh, yeah, going to Applebee's." They were like Barry Horowitz looking at a Subway sandwich.
Mm-hmm. He's saying you, the AEW mark. I mean,
I say this: who the fuck's Bruce Briscoe? And you know what? Banned.
You can't ban him for that, can you?
Hashtag
oh
ban
my goodness,
Bruce Briscoe, the Triple B. Ban Bruce Briscoe.
You've got insane with power. You've banned Bruce Briscoe.
You mess with the bull, you get the horns, bitch. He is the banned bitch, Bruce Briscoe, the quadruple B. Yeah, banned bitch, Bruce Briscoe. That is a runner of for Heady next year. Nickname of the year, banned bitch, Bruce Briscoe, the quadruple B.
My goodness. Well, Jackie Jones, I know New Day was on the show, and there's a few other people that I recognize, but I give the show a thumbs up, even though I barely know.
It is funny the people you know are like these guys that have been like have had the WWE championship more than any team in the history of wrestling and for like a longer period, and they're the guys in NXT.
And they lost too. I think they lost. I think they did lose. They had the belts. They had the tag belts.
This might not be something you can really answer without following the show, but there was a time where NXT was the developmental. Then when it really started to gain momentum, it was the third brand, and they presented it as the third brand. It was like their cool alternate indie league where it had a different style and it had their own stars. And then my boy Vinny K was like, fuck all this, and B destroyed it. You know, I'm not saying everything he did was perfect. And then it went back to developmental. But when you watch it now, what's like the feel of it? Is it presented as this is the minor league show to train to go to the WWE, or is it presented more like this is just its own brand?
Pretty much when it was yellow and black. I mean, they kind of present it like that, but it's so different now because there's so many new faces from the 2.0 fallout.
Right.
But
do they still have all the colors?
No, I think they did away with that. Galgo 13 says, I think Tomko liked Chili's.
Chili's, baby back ribs.
I need to ask you, where would you put Applebee's, Chili's?
I think Chili's is much better.
So Chili's is up here?
I think Chili's is one of the better mid-tier chain restaurants.
Mm-hmm. I see. Excellent.
I haven't eaten there for a while, but I have nothing against it. If I had a choice between those like kind of ones there, Chili's, Texas Roadhouse is good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I also saw the Rampage. Rampage was an alright show from my.
I did not see it. Rampage. There's been they had some really good shows actually not that long ago, but then it kind of seemed like it went back to being a lot of like just kind of like very missable stuff. Which I'm not even saying that their matches were bad, but there was nothing like I felt like I need to watch this.
On SmackDown, Sami Zayn made the run in on Roman Reigns, and that was the good stuff. I liked Roman Reigns, barely wanting to talk about Sammy, but he could tell the crowd wanted him to bring him up. So he's like, all right, we can talk about Sammy.
I saw the
pretty good.
This like video of it on YouTube. I don't know how it's seen, but it broke records. It's like the most watched video in like ever in WWE. And it just makes me think, is the guy going to do the Mania thing? And I heard Jimmy Cornette talking about it, and he's kind of in the same. He didn't say like they got to go with that, but what he said was they really have to make Sami Zayn and Cody really good friends or else they're going to turn on Cody at WrestleMania, which I would think is awesome. I would just go with Sammy, but
yeah, I would go with Sammy too, but I can't wait till they start booing Cody Rhodes. Now, the angle that they shot on Raw, it was really good because Paul Heyman was involved with it, and that was the good part. But Cody was there too.
Golgo said, I'm sorry, I was going to send some of my favorite sound bites of In Your Head interview with the genius Lanny Poffo to Jack, but I remember the Zoom has a huge bug now. Knock on wood, I think it's working pretty good because I've done a couple interviews and I've for Without Your Head, and I've had no issues.
Yeah.
So I know other people had the same problem, and some of the advice was probably in like future updates they would fix that. So maybe they have fixed it on Zoom's end. But I really like that idea, Gogo. So if I know you probably can't send them tonight, but send them and we'll play them next week on the show. And also we'll put them on the YouTube page and the TikTok and the Instagram, and it's a nice memory, and people then could go and check out the full interview.
Yeah. Lanny,
anytime anyone wants to do with any of the interviews, it's helpful.
Lanny, he really did do a great interview for us. It was we met him in person and everything else.
So I've been catching up. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I've been catching up, and I'm going to start doing this on In Your Head. I caught up in the first several years of Without Your Head interviews, and I've also been remastering the audio and taking out a lot of the background noise, which it's a long process, but some of those old shows are rough because you got to remember they were filmed live on Zoom. So live on YouTube, Skype. And so the audio isn't the greatest. So I've been trying to clean them up. They're still not perfect, but they're a lot better than they were. So I would like to do that In Your Head, but it's going to take a while. But I'm going to start updating the website. So anyway, I'm going to get on that after this week, because I have my Severed Limbs Film Festival this weekend, and that's taking a lot of time to put together.
Excellent. Let's see. Mike B says Cody is tormented by the memory of Stardust. It almost ruined his life.
Yeah, I saw that. He said it was hard to be Stardust in front of his babe.
Oh, it's so sad.
Man, she's all into me, and then I gotta act like a fucking asshole out here.
Oh, poor Cody. But that was a time when I probably wasn't so harsh on Cody. That was before he showed his true colors. That he's just
I'm with you. I still enjoy him as a wrestler, and I'll be honest with that. But all this has changed how I look at the guy, because I tried to defend him when people said he was sickening, but now I see it's kind of how he's. And also a big thing to me is now I know it's wrestling and it's like you're in character and stuff, but he was like really trashing WWE for years in interviews on the company, and from what you hear, all the other wrestlers actually didn't want that on the show. Tony Khan wasn't into it, the Young Bucks, Kenny Omega, and it was all Cody who really wanted to make AEW attacking WWE. And then his first chance he gets, he runs back there, and then he starts not only just goes back there, but starts saying how Triple H is his favorite, and then Triple H is kissing his ass, and it's just very, very phony stuff. And so he was either lying all along or lying now. I mean, he's clearly a liar. I mean, it's one or the other. They can't both be true.
Compulsive liar. And he doesn't realize what he has. He thinks the grass is always greener on the other side. But just you wait. Those cheers that he's enjoying right now, they're all going away when he's in the main event of WrestleMania, the biggest show of them all, and he's going to get booed.
The thing is, if he hadn't left, if he hadn't left and reinvented himself and come back, he wouldn't be in this position now. So on that level, I would say, okay, good job. But if it wasn't for the fact of saying how much you hated WWE and starting a whole rival company, you know what I'm saying? If you just leave and reinvent yourself and prove yourself and then come back on a higher level,
Yeah, I
can
have
get
no
behind
issue
that.
with that.
Yeah.
I have no issue with somebody wanting to leave and, come back, but to start another territory and everything else, that's just, and then being a executive vice president and saying, I'll just go back to WWE. I can't respect that. It's just like you were at like the top. Probably every wrestler probably dreams of that, being in control of a company to some degree. I mean, he had a pretty big hand in it, and then he just pissed it all away.
I mean, you have to give him, the Bucks, Kenny Omega, and Jericho, and of course Tony Khan the credit for those are really the core guys that started the company. Young Bucks, Kenny Omega, and Cody for really getting popular in New Japan and Ring of Honor, then proving that they could draw when they did the shows in America, and then you had the name of Jericho there, and it all worked together to start a rival company.
Yeah.
Even a rival, an alternate company, a new company. And
Brandon Cutler.
And one other thing I want to say too about all this is so I don't always want to attack Jim Cornette, but for the last year or for about a year, he kept saying about it was like a lie that they tried to use Mark Briscoe or use the Briscoes on AEW. And he just went with this whole narrative that it was the Bucks keeping him off, really based on nothing. It's just kind of like just because he doesn't like the Bucks. I mean, he doesn't talk to him. How would he know this? It was really just because he doesn't like the Bucks. So he kind of almost like a conspiracy theory. It's like a QAnon guy, like, oh, well, it must be the Bucks or these Machiavellian, masterminds that are keeping the Briscoes out of here. And for what reason, I'm not really sure, because they had wrestled each other many, and I assume they're probably friends. I mean, they kind of seem like they're part of like the group of all those indie guys that wrestled in Ring of Honor and everywhere together.
I think if that was true, what Jim is pushing there,
I think we would hear. Yeah,
I think we would have heard it from somewhere else. There would have been another source. It's just
kind of like pulled out of his ass, and then he was even kind of saying it too when they weren't going to have Mark on, and then eventually he came about and he said, once they had him on, he's like, oh, that must have been wrong. But they're on Meltzer. If he gets something wrong, like, he should come out and apologize. I think Cornette should apologize to these guys for just basically making something up, like that they want to keep these guys out. Because not only does he say it, I see a lot of fans, a lot of people in the Headyverse who, no matter what Cornette says, like, they just repeat it like it's like some kind of factual thing.
Yeah.
And so I saw a lot of people saying the same thing. And then I saw him saying the same, exactly what Cornette said. Like, oh, now this, it was almost word for word. Like, oh, I thought it was, Tony Khan or the Young Bucks, but now it's not. So I assume they actually listen to Cornette and just, then they just follow whatever he says. So, I don't know. It's just like, don't just make stuff up just because you don't like these guys.
Yeah.
You cannot like them. You could think they're bad wrestlers and all this stuff.
Yeah, that's fine to think that, but don't make this whole false story that has no basis on reality. I mean, you can say, in my mind, I think maybe that might be the case. But
even though, like, you have to have some basis of why you would think that.
Yeah, explain why you would think that. But
and then
I don't want to foresee them ever wanting to keep the Briscoes off. I mean, they like having tearing down the house and making these big matches, and I think they feel like the Briscoes were there, they could have done that, with them as well. I mean, I don't.
Of course, yeah. I honestly think if it wasn't, seemed like they would have been guys that would have fit in right to begin with the people that they brought in the show, and I mean, they just fit in with everybody, and I assume they were friends with all those guys. And the other one is anytime Jericho does anything, they always think it's some big political, scheme to like really bury people. And that one I don't understand either, because I think no matter what I think Jericho's great, but no matter what you think of him now, I don't know how you can watch him and not tell he's having fun, for one thing. And he likes to work with all the young guys, like even on the cruise, he's working with Danhausen. And I think he does that because he enjoys it. And it's, I think part of him is like, I'm going to give these guys some rub, but I don't even know how you can like come about that he's just like trying to like bury everyone that he works with. I don't even understand.
Even in his WWE stuff, you could tell like he was wanting to bring up Kevin Owens. I mean, he worked with Kevin Owens, I mean, Kevin wasn't on the, like the superstar level that I think Jericho definitely.
Yeah, he definitely helped him rise up with the list, and then the when they were the best friends stuff. That gimmick was awesome.
Yeah, and he even, he was the one who got beat up by Owens in the match,
Yeah.
Well, the angle that they had going. But
and of course you do stuff you don't want to bury yourself either. So like I mean, if he just was destroyed in every angle with every young guy, anytime they would be in an angle with him, it would mean nothing. So you got to keep yourself like, you can't just totally like bury your own, character.
But based off of what I've seen of Jericho on, television, it does not look like he's a guy who's trying to like bury young guys. I mean, looks like he tries to elevate them. Now, I mean, he takes care of himself, which you can understand. But I mean, I don't get that. I don't think.
No, honestly, I think it was they were pro Jericho. And then when they found out he was like a Trump supporter and stuff, then he could do no right. He was just the total and utter shits. And I'm not a Trump guy at all. And I don't like those politics either. But to just pretend like everything he does completely sucks is just, it's just being dishonest.
Yeah. I just don't see it from what I don't know. They're not watching the same show I'm watching. I mean,
another thing I thought was funny, because I should take my own advice, and I did for a while. I just stopped listening to clips because they just annoy me. And so, but I loaded some up when I was doing some graphic stuff, and he was talking about both of them, him and what's his name, Brian or whatever,
Brian Last.
And they were talking about how like Moxley made AEW hire his wife, and how they push her all over the show. And I was like, dudes, she was like really famous before they got married.
Yeah. I mean, she was pretty well known. I mean, she was a commentator at one point.
Yeah, she really rose up as the back. Everyone was comparing her. Honestly, they were like, this is the best backstage interviewer since Mean Gene. I never thought she was that great, but I mean, people really liked her.
They did say that though.
Yeah. So that like she's just Moxie's wife is just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's not being fair either. I think Renee proved herself in WWE.
Yeah,
and I think
like I said, even before they were together.
Being a backstage interviewer, she's pretty great. I didn't think her commentary was very good.
No, I didn't either. I really did like her back, and then when she did the commentary, I didn't think was very good.
Yeah, but
we were always talking about, everyone was. I mean, everyone thought she was the best modern backstage interview.
And that seems to be what they're using her for in AEW too. So I mean, I've got no problems with that. I mean, that's crazy that they would even say that. I mean,
so I was thinking about Dynamite, but we did the show last week, Wednesday after Dynamite. That's why.
That's right.
I was like, yeah. So we really
Wardlow, he came out and attacked, wanted to get a piece of Joe at the end, but that's not happening. I mean, they're going to have a match later on, of course, but
my boy Lexar, I'd rather listen to Jack and Intra than listen to the President of the United States State of the Union speech. Hell yeah!
Good job.
In your head, in your head, in your head. And I agree with that.
Now, if it was President Trump, could Lexar say the same?
Well, I would say the same, honestly, whoever is president. But I don't know. I think so. I think we could stay
with in the magma, but Magna Butcher was out there.
Even though he's like the Ultra MAGA with
Ultra MAGA.
Yeah, he's playing the Born in the USA, thinking it's like this really pro America song. Dustin Nance, how's it going, gentlemen? Dustin Nance, I'm really happy that Dustin is still alive. I hadn't heard from him for years, and I always think the worst, but I'm glad he's rocking it. He's still alive. I thought maybe it was he got hurt in a tossing incident. I can't say the M word anymore here, but getting tossed around. But no, Dustin Nance is a good man. He's a midget, but he's a great guy. Dustin's also one of my favorite people. I love Dustin.
Great to see him again.
So you want to take Zooms, or do you have anything else? Because we already went over Dynamite last week.
I know that we got a big Raw, and I'm sure Steven wants to go over it. And I do want to take the Zoomers first and get everybody's opinions on the wrestling world. But really enjoyed SmackDown as well. SmackDown was good, and I've watched Raw, so I'm ready, man. I've seen it all.
Yeah. And Dustin says he gives me the M-word pass, so I think we're going to go to town. But no, honestly, Dustin's a really good dude. All right, so let me get the Zoom link. We'll take Zooms. You can come in, talk wrestling. Our boy Goosey just had his first professional wrestling match. There's lots of stuff to talk about. So zoom in. I'm going to put the link here. We're using the old school link. We had too many issues. It was cool to be live on YouTube and Facebook, but for some reason it gave like 3 or 4. Like, I thought this was all fixed.
It's back. It's the AI. It's taking over, Jack.
I know. I think it'll be fine here in a second after I.
There it is.
Yeah.
After you post
it was I opened the Facebook to post this, and
I mean that can't take that much resources to make a post in the chat room.
I wouldn't think so.
There's got to be something wrong with Zoom. I mean, who's zooming who?
Who's zooming who? All right, so posting this here.
Everybody join in.
Everybody's
the world of professional wrestling. Yeah. Bruce Briscoe, he's back. His banning's over with. He says Cody Rhodes is a Homelander. What's that mean?
I don't really know. I think it's a character on The Boys, which I've never watched, so I have no idea.
Oh, yeah, I'm not familiar with that either. So Tyler S., he's a fan of Cornette. He says Cornette is a wrestling god.
Yeah, those are those puppet Cornettes, so they just follow anything he says.
Yeah.
See, jump, and they say how high.
I mean, if you watch the show, you can tell like he is like making up stuff. I mean, I really don't get the Jericho thing at all. I think that's insanity, and the Renee thing's insanity. I don't see how you can watch a Kenny Omega match and say like the things that he says about it.
I don't either.
I think,
especially after I started watching him more often.
Yeah, I think Kenny's great. So,
oh, by the way, this Friday, let's throw this out to Lexar. I'm heading to the casino. So, lots of things going on. I got $20 free slot play. I also have like $25 in free comp food. So this all looking good. And then Friday only between noon and I forget 5 o'clock or something like that. I swipe my card. And this happened. I went Wednesday too, and it's the same way. And you're guaranteed. You play a little game, and you're guaranteed to win between $5 and $10,000. And it's either cash, free slots, or comped chips, like for tables. And so I didn't even know this, but Wednesday when I went and did it, I had $20 free slot, and then, or not Wednesday, it was Tuesday. That's why we didn't do the show. And then I won $10 free slot. So $30 free slot. I cashed 90 the first machine. I played the rest of the time on there. Came home with $350 in. So this Friday I'm going to go, and I'll win anywhere between $5 and $10,000. So it's a big range. Now,
to 10 grand.
If you win, I think under 1,000 or something like that, or 500, whatever, it's under a certain amount of free slot play or chips. You have to play them within that day. And how the free slot play works there, Incher. So when I had the $30 free slot play, so you put the $30 in, you can't just cash out $30 out. It's just there.
Yeah.
But everything you win, you can cash out.
Okay.
So if you win over under so much, you have to do that one day. But if you win like the 10 grand, you have a year. So I could just go like every week for like the rest of the year and spend, a couple $100 and just keep the winnings. So what are the odds, Incher? Am I going to win $5 or am I going to win 10 grand or something in between?
You'll probably win like $300 or something like that. I bet. You seem like you hit the 200 on 2 scratch offs. The Young Bucks should have you scratch off their scratch offs, and maybe they would actually win something.
They have this. This is what happened today, Incher. This is exactly how it happened. So I go to my buddy's place. He is I'm not saying this to be racist or anything. He's an Indian guy, so he doesn't speak proper English. So, and I just go in there. Wow, Bruce is really clear tonight. And so I went in there, and it's like, buddy, you buy that, because they have these new $50 tickets that just came out today. It's like, you buy that new. I was like, no. And you're like, oh, buddy, you gotta get one. I was like, I don't know. I don't want to spend $50 on a scratch ticket. He's like, oh, buddy. I was like, did you get one? He said, yeah, you win. He goes, no, I lose. And I said, oh, has anyone? He's like, no, nobody won yet. So you got to get one, buddy. So I was like, I was going to get one. I was like, what the hell? I'm going to buy one. So he has a machine there now. It used to be you just pay him, but now he's got a machine. So I put a 20 in. And then the machine, the thing just, the light turned off. And so I couldn't put any more money in. I was like, it stopped. And he's like, oh, no, buddy. And he started pounding the machine. I was thinking he's going to break or something. And so I just went, you know what? I think it's a sign. Instead of buying the 50, I got the 220s in. I'm going to buy 2 different $20 tickets. He's like, oh, okay, bud. So I bought one of each for the two $20 tickets. And the first one I raced, it's a 5 times winner. And the other one has this money bag. And I looked up in the money bag. If you get that, you get all 20 prizes. I was like, oh, it's pretty sweet. So 20 times it was 5 times $20, $100, and the other one all way winner, $5 under each. So it was $200. I was like, man, it was a sign. It was a sign, Incher, to buy these 220s instead of getting the 50. Yeah. So I took that $200, I put it in my wallet, and I said, bam, now when I go to the casino Friday, I'll be all set.
Playing with free money.
Exactly. Well, I have free comp food. Be good times, I'm sure.
So minus 40 that you paid for that.
Right. Well, it's $160 a head.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, Bruce, do you have a new camera? You're looking crystal clear here.
Yeah, I've upped my camera game since I've started calling in. Yeah, I got a little phone mount and a tripod. Mm-hmm. I had a book and a whole bunch of zip ties before, so.
Wow, it looks really good.
Thank you. I'm working on it.
All right, very good. Dustin, I love me some gambling, but my bank account doesn't. You lucky dog. Well, this is a word of advice. Never gamble more than you don't mind losing. So, if you don't mind losing $40, $50, $100, whatever, go and have fun. And if it's going to hurt you, then don't do it. All right.
I grew up in Mississippi on the Gulf Coast, and in the 90s, a whole bunch of casinos came there. The Jake the Snake thing where he.
Right.
Yeah. That was there. Yeah, that was there. Or the snake was a wiener, whatever. But my grandma would go to those casinos when they built them, and she'd come home with $500, $700. She had, some people just have the touch, and I believe you might have, because you're always happy. So my grandma, she just cash out all the time. So I'd lose all my money. So I don't.
My grandma used to be really lucky too back in the day, because now it's all like you put the money in and you play, and they shoot out like a piece of paper. But back in the day, you actually put the quarters in, whatever you're playing, and then you'd have like a bucket, and all the money would come out. And I remember my grandma would walk around with her bucket, put quarters in the machines, and then you'd have to go up and cash in the quarters and stuff. It was fun though. And they had actual 50-cent pieces, but now it's all you just put the money in and hit buttons. All right. What is he watching?
I think that's NXT.
Oh. It's not. I thought he was watching like some daytime bullshit.
Bailey. There's Bailey.
Bailey.
There's Bailey. Yeah.
I saw a meme today that made me think of Lexar. It was Bailey, and it had like the Wheel of Fortune thing behind her and said things you would eat, and it was it was blank AYLES blank SS, Bailey's ass.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Lexa started licking his lips. He's like,
anus.
You ever eat any stripper's ass at the strip club?
Well, I'm not allowed to, but
I know.
I don't know these things. I thought maybe I wonder what is there any states you're allowed to just eat the ass at the strip club?
I don't think that's allowed. Yeah.
They have an ass glory hole. It's just a hole with another hole in it. That'd be disgusting.
Yeah, they'd have to make it like big. That
it's mouth only though. Mouth only.
That reminds me, someone a while ago, it was probably a year or two ago, they sent in a fan fiction about Incher at a glory hole and an ass, and I never read it on the show.
Huh.
But I was looking out for you, Incher. I was like, I don't want to read this on the show.
That sounds great.
Yeah. Oh, free drinks, Dusty. Yeah, free drinks at the casino. You have to be 21 or over to go in, and it's free. Anything you want, no drinking, but free alcohol drinks if you want it. Free coffee, free water, all that stuff. But you can't eat the waitress's ass.
What would you like?
As far as I know, I don't know. Maybe you can. I've never really looked into it.
Could you imagine if she's like, "What would you like today, sir?" You just look up and say, "Your ass."
It is funny because I always used to see on shows, they would show like at the casinos, and the women would come up with like, with their cleavage hanging out and stuff. And all the casinos I've been to really wasn't that way. But at Encore, it is that way. They come out and kind of like shove their boobs in your face, trying to get the tips.
Another one that I go to the casino, it has like the girls, they have kind of like an outfit that's like low cut.
Yeah.
And then their legs are showing. Is it like that at yours? Or?
Yeah, at that one, that not all of them, only that one Encore. But it's a pretty big casino.
I mean, I want to say like you get full on cleavage, but they do have like.
Well, I'm not saying they're topless, but
yeah.
And it depends on the one. Some women don't have a lot of cleavage. Steven Simmons says, "Bring back intra fan fiction."
Nah, we don't need that. Come on, Steve.
I remember like pizza boxes and all kinds of like.
We're fellow statesmen here, and you're trying to stick the shiv in my back here.
That's not a shiv. Whoa. All right, I meant his penis. All right, I'm just kidding you, sure. All right, let's get the news here. The man who made his wrestling debut, Gooser! Boom, Goose is loose.
I may have lost, but I had a great time.
Big Bad Bob.
How'd this come about?
Drunk.
Drunk?
Yeah, me and my buddies were
What are you, Sandman over here? People on their heads.
Mass transit.
He's the new Sandman.
Me and my buddies were drunk one night, jokingly text the promoter, "Hey, we know this guy who's a local celebrity. You should get him in a match." And it was supposed to be just a tag match, kind of like the old when Cyndi Lauper was in that tag match one time, where the actual wrestler did all the work, and then the guy comes in at the end, hits the one move, gives them the 1, 2, 3, and turns out a couple guys didn't show, and here I am wrestling a full-fledged 7-minute match on.
Now, did you have any training or anything beforehand?
About 45 minutes worth.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
See, so who needs to go to NXT? They should just have a 45-minute seminar. These jackasses are down there for 7 years.
Yeah.
And put me over, made me look strong, and took the cowbell to the chest and lost the match.
Dang.
So are you gonna keep with this? Are you gonna keep wrestling?
No. Fuck.
that was your one and only?
My one and only. I'm going out. I'm retiring like every
Well, they always say when you go out, when you retire, you should always go out putting the other guy over. So
exactly.
You did what's right for business.
My one friend would always ask me, "Did you get a picture?"
Get the video.
There's video.
I've been really busy lately.
I also upset every single professional wrestling from the independents. Joey Janela was pissed at me.
Why?
Mass transit 2.0, everybody says.
You weren't bleeding.
No, I fucking didn't even take a bump.
Yeah, and you're not 16 or whatever.
No.
New Jack didn't come out and just whoop your ass.
Yeah.
Didn't he do like
we'd be visiting you in the hospital and shit?
I did a splash in the corner,
yeah.
I clotheslined the guy a couple times, shoulder blocked him. Pushed him into the corner. Yeah. Took a cowbell to the chest.
So was Joey Janela there?
No, George.
I thought so. Like he said this online.
No, but yeah,
someone needs to send this video to Cornette.
Somebody like somebody named Eric Cannon or something. I don't know if you ever heard of that name.
I'm not sure.
Eric Cannon. Yeah.
Yeah, he saw it.
Tag with Sammy Callahan.
Yeah, he tweeted it.
Eric Cannon, Jack. The Mohawk dude.
Oh yeah. I know him pretty well actually.
Yeah, he tweeted it, and then Janela made comments, and Effie was all that fucking homosexual faggot was all pissed off.
Oh my goodness! My goodness!
He was all like posting my actual name and like my contact information.
Man, these guys are serious.
He was doxing me because I was a fan who had a 7-minute wrestling match in some small town in Minnesota.
Damn.
Yeah. It's a disgrace to the business. I bleed sweat.
Man, can you believe Effie saying anyone's a disgrace to the business?
Yeah.
I've seen that guy wrestle.
Yeah. Fuck. It's crazy. Fucking all of them are all the GCW guys are just all pissed off that random.
GCW's put on 5-star classics.
Yeah.
Wait till Nick Gage come after you with the pizza cutter.
We're not going to see me and Nick Gage.
I hope
so. Respect the business.
Yeah.
That's why I've got the chain wrapped on my fist. They're paying me off. They're like, take this guy out, Jack.
Yeah.
Well, it's like if wrestlers want to invade the podcast world, maybe the podcasters should invade the wrestling world.
Hell yeah.
Goddamn right.
There you go.
I'll work out harder.
Yeah.
I'll be a underling. You could like send me out.
Hell yeah.
And I'll get my ass kicked. And I'll be like,
well, you can distract him while Intra gets his gun or something.
I'll write with like ink paint or like oil paint IYH on me.
There you
It's
go.
like
Yeah, Bruce.
logo.
Yeah.
The Bruce and the Goose. That's the new
Yeah.
team.
Hell yeah.
You're like the fucking Road Warriors or some shit.
Exactly. Yeah. Goosey's got him up. Bruce is diving off with the clothesline, Doomsday device.
Yeah.
Lex Luthor
Headingverse
could be like
device.
Paul Ellering or something.
Yeah. So did you have a good time? Now, did that? I assume that puts a damper on your fun time. But at the time, were you having a good time?
I had a great time. I don't give a fuck what all these indie fags think.
Hey,
Yeah, fuck
like
'em.
what?
I mean, they're gonna get pissed off over some fucking fat asshole from a small town in northern Minnesota having a 5-minute wrestling match on a just outlaw show, indie show with no actual talent whatsoever. Some dude, 72-year-old.
Here at the Headyverse, we're standing by our boy Goosey.
Mhm.
Some
Gooser!
72-year-old dude
Loose.
claimed he was in AWA, and every person that knows AWA
Holy shit! Golgo just graduated.
Mhm. He's the
Congratulations! It only took you what 35 years or so? Yeah. Hell yeah! Boo! Golgo, you're supporting the Goose, aren't you? He's out there wrestling.
Yes, sir.
Well, we know why. I should have dug up my stuff too. We know why, because we know Golgo didn't graduate. He's GED at best. But Golgo here, he is dressed up for the memory of the genius Lanny Poffo.
Yeah.
I am the genius full of glory and renown.
I remember I wrote a.
Me, Jack,
oh, go on. I'm
for turning
sorry.
on my brother.
I wrote a poem. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop talking and you start all over.
I'm glad you have allowed me on the show, Jack, even though I turned on my brother and broke my promise. You're a forgiving man.
I'm going to put that behind us now. I'm going to end the
end
the trash.
And all my political views.
But WWE out there, you should do the right thing and put Lanny Poffo in the Hall of Fame.
And like I said on my interview back in 2005, the only thing that counts is what the bank teller counts.
There you go. I remember I wrote a poem for the intro of The Genius.
If the price is right, I'll be there tonight.
Come on down. But yeah, I remember I enjoyed my intro. I don't remember how it went, but
I think Lanny was the first guest to make fun of West Virginia.
really,
I'm not going to spoil it.
But wasn't he like he's like our
see.
third guest on the show?
Yeah, really, yeah.
CW was itching to do it.
I think it was CW,
Yeah.
then JJ, then Lanny. I think.
I think
Yeah.
the Wrestle Crap guy was one of the first ones too.
RD
But I mean,
Reynolds
not-
didn't rip into it.
Isn't CW from West Virginia?
No, Carolina, North Carolina.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Almost the same, really.
No.
They're all. I mean, if you're from the Northeast, that's all just West Virginia. It's all hillbilly country.
Yeah.
No, nothing against Inch, man. But
Now, did anybody of you honor Lanny Poffo by giving yourself the Poffo?
I'm gonna do it right now.
I'm not that talented.
I'm gonna blow my own horn.
I
Well,
got a
I'm here.
mental picture about it. But
I'm here right now, and I mean, if I could actually do it, I mean,
If you could blow yourself, you wouldn't even do the
just
show.
never
You'd be like,
stop.
I'm sorry, I've got to quit the show. I need more hours in the day to suck my own cock.
I'll never forget that story y'all told years ago. Because I mean, you can say, I don't care if anybody thinks I'm lying. I've never, quote unquote, I don't know how much you can say on YouTube, tasted myself. Y'all were talking about that cum on a
Yeah,
cracker
I remember
day.
it was what's the guy's name? It was like up the Hoosier Highway. Hoosier Highway.
Yeah.
He was like offended. He was like, everyone, drinks their own cum. I was like, what the hell? He's like, everyone's tasting. He was just talking about like making smoothies and just drinking, like he saves it up. And licks his hand clean. I was like, dude, that's just weird. He's like, everyone does it.
Yeah, I remember that, but I also remember y'all were talking about a game. Like there's some game the kids were playing.
Oh yeah, that
Cracker
cracker game. That's like back
dang.
in the well, see, you didn't graduate yet, but then I never went to college either. But I remember I was listening to Loveline way back in the day, and this guy called in, and he was like, "We play this game in college. It's a cracker game where we put a cracker in the middle and we all jerk off on it, and the last person to ejaculate onto the cracker has to eat it." And then he's like, "Dr. Drew, is this healthy?" Which I thought was pretty awesome.
Oh, you're talking about like a saltine, not like an actual, like a cracker. Like
right. It wasn't just like a white. Oh yeah, it wasn't like a.
That's so offensive. When
white
you call
North
a white person a cracker.
Right.
Or
you
honky,
didn't ejaculate onto C.W. Anderson, and then you just eat them. Right.
Yeah. My cousin's husband has a saltine cracker tattooed on his arm. He's from Mississippi.
Does it also is it tattooed with semen all over it?
What are your favorite memories?
I can tell him the story. We can touch it up, I guess.
Yeah, maybe that's why you got it. It's like, man,
get it black light white so it'll glow.
Yeah. Any of you guys played this cracker game before?
I know, but I'm intrigued.
It wasn't crackers, but
getting your buddies in the middle of the room and just jerking off on them.
We always did it back to back. I mean, that's how you know you're not gay.
Like you would jerk off on your buddy's back while he's jerking off on the cracker.
No.
Oh.
You just don't look at
you ever play the home game of this, the solitaire version? You just jerk off at a cracker and eat it.
No.
You always win.
Lose. We doing a Ritz cracker? We doing like a Keebler cracker?
You need a big cracker probably it depends on how many people there are. Anyway, if anyone out there in the Headyverse has played the cracker game, zoom in and let us know the details.
It gives new meaning to the phrase squeeze cheese.
Sometimes I get saltine crackers. No, Ritz crackers and put peanut butter in them and put two of them together and eat it.
Whoa!
Oh, you talking about shitting on a cracker?
Whoa!
I want to tell a wholesome cracker story that people could actually use. Sorry.
I like the Bruce is
just Bruce's ghost is bringing it tonight.
Hell yeah, he's fucking wild child here. Last year, Kazo took the Headyverse. He took the Headies with moment of the year, most shocking moment when he's taking a shower. But I think Bruce is taking it already.
Yeah,
putting peanut butter on a cracker.
Yeah, pooping on crackers.
Intra's really into this. He's trying it out right now.
Why do I morph into other people though at the top?
You're like the Thing. You're like John Carpenter's The Thing.
I don't get why, because yours always just freaks out on yourself, but I morph into everybody.
I think this bug is awesome. I really do. I think it adds to the show. I hope it never goes away.
Why does it only happen to us though?
Is it only the people that host? Does it happen to?
Yeah, but Intra's not. I'm the only host of it.
Oh, that's right, because it did happen to Jonathan Jackson.
Yeah, I don't get it.
He made it happen.
Unless maybe Intra and I are the only ones with the up-to-date version of Zoom.
Maybe.
I don't know. I'm using it off my laptop. It didn't happen until I got the most recent updates.
Yeah. And it kind of forces you to update.
Yeah, mine doesn't even give you a choice. It just happens.
Yeah. Are you guys using the web version, the web browser version? Or?
I'm using it on my laptop.
Yeah, you're probably using the app then on your laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just using the browser version. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, is everybody else using the browser version?
I have a phone Android app that I'm using.
Yeah, I've never used it off my phone. So.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
Like we're using the actual application.
Yeah, we're using the good one, and it fucking blows.
So
it's like I'm always like, oh, you can't just use the web version. That can't be that great. And it's like here we are using the program, the application. It's fucking us tender.
They've been cutting back because of people are actually going out in the world and not using the meetings as much.
Yeah,
so I think they're kind of skimming off the extra stuff now.
But
translation, they're laying off a bunch of fucking people to make more money.
Yeah.
Like a lot of places.
Oh, did that go through?
Yeah, we actually heard that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I took off the noise cancellation, so I think that kind of things will work now.
Sweet.
What's on your mind? What's on your mind? Let's go around the horn here. Brucey, what's on your mind?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, not much. Yeah. I fell asleep waiting for the show last week. And yeah, I'm
sorry about that. I had advance tickets to the new Batista movie, and then so I went to that and went to the casino. But we made good on it. And we did a live show Wednesday.
Yeah. But I don't know. Yeah, I've been trying to like keep up with like what's going on with WWE, kind of with like Sami Zayn and
it's because
Cody.
Bruce, I don't know if you're aware of this. We're on a road. And that road, Incher, that road, Gogo, that road, Lexa, that road, Goosey, and the High Chief over there, it leads to WrestleMania. And when you're on this long road, you see these billboards popping up. So when you're seeing these billboards pop up, you're so many miles away from WrestleMania. And they pop up and they're like, Lita is coming around. You're like, holy shit. And you see this. So the question is, which billboard on this sign, on this road to WrestleMania, makes you want to continue the journey and get all the way to WrestleMania?
Yeah. That's amazing.
My finger doesn't go straight anymore for some reason.
What? You might want to have a doctor look at it.
Kind of goes like that. Then I can move it all the way. I think because I used to do this a lot. I don't know. Can anyone else do that? Just move the tip of your finger.
Yeah, it's like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking impressive. But so what match are you looking forward to the most on this road to WrestleMania?
I don't know. I've been I like Bobby Lashley.
Really?
I just like him. I don't know.
I fucking hate that asshole.
I don't know. He's just like, I wish he would like teach me how to work out so I can get like jacked like
Fair
him.
enough. Okay.
And I watched him work out with Sheamus in a video, and he was just like, Sheamus was like all blown out, like just like dying, and Bobby was just like, So
I bet if you would spend a week, okay, Goosey had 45 minute training, he's in the ring. If you would spend 45 minutes with Bobby Lashley, next week you come on here and be like, holy shit, Bobby Lashley turned white and he's calling in the show. You'd be all fucking jacked. You'd be showing your gluteus maximus. That's your ass muscles.
Oh, I have to get a second camera.
Exactly. What the hell's Incher doing? It's just that I'm gonna go start playing video games. The fuck? What is that? I don't know. You're just pointing to a screen. I don't know what the hell it is.
Wait a minute.
Just expect us to know. Hey, look at this. Hell yeah, look at that. I don't know. What the hell is it? Oh, is it WrestleMania?
Oh, it's the road. And he's pointing.
Hell yeah. I'm not against this. I think it adds drama and it's kind of cool. But Incher hates drama. He hates WrestleMania. He thinks everyone should just wrestle and not build it up at all.
The WrestleMania that got me back into wrestling, watching it, is 20, where it all begins again. And
who was in WrestleMania 20?
It was like the Goldberg and Brock Lesnar thing, and
that's the match that got you back into WrestleMania.
It was terrible. It was hard to get back,
but it got you back. It did bring the people in. Then you're like, boy, this fucking blows.
I was like, Ric Flair looks terrible. Like, but that was like
unlike
a
now.
million
Now he
years
looks
ago.
amazing.
Now he looks like his face is falling off. But
Yeah, he's like in Poltergeist when they're washing his face, or like they're like the Nazis in the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Melt away.
Yeah. I love that scene.
Yeah, I like really topical references.
No.
The main event was amazing, though.
Who?
The main event was amazing, though.
What was it?
Don't say it.
A triple threat match for the world title. Triple H versus Shawn Michaels versus Chris Benoit.
Oh,
Fuck that child murderer.
It was fantastic. It was great. And
I didn't even really care for it at the time, to be honest. But I never liked triple threat matches.
I don't like the WWE one. I like the
No, it's always someone gets thrown out and they're like, "Oh, I'm dead," and the other two guys fight. Then another guy's dead, and then the other two fight. I mean, like playing dead, not dead as in Benoit's actual family.
I loved it at the time because Benoit was my favorite wrestler, but he had to ruin it by killing his family.
Yeah, he had a big triple threat match for the ages.
Yeah,
at his house.
My God,
where is that?
He's wrestling with the devil. No, but at the 20, before that they were pointing at the sign too. So that's what that reminded me of when Nature did it. WrestleMania 20 when they were pointing.
Yeah.
Beforehand.
I wish it would have showed up better, but oh well.
I liked the idea. I just didn't know what I thought it was an old WCW set when they had that one in the dying days.
No, that
really
was
weird.
That's the greatest WrestleMania set because that's the one dumbass Styles busted himself open on. It was the corner of the star.
Oh, really?
Remember last WrestleMania he came out and went, oh, he was bleeding before he even got out because he hit his
Oh
head.
yeah,
I love it.
That was phenomenal.
You think if I bought the WrestleMania sign, do you think it would fit in my room? And then I could point to it?
Have you become Carol?
Well, I just go down to the pawn shop and buy the WrestleMania sign.
You have an uncle that would sell it to you?
Hey, Jack, I've got the big blue cage here. I bought it at the pawn shop.
It would just fill up the whole house.
It just fell off.
It's just big piles of blue bars. That'd be awesome.
Just put it on the whole outside of your house.
You should just get a piece of it.
Hilarious.
You could probably recreate it. You know how to use your hands, and then just have it behind you and just say it's the blue cage. And everyone forget this segment here.
Yeah, don't. I thought about it before, but I thought about getting some maybe some PVC piping or something.
If you sanded it down.
Yeah. Try to make it look like it.
Yeah, and just paint it blue. And you just need enough to fill a space behind you. You don't need to make the whole ring size.
That's how they do it in the movies.
Exactly. And I'm a fucking movie producer, bitch.
I didn't know you're taking me to Hollywood, Jack.
Hollywood. But intro, you coming to Atlanta? That's really outside of Atlanta in March.
March? I don't know. That's a pretty far trek. It's a pretty far trek.
You know who's driving there? Jason Minton. I think he's even further away.
No, he's closer, I think.
Whatever.
What?
Tell him to stop and pick you up.
He'd have to come back to pick me up, I think.
Well, you drive. You could just drive over to Minton's, and then he'll drive you all the way here. Well, not here, to Atlanta, and then he could drive you back. You get your car there, and then you can drive back home to the WV. I'm just volunteering him to do this. I just assume he'll do it and has the room.
I'll just be an asshole the whole way.
I think he's traveling with 2 other people too. So.
Oh, really? Oh, well, no.
Jason's in the movie, ain't you?
They eat toes, those guys.
No, we don't eat them. He just sucks on them.
Well, yeah, that's a little weird. It's a little weird. Even Goosey winched on that one.
I think anything that grown consenting adults do, that's totally cool. Whatever they want, whatever they're into, sucking the toes.
Can that give you spinal meningitis, sucking toes, like eating ass? Like
yeah, maybe.
I think if it's clean, I don't
if
think
Argo 13 forget anything. I mean, he needs to.
No, I just remember certain shit that I thought was really funny.
Hey, 2 men want to jack off on a Keebler cracker.
All right, I'll admit it. I didn't know what meningitis was at the time. I was thinking of something.
When Intro watches Pet Cemeteries, like, I can't believe the sister there up in the room. She was eating ass. That's how she got there. That's Athena in the movie Pet Cemetery. And
Xena, Zelda, wasn't it?
Zelda. Whatever.
Yeah,
Legend
get
of
your
Zelda.
movies right, bitch.
I was gonna make the Legend of Zelda 8-bit and have it her, but then I thought they probably wouldn't let me sell it or anything. The actual Zelda people.
I'll but have that to Nintendo America with the quickness.
That'd be pretty sweet, wouldn't it?
Get to the cease and desist.
He'd write it out pretty quickly.
Yeah, they blocked my They blocked one of my things that had nothing to do with them. I thought it was very strange, but whatever. It's not worth trying to fight Nintendo. Actually, it wasn't even Nintendo. I think it was Atari or something. It was whoever owns Donkey Kong.
Nintendo.
Oh, that's Nintendo.
Yeah, and it was the Greasy Kong.
Yeah.
I guess just using the word Kong, like they can't own Kong.
Well, they got King Kong, and then they
that's
started
what I'm
Donkey
saying.
Kong.
It was pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
Who's
It was
that guy
like in
y'all-
a 8-bit kind of style though too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see how they could stop it though, because I mean, it's not like you even used the girders from Donkey Kong.
All of it was when I first put up the wrestling ones. They took them down and they said, like, I had to prove that I created them, so I had to send in the PSDs, the PSD files, and eventually then they let them go through.
Yeah,
I just thought I just stole them, but there's no games that look anything like those ones. So I don't know. Anyway, whatever. They also stopped me from selling Midnight Express shirts years ago when Jim Cornette gave me the permission, and I will speak highly of Jim Cornette here because he gave me permission to do those. And but then he just told me, he's like, it's not worth fighting. It's probably best just to take, because it was WWE said they owned it, and they don't actually own any rights to the Midnight Express. But there's no use fighting it. If I was making a fortune off them, I guess. Now, if you make like $10. Let's see what's on your mind, Lexa.
I've been sick as a dog for the last 4 days.
How sick are dogs?
I'm getting better though. Drinking some tea here.
Very good. You got the COVID?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
I walked on Friday and it was like about bone chilling temperatures, scale 4 squints. Wind chills, and I told my boss, "Hey, could you drop me off?" He said, "No, I had to do other things here. Then I had to like pick up somebody else, and I had to do other projects, and you had to work home." So I had to walk home.
What an asshole!
But he did pick me up in the morning though. So then we went to Home Depot. So. So that was the only exciting part of the job is
going to Home Depot.
Going to Home Depot.
That is an exciting time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, work does suck, so I'd probably be like, yeah, hell yeah, let's go to Home Depot.
Exactly.
Well, I hope you're feeling better. What's like the problem? You got like a cold or flu or?
Saturday, just feeling just like the worst of it. I just had a fever, a cold. I was in bed for half a day. I took a shower, then I recaptured the fever, and then I lie in bed, and just to like, not that I'm interested in anything. I just put on golf.
Golf.
Golf on the CBS network. So
that'll put you to sleep.
It does. It is good for sleeping golf. You taken a COVID test? Do you know if you have the COVID?
I did take the COVID test during the height of it, but that was it. Just 2 COVID shots, and that's enough. 2 and done.
No more.
Nope.
You might have the COVID.
I don't have COVID. Nope.
How do you
You
know?
might have it.
I just know. I'm feeling better right now, a little bit.
All right.
Well,
Well,
stuffy nose and sore throat.
Well,
As far as wrestling is concerned, I hear Dan Lambert gave one of his actual championship belts to Chris Jericho on the Jericho cruise.
I've
Oh,
seen
that's
that.
cool.
I've seen that. It was like the actual belt that he won in WCW for
No,
was it the
yeah.
TV.
Yeah, I wanted to go on the
Yeah.
Jericho cruise, but Intro was like, no.
I think next year IYH is manager.
I tried to get Jack to go. And he's like, oh, I wouldn't want to be there. I'm not interested in that. You're a fucking idiot.
Oh, the thing is, I don't
if I
think
was
you would
on that
enjoy
damn
yourself.
cruise, I'd throw you off the boat, you piece of shit.
I honestly don't think you would enjoy yourself because you don't drink.
I don't like
Yeah.
cruises.
And so like it's besides the wrestling part, like you don't want to be around like a bunch of like drunken guys like trying to party like the. Remember when we used to go to Fan Fest? Like, did you really enjoy like just being around a lot of those wrestling fans?
Party bus is the best. Oh, I like being around the people. Not everybody was drinking at the Fan Fest.
Oh, you don't think Intra would want to go see the famous tag team of Jericho? How was it?
I honestly do think that looked very fun. That was that looked cool to me.
There's other things that you can do on the cruise.
Drink and game. Like it's just a cruise mostly just getting drunk and stuff.
They got other things like
What?
there's
What?
buffet.
Well, boats are just
DDP
small.
Yoga is on the Jericho cruise. DDP Yoga.
Watch Ty Conti do
yoga on a boat.
Yeah, you can jerk
Cruise
off to
boats,
that.
they got all kinds of stuff on cruise boats. to
Ty
do.
Mello take
autographs.
OnlyFans pictures.
I don't
Dude,
think it's anything you'd
podcast.
enjoy.
If you get bad food on a boat and everyone else does, everyone's fucking barfing. And because, like, I don't know, it's just too closed of an environment for me.
Now, I
Sorry.
love all the wrestling fans here, but like, I don't want to just hang out with a bunch of drunken wrestling fans that you can't escape.
90% of the crowd is men too. There aren't many women on that boat.
True.
I don't know. I thought it would have been fun, but
I think the
Jack's not
wrestling
up for
stuff
trying
was
new
fun.
things. He's not up.
No, I don't think a cruise it does not appeal to me, a cruise of any kind. But that doesn't mean you can't go. I do think the wrestling was fun.
Yeah.
Plus, it's a lot of pesos.
Yeah, it was like $1,500 for a single person.
Jack just avoids me. He doesn't want to be around me.
I was just trying to get him to Atlanta, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna make the trip." I was like, "How far away?" It's like a 10-minute drive.
Atlanta's like 6 hours from me. But no, I think it's 8 hours actually. I looked it up the other day.
Yeah, but you're probably trying to take the scenic route.
No, that was the quickest route, I think.
Just do it, bitch. Might be your only shot to see my movie on the big screen.
I wanted to see it, but I got the COVID, and when you're in Columbus, got the COVID.
You did?
I even told you I had the COVID, and you're like, "Yeah, that's news to me. I don't remember that."
Yeah, I don't remember that, honestly.
I really did tell you. I don't know how you done.
You sure you told me, not like Lexar or something?
It's in our private conversation.
Yeah, but I don't pay attention to that. No, I honestly don't remember it. All right. What's on your mind?
You'll probably get over it soon because I had the vaccine. I remember you said that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that. Yeah, I'm vaccinated. Goosey, what's on your mind?
Well, thoughts and prayers to Jerry the King Lawler.
Yeah.
Yeah, found him laying in his garden.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, apparently the whole last update I just saw, was Dutch Mantel tweeted that he's paralyzed on the right side of his body, that he's starting to relearn partial use of his arm, and he's still speech impaired. So getting better, but it's a very slow.
Yeah.
One of my best friend's moms had a stroke like 3 or 4 years ago, and when she had it, it was really bad. But over a year or two, she's like pretty close. So you never know. Hopefully, it comes back.
But mainly, what I want to talk about, the biggest reason why everybody will now start watching Raw. The maximum male models are here.
Boom! Yeah!
Marseille and
Marseille and
Mansoir. With Maxine. Is it Maxine? Is that her name?
Yeah. Can you imagine them trying to make over Brock Lesnar and him just F5ing them into fucking oblivion?
That's very
That'll be
awesome.
fun. That'll be fun to watch. See, that's ratings, Jack.
Yeah.
It is. The maximum male models is ratings.
Yeah.
No, Brock Lesnar F5ing them. That'll bring ratings.
What will?
Brock Lesnar F5 and the maximum male model.
I mean, yeah, but he brings ratings, but
they could knock him
I don't
out.
even care about seeing Brock Lesnar anymore, though, honestly.
He was well, Steven will get into it later, I guess.
He was graphic on Raw, to say the least.
What's on the Golgo's mind? That's the festival interest should drive to. All these movies they'll be playing. 2 of these are mine.
Yeah.
End Zone 2.
What day is it?
And the Once and Future Smash. March 2nd and 3rd.
What's the rating?
See, look, I brought my calendar up.
Yep.
Well, they're not rated because they're not theatrically released. Yeah, they're not. Well, they would probably be R, but they're not rated. Unrated. There is full frontal nudity in the ones.
Oh.
That's what got Lexar is interested in.
I didn't say male or female. All right, what's on your mind? Go 13.
I just think the Bloodline's the best thing going right now. And
yeah, it's kind of hard to argue with that. I mean,
I'll be honest, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together that because I never paid attention to where Elimination Chamber was going to be, being in Montreal. That was a good kind of, because I was figuring how are they going to figure Sammy in
right
to WrestleMania. Now with this, I can see a path to there.
Montreal Screwjob 2, or probably like 42 by now, I guess.
I hope that I honestly didn't think of that, but I hope not.
I hope not too. I hope to never see a reference to that again. That's just makes me groan.
Yeah. But it's to me. Besides that, I mean, there's a few other things in WWE I like. Like, I guess I'm in the minority, but I do like Brock Lesnar and Lashley.
I think most people do like Brock Lesnar. I just have grown kind of tired.
I was tired of Lesnar and Roman because I thought it had been done to death. Even though they've had good matches, it's like, it is what it is. But there's a level. It's a level of who would really kick whose ass. I really couldn't answer that. Lashley because Lashley was undefeated in MMA. He's a little bit older than Brock, but I mean, I guess we'll never know. But it's nice to know, like, if legit, like, that's one guy probably Brock couldn't push around if he wanted to. And as far as Bruce wanting Lashley to give him workout tips, you'd have elevated liver enzymes if you got workout tips from Lashley, and you'd have to basically have his genetics.
Yeah.
He's a genetic freak. That's what he is. Yeah. Apparently, he eats like shit and can still look like that. And he's like,
really?
me.
Yeah, in the interview, he basically said he smiled and he's like genetics. Like,
yeah, he hit the genetic lottery.
He's like genetics.
He knows that. Well, totally.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Man, there's no alleged about it. I mean, come on. But
that was from the opinion of Gogo 13.
Yeah. But,
which does not necessarily reflect the host of the show or the other participants.
Who's Gogo 12, by the way?
What was Gogo 12 like bumped off early?
Who's Gogo 1 through 11?
Well, I think
Secret agents.
It just happened to be that was the legend goes or whatever. That was it was the 13th hill, and however you pronounce that town there in the Middle East, Golgotha. That's where Jesus was crucified.
Oh,
so
really?
Exactly. Yeah.
So what are your
kids? I just thought it was some like spy game.
Well, it is, but that's where that came from.
Would your kid be Gogo 13.5 or Gogo 26?
Or 4? 14, I think.
Yeah, Gogo 14.
Yeah. But yeah, and as far as AEW goes, I think the MJF stuff's interesting. I'm not down with, like I said last week in the chat, enough with the gauntlets.
That's what I was saying. I'm an AEW fan, but there's stuff like they're there for a while. They were stuck on tournaments, and I like the idea of the gauntlet when you do it every once in a while, but you can't do multiple gauntlets and just do them over and over and over again.
Because to me, it's like there's no suspense with it. You're going to get probably a good match, but I don't watch wrestling for good matches. It's like,
well, I agree to that extent, but I do like good matches too. But you want to be in the story, you want to be in the storyline, and like I said last week too. Like if you're going to do these multiple gauntlets, you have to throw some kind of, I don't want to say a swerve, but you have to throw something in there to like they lose one of them or something, and then they got to find a way to still get the match.
And I do not like Iron Man match. It's just, to me, I just think just because it's 60 minutes, that if that's what it's, believe it's going to be an hour.
Yeah, I've always said the same thing on the show.
I don't like time limits. It's just, it bores me to tears.
I don't mind the idea of a time limit, but I don't like when going in it's going to go the time limit.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's going to be 60 minutes. It's like,
because then you really don't pay attention till the end. Now, if they just had a straight up match and it goes 60 minutes, I think that's actually pretty cool. But
I agree.
The only part of this one that I do like the idea that Daniel Bryan would want this, or Bryan Danielson would want this, because he's the real wrestler of the two. So I get that idea. Yeah. But the idea of actually them doing this 60-minute, I think if they just did a straight 60-minute match, I'd be really interested to see how MJF did that. But I generally don't like generally don't like them either.
Yeah.
This one has a little added intrigue just because it's a guy that I wouldn't typically see in a match like that. So I'm curious what they'll do.
Right. I just don't think there's any. I mean, I don't have a problem with Danielson getting the title shot. Somebody's got to get one. Makes sense with the story. He's trying to,
and it's an established guy for MJF to beat. I think that would help.
But I think there's no suspense. I don't see any chance of MJF dropping it. If they do, I think it's a mistake.
I don't think you should either. But I do think that a lot of people probably would think that he might win. I mean, he is one of the, without Punk there. I mean, he's got to be one of the top 3 names in the company.
Yeah. To me, the way to go, besides Hogan, I guess in the 80s, which was a little bit before my time. I mean, I watched some of it, but wasn't following it closely. The way to go is long-time heel champion, not long-time babyface.
I agree.
Because once the babyface gets the title, to me, it gets boring. You got to get that title off them quick.
Yeah, even as a kid growing up, I didn't enjoy the Hogan run as champion. I always wanted the heel to beat him. So, but you want to see the good guy chase the title, and then he finally gets in. That's exciting. But then as they defend it, that's not as exciting as the bad guy, trying to sneak out the victory.
Prime example, Roman Reigns. I would love to, everybody wants to see Sammy beat him for the title.
Yeah.
It's been built up beautifully, but I think it's too early for MJF to drop it. But if it's true about the 2024 thing, which I don't doubt that it is, Tony's got to make a decision. Don't be keeping the title on until it's too late.
I personally I mean, I didn't think it was true about, Cody, and look what happened, but I wouldn't think it would be true. Old school wrestling thinking like you wouldn't bring attention that this guy's going to leave your company and really build a company around him if he's actually has a chance to leave.
I could see Tony being a guy that could get talked into a lot of shit /
yeah, because like I said, the Cody thing and Regal, and then still putting Regal over after he leaves. So who knows?
And Punk, I mean, inadvertently kind of shallow that scrum, kind of interrupting him, saying, hey,
well, I think that's kind of its own kind of thing. That's so.
Like, but I mean, it put Tony in a bad spot,
Yeah, kind of I wouldn't necessarily blame him for that one, though. That's
Tony really wanted one of them muffins he had. He was like, if I be mean to him, I won't get him.
I do like a good muffin. Yeah. I haven't had a muffin for a while.
And the other thing I wanted to bring up real quick is
the Muffin Man.
I still love FTR. I still like them. I mean, I don't care. That doesn't. I mean, Dax is crying about stuff, and now apparently, they're kind of in limbo because apparently their contract's up in April.
Yeah.
So I mean,
and I think he's talking them out of jobs everywhere. Like who?
Yeah, it seems like it because I mean,
he even said now that Triple H was never big on him.
Yeah.
And people always thought they were like Triple H's boys.
Where does he plan to work after
GCW
this?
Maybe.
Jeez. I would think I would want to be on like television,
Yeah.
They're on. That's an example to me of people I really liked better before I started hearing them talk so. Well, really, the one guy talks so much.
If you want like how to fuck up your career, like just look at his career.
And I get the idea of someone, you should be honest, and if someone fucked you over, you talk about it. But when everyone like you've ever been around is like kind of you say fucked you over or like hurt your feet, I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's all.
That's a little extreme because I mean he's like praised plenty of guys like he loves Bret Hart, and let's face it, I can.
Yeah, but when was he ever around? How would have Bret Hart like screwed them over? When would they? Bret Hart never had power in any company that they worked in.
Right.
He was just like a legend who appeared.
Okay, better example, Punk.
Yeah, he's the guy, one of the few people that
I can believe 100%, even though he's born again. Nothing against that and all that. I'm a Christian myself, at least I try to be. But I can see HBK being a smart ass, especially around his friends. Yeah, cool guy.
That is one that I see completely differently now, though.
Right.
At the time when he first said that, I thought, man, those kind of it seemed like they were dicks, but. Now that I look back and he's saying he really takes everything very personally. Okay. And I think really they were just playing around with them. We've had Hall, we actually had all those guys on the show and besides Triple H, but that's just their personality. And that's a lot of people's personalities where you bust each other's balls.
Well, Hall takes it to a very extreme level. He can, but let's put him aside. It's obvious Dax is obviously just a sensitive person, and there's nothing wrong with that. But my problem is you're in wrestling.
Yeah.
You don't need to be showing that to me because that kind of one takes me out of it. And two, you act like, you do also on, I'm not on Twitter, but I know he tries to act like Mr. Twitter tough guy.
As someone who has someone who has a history as being a troll, people might not know this about me, but Golgo probably does. I used to be a troll inch. I don't know.
Go to trolls.
This. If you know what you're saying about someone bothers them, that you don't back away, you go after more. So if you're messing around with somebody and it's bothering them, if you have like trollish tendencies, you're just going to do it more. You're not going to do it less.
I mean, getting live, HBK being a dick. I was a little surprised because that's the first story I've heard of him being a dick in a long time. Because apparently he's changed.
I think joking around people isn't necessarily being a dick either. But
the Colt Cabana thing put it over the top, because I have a Southern accent. Not as bad, not as pronounced as Dax's, but it's like, I can understand you not doing anything to HBK. That's a veteran. You got to be respectful, yada, yada, yada. But fucking Colt Cabana, if it really bothered you, which it really shouldn't have, but if it really did, say something about it.
That one I just really kind of rolled my eyes about, honestly.
You bitch about it on Twitter. That's what kind of like made me like, oh, come on, man. What's called?
I think it just showed. And as much as I love Miro, He seems like he's kind of him and his wife, I think, have been a detriment to his career. I mean, it seems like because first he said they didn't have anything for him, but then he said they did, and he just didn't want to do it. And I don't know. I just think like I love the guy, but I'm starting to see why he's never been used to his potential in either company.
He thinks he's better than he actually is.
I know. I think he is really good, but you can't like never lose or do anything.
Yeah.
Gotta stop being a pain in the ass.
Right.
Just try to get along.
I could have seen if he said I want to do this bullshit, but I think a lot of that was his idea, wearing the goofy clothes and the best man stuff. That was the shits,
Yeah.
but
That was
apparently he either liked that or that was his own stuff. I don't know.
Who the hell is Lexar showing us? What the hell is that?
That's Bad Bunny.
Oh, okay.
God.
Bad Bunny.
At a
Who,
basketball
by
game.
the way, he's an official WWE 2K23 video game.
Who gives a flying fuck?
That's great. Oh boy. Go 13. I'm
That's
sorry.
interesting
I'm
because he
sorry.
likes Bad Bunny.
I had to ask just because he kept showing him, and I was like, "Who the hell is that?"
Now Geraldine really likes a guy, and that's fine. She's a female. She thinks he's hot. She's from his home country. Okay, I'll give that a pass. But what the hell, Lexar? What the hell? Why do you like Bad Bunny?
I'm not a fan
You
of
got a
Bad Bunny.
penis and balls. You like the women.
I just want to show him to show Incher and probably Johnson Jackson if he shows up that he's in a WWE 2K23 video game.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry to attack you.
Well, and Lexar can actually understand his song. I can't understand his song.
John Cena's on the cover.
You couldn't understand that Booker T song?
It's something about Booker T. I understood that part when he says Booker T. And Booker just stands there doing this.
I'm gonna do the OIB song, and you should just stand there.
Yeah, I like this song. You'd probably be rapping about the most horrible thing.
Yeah, try not to look offended.
Yeah,
That would be the whole thing.
it's like this doesn't bother me.
OIB licking my butt crack. OIB sucking my nutsack.
What?
See, that'd be a good tune. I'll have to work on that one.
Now that's a song.
Yeah, now Lexer's like, I'm rethinking this Bad Bunny thing. I'm thinking the bad Jackie.
Jackass Bad Bunny. Jackass Bad Bunny.
All right.
Technically,
I'll be honest, I think I did hear a Bad Bunny song, and it wasn't really that bad, honestly. Pretty good.
Oh, he's winning Jack over.
No, actually, it was The Weeknd. It was The Weeknd. Well, I had never heard of him, but he was pretty good, I thought. Where the hell's Jonathan Jackson?
No.
He's a big Bad Bunny mark. But we have Steven from Boots. Booty Buddha! What's on your mind? And then we'll get to the Raw report.
Speaking of booty. Okay. So yes, we had I think Jerry Lawler is doing better. Yeah, I mean, I remember watching Lanny Poffo back in the 70s. He used to a really young Lanny Poffo on Maple Leaf Wrestling. He was just probably just a kid, teenager. Yeah, he was really young at the time. So what was your favorite incarnation of Lanny Poffo? Did you prefer the frisbee throwing poet laureate, or did you prefer the genius?
I like the genius, definitely.
Yeah, genius is good.
I loved his like scroll. It was like metal. That was convenient. And the whole Hogan match where he was going against Hogan, and I heard he got like super jacked on steroids before, and he looked huge. I love that match because he looked huge.
Goosey, are you going to get on the gas for your next match?
Hell yeah! You get like, fuck you, Joey Janelle. Look at this, bitch.
Look at this.
Motherfucker.
Fucking clothesline you out of your boots, you little bitch.
Joey Janelle, I'm gonna fuck you up, boy.
The bigger I get, the tinier my balls get. Yeah.
Who needs ball? You don't care about big balls is overrated. As long as the dong is okay. That's what I'm saying.
That's what Jack said when I was giving it to him.
It's like, man, I wish you had a bigger dick. Little tiny weenie.
Not about the size.
The balls just get in the way. You like sit on them and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just my opinion. I don't know. What do you think about big balls, Lexar? Are you pro or con?
I think I have to agree what you said, Roger.
There you go. There you
go better.
All right. Raw report.
Women cannot stand larger dogs. They like stand medium and small ones.
Steven's still sharing his thoughts, I think. Sharing his thoughts.
Raw report. Raw report. Raw report.
All right, raw report.
Well, I don't know. Intro, did you want to weigh in on big testicles? On scrotum size?
We've talked about this, like,
but the thing is that you always have to think. Not everyone here. It's like we want to fall in the trap of AEW where they bring in, Japanese McGee, and he comes out there, watch your language, and they just assume everyone watching, like, oh, I've seen this guy. That's Hoko Nakamata. He's a fucking legend.
I do want to say
so. You got to think. Not everyone here listening in your head knows everything we know and think about ball sacks.
I do want to say that Takeshita.
I do like him. I'm a big fan.
Well, he said like Ric Flair was blasting him, saying his chops look so weak, and but his retort was, he said, "Well, I'll be willing to learn if he would show me."
It was a very classy reply.
I thought so too, but the thing is Ric Flair going to be like, take time to go out and show him how to do it?
Well, the thing about Ric Flair is he's not a classy guy for the most part.
Yeah,
and I grew up loving Flair. Don't get me wrong, but
he just blasted him, and he's not even gonna. He won't even.
No, I really don't. He probably will never even bring him up again.
So yeah, but that I thought it was a very nice reply that he was willing to learn if you would show him.
I agree, because he didn't look like a bitch. He wasn't like sucking up to Flair. It was a classy reply, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
So. All right, Steven Bootslars.
Hello, Steven.
Hello. Okay, let's get to this Raw report from Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, I've watched Raw as well, Steven. So I'll be checking your work tonight. Okay.
Okay, comes out Edge and Beth Phoenix come out, and I'll give Beth credit. She looks a lot better than she did at the Royal Rumble.
I don't know. I'd give Beth Phoenix. I mean, she was big, but it's like she just sucks all the charisma out of Edge. He's just like, I remember liking Edge at one time, but I can't stand him anymore. What happened?
No, he's pretty much the same.
His charisma stored in his semen?
I think so. Like, he used to be entertaining. He's not entertaining.
Yeah, I agree.
Anymore.
I'm not a big fan anymore either. And I used to really like Edge.
I've
never liked Beth Phoenix, and this is a person that this is one that it's like recreating history, rewriting history. They act like she's this all-time legend, and I saw her whole run. What was it, like 2 years, and like never anything I could care less about. Like
she's never been good, like never.
Negative charisma,
like slightly better than like the women at the time. Like, yeah, she's better than like. I don't know who the hell was around then, like one of the Bellas or something. Like, who cares?
I think like the
Bellas had a better career than her, to be honest.
The only moment I remember is when she kissed Santino at the Royal Rumble, and that was it. That was it.
Fuck Beth.
Everything else I've forgotten.
Then she comes out with this hair like she's from fucking Thunderdome or something.
Yeah.
Like she's in like a 80s hair band.
I don't know what the hell's up with that hair.
I wouldn't mind her so much if she just didn't speak. When she speaks, I just
I
need
wouldn't
a
mind her so
nice
much if
Canadian.
she just didn't exist.
Well, I didn't want to go that far.
I wouldn't mind her if she just wasn't on my television.
Right, there you go. Yeah, she can still exist in reality, in other people's reality, but she doesn't need to be right. I don't need to see her. But besides that, she's cool.
Like if she would be good as a telemarketer or something, I think.
She'd just be good as stay-at-home mom.
Just calls you up and you're like, oh fuck, I want to get away from this telemarketer right now. I mean, she would be really good at that.
She'd be really good as a retired wrestler that never appears.
Yeah, that would be nice.
But living a nice life, playing Parcheesi on the weekends.
Edge is probably like sitting there with her, and he's like, "God damn, she's annoying."
He was a guy though.
I remember when I had charisma before she.
Well, he was a womanizer. He was with all these, but there must be something about Beth Phoenix. He's
what
like,
fucking world is he the womanizer though? It's like he's like this Muppet looking dude. He's just like,
well, I mean,
he's a weird looking.
You can
dude.
say whatever you want, but I assume like the women think otherwise.
I think he's weird, strange.
I read that Edge tried to touch Beth Phoenix during her entrance, and Beth told him to stop.
You didn't watch Lexar. You didn't watch. You reading that? You didn't see him trying to pinch her ass, and he was going. I was like, ah.
Then she probably pegged him in the back. What the fuck you doing? What a bitch. Edge here. He's a bitch. All right. Raw report.
So Edge comes out.
1 minute in.
He's full of
maybe
excitement.
That's what happened to him. She pegged him and took away all his confidence at their wedding night. Just like he was like, oh, it's like I didn't know it was gonna be like this.
Who gives a fuck? Stellar Stevens I like that she used to team with Natalia. Who cares?
She sucks.
All right, Raw report.
Yeah, sorry, Steve.
So Edge comes out. I'm still on the very opening.
Sorry.
Yeah, get with it, Steven. What the hell are you doing?
Quit holding us up here.
I'm sorry, Steven. Go on.
So Edge and Beth Phoenix come out, and they come to the ring, and Edge is talking about. Well, first they show the video of the I Quit match yet again, and then Edge says, he's kind of he has to take the blame for the Judgment Day, because it was his idea. He's to form the Judgment Day to elevate talent, and he's I guess he succeeded because he then puts over Finn Balor, Damian Priest, Rhea Ripley. Owen Dom's there.
Yeah, that's just a dumb promo though. Why would you put these guys over if they beat your wife with a chair?
That was a bit odd, yeah. That he comes out and they basically smash a chair over his wife's head, and he's coming back and putting them over. He should be furious at all three of these guys.
Stupid.
And so Q as soon as Beth Phoenix starts to talk, cue the Judgment Day, and they come out to the ring, and they verbally go back and forth between these two factions, and it looks like Rhea Ripley is not with them. I think it was Dominic, or was it Finn Balor said something about how she's not there tonight. She's going to be promoting WrestleMania or something. So it looks like the three men are going to attack Edge and Beth Phoenix, and they circle the ring. Slowly are going to get into the ring. When we hear music, and it's the Street Profits, or at least one half of them, Angelo Dawkins comes down to the ring, and he and Edge basically hold off the Judgment Day. And Dominic takes a powder, and you think he's going to get away when Montez Ford comes up behind him, grabs him.
He was doing this crazy scooting gimmick though. He was going just shuffling his feet while he was like coming up behind him. It was weird. That guy's weird a little bit.
And he screamed at Dominic and scared him.
He's a strange man.
Anyway, Dominic, he throws Dominic back into the ring. And
he's not very JYD like.
Dominic cowers before Angelo Dawkins, and then Beth Phoenix basically grabs Dominic, grabs his arms, picks him up, and gives him a glam slam. That was nice.
I liked it when Damian Priest got all flustered because of all the negative charisma. He lost his train of thought.
Yeah.
Where he kept saying, like, money in the bank. He's like, I'm sorry, I'm flustered.
And Finn was trying to help him out. He's like, I know you're flustered.
Stick that cock out of your throat. Say it right. But I mean, Beth Phoenix, she looks like a wrestler, but once she talks, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah,
she's like, settle your tea kettle. That's the only thing I could take seriously from her.
Maybe she just
she's too nice.
Yeah,
you can tell she's a really nice person.
Maybe if she just had a manager like all of this time.
I mean, she makes Bobby Lashley look like Ric Flair on the mic. I mean, it's bad.
Yeah,
and she was like, I'm gonna kick your ass. It's like, oh God. I would like to see her and Dominic have a match though. I actually like Dominic now that he's acting like a bitch, you know. It's a good use of him. Because I used to not care about him at all.
But you know, it's I mean, go ahead, Steven. I'm sorry.
One quick thing I was going to bring up is wasn't the reason Edge left for real is because he wasn't happy with the direction. He thought it was going too supernatural, the Judgment Day, because Vince wanted to take it that way. Because otherwise, it never made sense to me why he left so quick after founding.
There was something about that. I think that he
didn't like the direction, but I never saw any supernatural stuff from them. I don't. Remember.
They never did really go with that. I think he wanted out of the Judgment Day because he didn't want him to go like the supernatural.
And then Vince lost power or whatever.
Well, I don't know if it was when he lost power. I mean, I think it was like a little bit before it.
Correct, but I'm saying once he lost power, it wouldn't matter anything because I'm guessing Triple H wouldn't have gone the supernatural route.
But now Vince is creeping that hand up and he's dipping it into that creative pie and he's swirling his finger around. They might go to the supernatural.
But yeah, he needs to dump Beth. It's not good for him.
Yeah, it's a dumb idea.
So we get an Elimination Chamber qualifying match. Damian Priest taking in Angelo Dawkins, two big guys just going at it. Although these two big guys really had a nice match. And it was Damian Priest hitting that South of Heaven. Was it called South of Heaven move?
Maybe. Yeah. Sounds right to me.
And he eventually pinned. So Damian Priest will be in the Elimination Chamber match representing the Judgment Day. Good move.
Dawkins even did like a flip off the top rope. That was pretty crazy seeing him do that one. It's like was it a frog splash? I think it was kind of like a flip, wasn't it? Like Dawkins, like you didn't expect him to do that, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it was a move that you didn't expect him to do from the top rope.
So they said that they showed video of Austin Theory driving up to the arena in a Lamborghini. And they recapped what happened on SmackDown. There was a brief congratulations to Bad Bunny at the Grammy Awards.
Bad Bunny, Lexar.
And yes, and then we'll get to what you were saying earlier. So Adam Pearce welcomes Maximum Male Models to WWE Monday Night Raw, and if you thought that Mansoor and Massey were just jobbing out to everybody on SmackDown, the same thing's going to happen on Raw. You're going to see them taking on like Judgment Day, or they're going to be taking on Alpha Academy and the Street Profits, and they're going to be losing.
Yeah, I don't know if Vince is, in fact, dipping his fingers into the creative pie. He may just start putting over Maximum Male models. Just like that, Lexter. Yeah, he's doing that kind of number. Yeah.
And then you'll see Max Dupree. Again.
Yeah, he'll put him back in the group whether he likes it or not.
No, I think. No, I think if they are going to use him, I want to see Maxine turn Otis into a Maximum Male model.
Yeah, they were like considering that, weren't they?
Oh yeah. So as soon as
gonna beat Inch's ass, gonna bash in his brains.
Hey Jack, your mic's on.
Oh, whoa, sorry.
Why is he interrupting the Raw report with this?
Sorry about that.
With his delusions.
I was just getting back. I made a cup of tea. I'm sorry. And I'm just singing a little ditty to myself I was working on.
Daydreaming it.
All right. I'm sorry. Raw report.
So Chelsea Green is upset with Adam Pearce because Adam Pearce got her Belgian chocolate instead of Swiss chocolate.
That fucking asshole.
Fucking Adam Pearce. He ought to know his chocolates.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. She's not happy that she's not in the elimination.
Who the hell's Big Bad Bob?
that's Goosey.
Oh.
That was his wrestling name.
Okay. Bob. I'm sorry. I was just checking if I missed anyone zooming in.
Joey Janela was probably just jealous that he stole a good name from him. Big Bad Bob. He was probably thinking about using it.
Could be.
Yeah.
Isn't that what Big Cass is now in AEW?
What is Big Cass?
Big Bill.
Big Bill, yeah.
Big Bill. Nah. I'm sorry.
So Chelsea Green, I mean, I don't understand this. I need to speak to your manager, the line that she keeps repeating over and over again.
Yeah.
She made a reference to her family is in town, and I think the internet blew up that Matt Cardona was going to be on Raw, but he never showed up.
No.
Yeah. So
that's that Cody connection. He's getting him in there to WWE.
Yeah, maybe we'll see QT Marshall. Yeah.
You see, if QT Marshall did go to WWE, I wouldn't be so mad. It's just that.
Well, he's like a behind the scenes dude who's working. He's like Tony Khan's right hand man.
Is he? But it's just like I wouldn't care if he went to WWE because he's not.
I would. I'd be heartbroken if my boy QT Marshall would leave.
Would you actually start watching WWE if he left?
No.
Came to WWE?
No.
What does QT actually stand for? I don't even know.
The cutie.
I always just imagine standing for Quiet Tattler. He's always calling the melts. I'm going to tell you about CM Punk.
He's just the big old stooge.
He's a punk.
Damn. What does CM stand for, actually?
Yeah, he never did reveal, I don't think.
I thought it was Chick Magnet.
Yeah, Chick Magnet.
Really? Hot damn. I'm going to start calling myself CM Jones. Yeah.
Cock Magnet.
Boom. Yeah.
What about Seth Rollins saying he wants him to stay away? He doesn't get along with Phil.
Fuck Seth Rollins. He's fucking.
Well, you can't really take that seriously. He could have just been bullshit.
Yeah, I kind of think he was. I mean, because if you actually look at the history of Seth Rollins, he's in the main show because of Punk. Punk brought them up as part as his group, and him and Moxley were the two guys he handpicked.
But he's pretty close with Owens, and Owens doesn't like CM Punk.
Well, Owens is French Canadian. He doesn't like many people, does he?
True.
Owens just hates anybody who's not French Canadian. Is that what you're saying? Is that how it goes, Steven? Steven, you don't hate us, do you?
Well, he's not French Canadian.
But I'm not French Canadian.
Oh.
Parlez-vous français? Oh, oui, oui.
But Chelsea, she's actually a Canadian chick that's got charisma.
She's from British Columbia.
Yeah, I've
Why
liked
is
her
she?
since the
She's
TNA.
just like a big joke.
Well, I think Chelsea is a star. She has the charisma to be a star, but I think she's going to have to wait until after Mania.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you have to be treated like a total J-Bron.
Actually, that's WWE's way of treating them, unfortunately.
She peaked when she
Let's
got
get
into
back
the
to the
hot
Raw
tub with
report, shall
Zizi.
we? Let's get back to the Raw report.
Look at Lexar. He's just like floating in the arena there. All right, go to the Raw report.
Baron Corbin versus Dexter Loomis. Corey Graves is still freaking out over Dexter Loomis stabbing JBL's hat from last week. But Dexter Loomis uses this strange looking choke slam, arm lock, choke slam move, whatever, on Baron Corbin and gets the win.
Oh, the look on JBL's face whenever Baron Corbin lost. He was just staring at him like, this piece of shit.
Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Yeah.
I just had to put over the look on his face because he just was like staring at Baron like, what the fuck?
Staring at the Baron. Maybe that'll be his new gimmick because he gets reinvented all the time. The next one will be Staring Baron.
I think it's going to go back to the hard times Baron Corbin.
All joking aside, how many shots does this guy get?
I don't know, but Vince is there dipping his hand.
That's my boy, Vinnie Mac. VKM.
But he's so big on Baron Corbin. You know he's going to like have him mixed up in the show. Come on, Jack. You know you can't like him. He likes Baron Corbin.
Gotta put the gotta rocket to get fly this guy to the moon. Put a rocket on his ass.
What?
Baron Corbin.
Oh
Future
my
world
God!
champ.
Just get this fucker off the show. There's something wrong with him.
Raw report.
So Byron Saxton is interviewing Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch talks about Orlando, Florida. 10 years ago, she met Bailey.
I like the Orlando, Florida.
And so, but she says that Bailey went too far when she talked about family in last week, and they're hyping up the steel cage match that's finally gonna happen. That was delayed. Yeah. So next up, we get Brock Lesnar comes out, Cowboy Brock in his $5 shirt. And in his $5 shirt is a contract, and he wants Bobby Lashley to sign this contract. So Bobby Lashley comes out, and he's now Bobby Lashley. You'll notice when Bobby Lashley is in the ring with Brock Lesnar, he's like this big time heel, and yet he also has a feud with Austin Theory. And like he does go in there and he tries to beat up Austin Theory, and then the crowd's cheering him. So 1 week he's a baby face, the next week he's a heel. Well, this week Bobby was a heel because the crowd was behind Brock Lesnar. And so Bobby gets in the ring, and he goes over their history, how he's beaten up Brock Lesnar. Even when Brock wins, he's been beaten up. And he threw Brock over the top rope at the Royal Rumble. So he said that he was going to get his manager.
Does have a sword?
It's just that part of the thing.
Oh, I was like, I thought he was going to commit Harry Carey here on the show. Man.
Let's move on, shall we? So Bobby Lashley says he's going to get his agent, his manager, I don't know, his tax accountant anyway, to go over this contract. And he was going to leave. He comes back and gets into Brock's face, says a few more things, and then Brock just picks him up and gives him an F5. And Brock was going to leave. And then this is where the crowd was saying one more time. So Brock obliges, goes back, picks up Bobby, F5s him a second time, and then just leaves the ring.
Yeah.
So next we get another backstage segment with Dexter Loomis presenting a picture of the Gargano family to Candice LeRae. And Candice noticed, what's this in the background? It's a picture of Nikki Cross. I don't know what this new thing is with Nikki Cross hiding in the background of backstage segments.
I've never really understood the appeal to Nikki Cross.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't get it either.
Is she?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't hate her. I just never seen anything interesting about her. I just thought she's very like a phony crazy.
Just admit it.
Seems very forced.
Admit it, Jack. You hate her.
I do kind of hate her. I think she's just very annoying.
I knew it.
My heart pumps with hate.
You know what? I think I hate her too. Fuck.
Yeah, I've seen her for years now, and I've just never understood like why anyone thinks anything of her.
Anybody on this panel a Nikki Cross fan?
Well, I like her as better as that superhero gimmick.
Oh my god!
No. I think that was terrible.
Yeah,
Hashtag ban.
No, I don't think the current character or the former character is much better, but that was really bad. The superhero one.
Almost a superhero.
Yeah, that was the shits.
That was
it was like the rubbish copy of Hurricane and Mighty Molly.
That's what's great in like gold and blue spandex, though. Mm-hmm.
Okay. You just love gold and blue?
Gold and blue spandex.
We need to
I say she sucks.
We need to make a Lexar VR game where he just Lexars the wrestlers. Like
I should do a little 8-bit animation of Lexar just rubbing his penis on.
No, you should like animate me getting a lap dance from a stripper. That's what counts.
I think it'd be better you just like Lexar and like a fan who's just standing at ringside and you just walk up and start going burp, 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 and it's like 8-bit, so it's a little funny. It's just like going beep 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 beep. It'll be funny when I'm finished, trust
me. Yeah.
I already envisioned it in my head, so I know what it's gonna look like.
You should make tentacles come out of a vagina or something.
Whoa!
You can.
Now we're like Japanese.
It's a fantasy world.
Yeah,
I've
never really understood that. Why people are into that either.
Violence Jack yet, Jack?
What?
Have you watched Violence?
I haven't. I actually have it right here. I'll watch it before next week.
You got it.
Bruce Briscoe wants to know if Travis has ever won an MMA fight.
I was 30-11 when I retired.
Oh yeah, so you'd beat this fucker's ass.
You'd
beat this bitch, Bruce Briscoe's ass.
That was about 13 years ago, but yeah, I used to do all right.
Hey, who the hell's this Bruce Briscoe ever beat besides his own dick?
My weight class was 265 and over. I was 2-time super heavyweight MMA champion in my division.
Hell yeah! See, Travis gonna beat some ass. Ha!
That's a long time
muscle. He's gonna be our bodyguard at HeadyCon.
I've mellowed out now. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, but you'd be beating all these losers' ass. Nothing against anyone else here. Except for Incher, he's a badass. In his own mind.
Check out my nifty t-shirt. You guys like this?
I do like it.
That is pretty sweet.
Andre the Giant.
What did he get arrested for?
Renewable France.
So this was an hour from where I live in Iowa. This was in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. In '89, I was there. He got arrested for roughing up a cameraman. who put a camera in his face, and he told him repeatedly, "Don't put a camera in my face." And this is what happened.
Don't put a camera on my face. Get the full camera.
I wonder if it's in the Rocky James Olmos movie. Rocky, what's his name? Rocky James Hollywood. Heart of the Giant. Headyverse classic.
Andre was a freak of nature.
My name is
I'm a big Andre fan myself. All right, we'll get back to the report. He's giving us the evil eye, Steve. He's gonna kill us all.
Okay, we got one of the more entertaining matches, actually. The Fatal 4-Way qualifying match for the Elimination Chamber. Carmella versus Candice versus Mia Yim versus Piper Niven.
Don't you mean Michin?
Michin. Well, yes, they call her both of that. Michin, Mia Yim.
God, just get rid of that name. Yeah, they stopped calling Dewdrop Piper. They stopped calling Piper Niven or Dewdrop or whatever. So.
Yeah.
Get rid of the other bad name.
She had some great big moves at one point. She did this splash on all three of the women and took them all out all at once. Nice power moves from her. Candice LeRae.
I want to see a Piper Niven Goosey tag team. Intergender tag team. All right. Raw report, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So Carmella got the requisite moonwalk in. Corey Graves.
I am a Carmella fan, actually. I think she was one who really improved over the years and has become a good wrestler and a good character.
Well,
you need to stop the fucking moonwalk. That's enough of it.
No, I say I am pro moonwalk.
You didn't see the one that she did on Raw. It was bad.
I love it.
But it was just like she does it with like rubber soles on and it doesn't work. It's like just stop the moonwalk.
She's doing it after in honor of her idol, the greatest spy in the wrestling business, Michael P.S. Hayes.
Yeah. And one more thing, raise your hand if you've ever moonwalked.
Hell yeah. I'm
right.
people when I type out going for a walk, I do the whole 6 miles doing the moonwalk.
So, and speaking of Carmella, she wins this. I think like Piper Niven did all the work and Carmella just kind of like snuck up behind her, got rid of her, and pinned Candice LeRae. Candice took the pin.
It up.
Carmella will be in the Elimination Chamber with Raquel, Asuka, Liv Morgan, Nikki Cross, Natty Neidhart. So next up, Incher.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, JBL finally had enough of Baron Corbin.
You had enough, Jack. He said, "The hell with you, Baron Corbin."
Did he stick a broom up his ass?
Well, I should have. So JBL,
man, what do you think Dax would have done around JBL? It's like, this boy made fun of my accent, and then he's holy fuck, this guy's raping me with a broom.
That's cause it's funny.
I think I'd rather have Colt Cabana and make fun of my accent.
Broomstick up your ass. Oh, that's the best thing ever.
At least he didn't make fun of my accent.
Listen to him
He's a
scream
good
with
Southern
that
boy
funny accent. That's good stuff. Ooh.
Lex,
I already got my goose step out of this shower for old time's sake.
All right, Raw report. Enough of this foolishness, intro. Why are you always interrupting the meeting?
I don't know. I just felt the need, man.
Damn it, intro.
I don't know where this chain came from. It's kind of cool.
So JBL says something about how Corbin should be wearing like some big shoes and a rubber nose because he's a clown.
Mm-hmm.
And he says you can't polish a turd.
Hell yeah.
He said he can't polish
My shirt's in the other room
because he's tried.
Have you ever tried to polish a turd, Insure?
No.
Lexar, you ever try to polish a piece of shit? All right, that's one. All right, Raw report.
So So next up, we get a tag team match. Well, we get a backstage segment with the girls again. Piper Niven tries to intimidate Candice LeRae, but Mia Yim sticks up for her. Next up, the Alpha Academy take on the reunited Hurt Business of Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin.
How many times have they been put back together?
It's probably the fourth time.
But this time they had MVP in their corner.
That's good. I like them together. I don't know why they ever split it up originally.
And they had a great tag team match.
As soon as Vince comes back and gets his hand in that,
I remember when I was
right
still watching the Raw for a little while, and I don't know, I think it was after I quit watching, but I would see him on the pay-per-views, and I remember distinctively thinking like the stuff with Roman was really good as soon as it started, and the stuff with the Hurt Business, and then if they would have kept that up, maybe you would have these two great, factions that you could maybe do some with, but they split those guys up so often. I don't know why.
Because Vince hates success.
I mean, I can't question the genius of Vince McMahon, so maybe he just knew, more about the behind the scenes stuff than I know.
Are you trolling me right now?
What
you doing? Is that what he's doing?
The only mind greater than Vince is Michael Hayes, and that is why Michael Hayes was his right-hand man, because he knew. Get that enter, boom. All right, Raw report.
One of the highlights,
lollygag and nonsense.
One of the highlights of this was Shelton Benjamin hitting a Samoan drop on Otis.
He's not even Samoan.
He's not even Samoan, but he hit a Samoan drop on Otis. What's his name? Cedric
Cultural
Alexander.
Appropriation at its finest.
Cedric Alexander hits the lumbar check on Chad Gable and gets the win, and they celebrate with MVP after the match. And Cedric was really happy that he finally got a win. And you could see.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I like Cedric.
No, you don't. He turned down your idea.
That doesn't mean I gave him a money idea. I said, Cedric, this was when we were at the NWA Fan Fest, and he was, wrestling on the indies. And I told the man he should start calling himself Cedric the Sports Entertainer, and that would get like tremendous heat, because wrestling, like, you motherfucker. This is before everyone was doing, bringing up sports entertainment like Jericho and stuff. This was like 15 years ago. So if he would have listened to me, he'd be big time right now in like Pro Wrestling Guerrilla instead of wrestling on Raw.
When you walked away, Jack, I overheard him say, "That's only the 100th time I've heard that damn thing."
No one thought of this at the time. Everyone who in the business was like, "Oh my God!" I remember Jericho was there, and I saw him. He wrote it down in his notebook, and then years later, what's he doing? He's bringing up, sports entertaining.
No,
I stole this from Jack. But it's all right. I'll let it fly. I'll let it slide. Fucking thief. All right.
Okay.
Days. That's what Dustin Rhodes said when he signed into his boobs.
I've got that shirt still.
Oh, I thought he actually signed your boobs and you got it tattooed.
Wonder what Duckman didn't Duckman win one of the shirts we gave away? Wonder if he still got it. Was it Duckman?
I'll be honest. I did. I recently sold on eBay the Docs Baker shirt that I won. Is that like blasphemy? I don't know.
Jeez. Blasphemous.
All right, I'm sorry. Raw report.
So everyone's favorite backstage announcer and mine, Kathy Kelly, is interviewing The Miz.
Oh, Steven's getting all horny.
The Miz is upset. Miz is upset that he's going to bill Adam Pearce for his $10,000 suit after last week's match against Rick Boogs.
Don't you wonder anytime injured, he can just stand up and everything he ever talks about is just right there behind the computer. Like it seems like it's like you're like a magician and you just have like a hat filled with all these tricks.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's at just reach. He's like, oh yeah, I've got that right here. Here's fucking Duck Hunt.
Judy Martin, Bob Caudle.
Did Cedric, the sports entertainer, sign it?
Is that
I had
Abdullah the
10 minutes
Butcher?
to find this T-shirt, and he can just pull out anything behind his computer. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Abdullah the Butcher.
Oh, Bugsy McGraw, I think, right here.
Oh yeah, Bugsy McGraw. It's like King Kong Bundy.
It's King something. Was Bundy at this one?
I don't know.
It might be King Kong Bundy.
I love King Kong Bundy.
Oh yeah,
it's the man.
I love him.
R.I.P.
Fincher kind of looks like Bundy.
With my hat off.
Oh, Bundy.
There's one of my shirts.
Very cool. Very cool. Raw report.
So Miz is going on, and then Adam Pearce comes up behind him, and he basically says Miz was complaining that he wasn't ready. He was in a suit, so if he was ready, he could easily beat Rick Boogs. So Adam Pearce comes up behind him. Okay, next week on Raw, you can face Boogs again. But before Adam Pearce can get away, Chelsea Green returns and says she's going to the ring and she wants an opponent. So the next match is Chelsea Green versus Asuka in that weird look that Asuka has now. And at one point, all of the other participants in the elimination
I'm a big Asuka fan.
They all come down to the ring. Raquel, Natty, Liv Morgan, and
I also recently sold a old 3X Asuka shirt I had. Go on.
Nikki, I think Nikki was there, and Carmella joins them. So they all surround the ring, and Chelsea Green actually does get some offense in on Asuka, but she interrupts wrestling Asuka so that she just basically jaw jacks with all of these women who are standing at ringside. And basically it just leads to Asuka sneaking up behind her and putting this, locking her arms up and basically tying her up. And Chelsea Green basically screams that she quits. And she loses the match by submission to Asuka.
Yeah.
So then, like I said, I think Chelsea Green, if she stays with WWE, she's a star. She could move to the top of the card, but she's just going to be doing jobs for a little while until I think
there's no evidence of this. I think they have no plans for it all. It seems like they just making her into like a big goof, don't they?
But
I saw her Rumble. I mean, they just made her look like an idiot.
5 seconds. In and out in 5 seconds. I don't know, but like I said, I think she's got something there that the other girls, they're old and tired, and you got to get some new blood in there, and I think she's it. But I wish they would do something. Bianca Belair comes out and really a nothing promo about all the women.
I'm not a fan of hers. I will not deny she's athletic and does cool move stuff, but the character to me is very very heelish. She comes out with very cocky, but you're supposed to cheer her. I don't understand it.
Well, I certainly hope that Raquel wins the Elimination Chamber.
I like her
and faces Bianca at Mania, because I think they're going to cheer Bianca. They're going to cheer Raquel. They'll probably make her a heel and they'll have to boo her. But okay, Cody comes out. This was a fantastic segment. This next part, Cody comes out and The fans are still on his side. And so he asked the fans, well, what do you want to talk about? And basically he talks about Sami Zayn and basically says, may the best man win, when he's talking about the Elimination Chamber match between Roman Reigns and Sami Zayn. And when all of a sudden he is interrupted by Paul Heyman, and Paul Heyman comes down to the ring, and he gets into the ring, and Cody starts talking about I think he was said about 2000, when he said that their family was broke, and that they got a phone call from somebody, and it was Paul Heyman asking Dusty Rhodes to go to ECW. And I remember watching some ECW around that time and seeing Dusty Rhodes of all people in ECW. That was a little weird back then.
Mm-hmm. But, it was pretty cool. I remember him wrestling Steve Corino on pay-per-view.
Yeah, I remember seeing that too. I
liked it.
Yeah. So Cody talks about that for a little bit, and I think the fans were
living off his dad.
Yeah. So Paul Heyman can't resist being a heel. He mentions how Cody, he mentions how Dusty at the Performance Center, was training all of these stars. He trained Seth Rollins. I forget all the names that he mentioned. Your father, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. He trained
Kevin Owens, wasn't it?
Kevin Owens, although Kevin Owens was at Ring of Honor before he went to WWE.
Yeah.
That was one glaring thing that I remember when he was mentioning Kevin Owens. It's like, your father, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, trained Kevin Owens. He trained your father, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, trained the tribal chief, Roman Reigns. And then he said, before, your father, Dusty Rhodes, told me that Roman Reigns was the son he always wanted, or something like that.
He said, but he never trained Cody.
Yeah.
One of his last conversations with Dusty Rhodes, he admit to him that Cody was his favorite son, and that if he could only, but if he ever had another son, I think, or something like, if he ever had a son, he wished he would be just like Roman Reigns, or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I can't remember.
He saw Cody's heart break. I was like, yeah.
If you could pick any Headyverse member to be your bouncing baby son, Incher, who would it be?
I'd pick Lex.
Really? All right, Robbie for it.
So we get up another.
What are you ordering, a pizza on the show? I'll have a $5 hot and ready.
Picking up some strange for after the show.
All right, I'm sorry, Stevie.
So
you didn't hear my phone ringing?
Excuse me. I would highly recommend going back and watching this again. This was a great segment between Paul Heyman and Cody Rhodes. Elimination Chamber qualifying match: Montez Ford versus Elias. Montez Ford gets the win, and he's going to go to the men's Elimination Chamber match. Huge frog splash for the win on Elias. So Montez Ford keep in mind, Theory was at ringside.
Elias has been like a total jobber since he's come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, but my boy Vinnie Mac, he's not into him.
Let's go, Vinnie Mac, save wrestling.
I agree. BKM.
No. Not good.
Absolutely. BKM.
No.
Voodoo Kin Mafia.
Yes.
So Austin Theory was providing commentary, and he gets up, holds up the U.S. title in front of Montez Ford. So Bailey, next up, Bailey is the main event of the show. It's a steel cage match, Bailey versus Becky Lynch. This time, the tag team champions are locked out of the cage. They start the match. And this was pretty good. I mean, when you get all the bells and whistles and crap booking out of the way, just two people beating people up, beating each other up in a cage. That's fine. So we had the girls did try to interfere in the match. One of them climbed to the top of the cage to prevent Becky Lynch from getting out. Another one was at the door, but who comes down to the ring to even up the odds? None other than her. Lita returns. Lita comes down.
I'm a big fan of Lita, so I was happy about this.
And she hit a what's that move? Sorry, I got a brain cramp. The twist of fate. Twist of Fate on was it Io Sky? Believe me, these two are interchangeable. She had
I think she pulled Dakota Kai off of the cage, and I believe, or maybe it was Io Sky. I don't know.
They're so interchangeable. But she get a twist of fate on her, and helps Becky Lynch so I think it was Becky Lynch came down.
Becky Lynch
locks the. Oh yes. So it was one of those girls what came down to the ring on crutches.
Dakota Kai.
Dakota Kai.
He was on the crutches because last week, Becky was like beating her, or she was about to beat her with the chair, but like Bailey stopped her, and then she said you might want to check on Io Sky in the back. But on this week, Io Sky was perfectly all right, and Dakota Kai was the one who was like limping around on the crutches.
So Lita takes the crutch from her and then just whacked somebody with it, one of the girls with it.
Yeah.
And then she goes over to the door, and Bailey is about to win the match. She's going to climb out, and she just basically takes that door and slams it right into Bailey's face. And Bailey stumbles back into the ring. Becky Lynch hits the manhandle slam, and she wins the cage match. Pin 1, 2, 3.
Hell yeah.
The show goes off the air with Lita holding up Becky's hand and celebrating in the cage with her. So I don't know if this was just a one-off or whether there's going to be more interaction, only this time with Lita and Becky, and hopefully with this other young lady right here. Maybe she's going to come back too.
Yeah.
I like Lita better.
Come on. Nobody wants to see Trish. She's not. Nobody wants to see that.
I want to see Trish. So that was your Monday Night Raw report for this week, folks.
Excellent.
Thank you, Stephen.
I finished in time too.
It was a beautiful Monday Night Raw review.
Yeah, I'm sorry that interrupted you so much.
It wasn't me. It was it was
you, bitch.
Bob. Big bad Bob. He couldn't keep his mouth shut.
Big bad Bob.
A big bad Bob.
He's a big bad Bob.
There's Tekken 7 on my TV.
Ooh.
And Tekken 7, the video game.
Uh-huh.
And there's this character named Bob, and he's a larger character with like a Hawaiian shirt. He's a big dude.
I beat it.
I think the police is coming for Travis.
Yeah, I think they're outside my house. I think I'm in trouble.
Holy
Probably
shit.
listening in your head. I don't know.
Yeah, Bruce Briscoe called the cops on you.
I didn't know I'd get arrested listening in your head. Boy, this is tough.
It's a pretty hardcore show.
If Dominique would listen to it, he'd become more hardcore.
I think
He's
so,
hardcore. I kind of like Dominic now. I used to hate him.
Hey, that was fake. The thing that was made up, that Shaw
Yeah, I saw
Girl
that.
and Vicky thing. They said they would support Dom. They're all
Yeah, I
about
still don't like it. But
it. So tell me I'm right.
I really think Dom's killing it. I really do. Like, I think he's hilarious. He's like over the top, just doing what you got to do to, you know what I mean? And he's in character, being just stupid. I get it, but it's funny as hell.
I like it too.
Better than what he was doing.
I mean, I remember, I have a lot of street cred from my background in gangs and living the gang life. And what the hell's going on?
Steven's cat's hungry.
Hey, Jack, I know about your street cred. That's why I'm afraid of you. I won't mess with you. We're not going to have any problems, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I try to turn my life around and not, beat the shit out of people anymore or break out
really appreciate it because
pizza cutter and carve a motherfucker up.
Yeah, that's big of you.
That's why I was, I kept entering line at Fan Fest, but I never went over the top to do anything, permanent.
I'm thankful you haven't decided to come here and kick my ass because I don't want any trouble, Jack. I don't want any trouble.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
You just show respect. You don't have to go overboard. But
yes, sir. I just wanted to let you know. Yes, sir.
Very good. I appreciate that. What is on your mind, Travis Sandow?
I don't know. I think that there's a lot of good stuff in both companies. You know what I mean? That are going on now. The Bloodline, of course. I mean, that shit's good. But there's a lot of good stuff going on in AEW too. So I hate the people that want to make me choose between what company I can watch.
Yeah, I mean, you should watch. Like what you like, and it's not either or. It's not like you just like one movie and you can never watch any other movie or something.
I 100% agree, but the position people put you in, like you can't love one and the other. You have to hate one.
Yeah, I was away in the 90s. Like people didn't want you to like both companies. It's worse now because everyone's on the internet and you could see it more often. But that was still a thing. But I always watched Nitro and Recorded Raw, and then I would look forward to ECW every weekend. I bought all 3 pay-per-views, which seems crazy now because everything's on like the network except for the AEW pay-per-views, but they're only for a year. But back then it was 2 a month, sometimes 3 a month.
Oh shit, yeah, I was paying $55-$60 a month, twice a month, generally, because there was going to be one, there's going to be 2 every month at $55-$60 a piece. And I was happy to do it because I love both companies. But nowadays, if you like a company, well, you're an AEW homer or you're a WWE homer, and you can't like both companies because, you're a fanboy for one or the other. And I don't get that. Like what you like and leave everybody else alone.
And if you say anything, because if everyone knows I like AEW, but if I say something about it that I think could be better, then people think I hate the company. I was like, I obviously don't hate the company, but I also don't think everything's perfect, and there's stuff that could be better on the show.
And I think you can criticize both companies just fine.
Of course.
So my question for you guys is, I was lucky enough to see Andre the Giant twice in person.
Oh,
has anybody else in the panel ever got to see them?
I never met him or saw him live.
No, I haven't seen him.
Not even Steven. And Steven, it's like he's in his mid-80s, so I thought maybe he might have seen him.
But the clock strikes 12, so I'm gonna say goodnight.
All right, before he turns into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steven.
Steven!
I'm out too.
Lexar, it's good to hear from you, buddy. Take care.
You feel better. Now, normally I would say you're just a little sniveling bitch for going to sleep right now. But since you don't feel so well, I'll look over it this once.
Just once. So.
Yeah, well, you got to man up next week. Not be a bitch, but
he
for
said
now,
it, but he didn't call you it.
If I feel better.
Good night, little Lexi.
Brucey, we're both Iowa boys. We got to make this shit look good.
Yeah, totally. Where are you? I'm in Ames.
So I know exactly where you are. I will actually be in your town tomorrow, but I'm in a little town called Brooklyn, Iowa. Town of 1,000 people between Grinnell and Iowa City. That's where I live.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I've never been there, but I know where it is. But yeah.
Oh, it's tiny. There's no reason to come here. We got nothing but a grocery store and a gas station.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Iowa is
I have one
nice
of the
place.
only working grist mills in my state, in my town.
I know what those are only because of you, Jack, because you talked about years back. There was something by the Plymouth Rock or whatever. There's a grist mill there. And
well, they're not really the Plymouth Rock's in Plymouth, which I know that's not. It's near me, but it's probably like 20 minutes away. But the grist mill is literally right down the street from me.
I get you. I just remember you talking about one back in the day. Like, I've been, you know what I mean? I know all.
I walk by almost every day on my walk, but yeah, it's one of the last working grist mills. Very exciting.
Super cool.
Yeah, you can go get some cornmeal, Incher.
Grain.
What the hell, Incher fucking hates cornmeal.
Yeah, fuck cornmeal. Gotta go.
Oh, you are the enemy. You would hate Iowa. We are the biggest producer of corn in the United States. You are the Incher. I'm sorry, we're mortal enemies now because fuck cornmeal. That's the whole state's revenue here. Look it up.
See, he said he went to do something, but he's lying because he started flickering. So he probably was looking up some porn, starting to use all the disk space.
I think I made him so mad that now he's got something over his camera, so he can't talk to me anymore. You know, because I made him mad about Iowa and their corn production.
Yeah, fucker. I'm gonna go look up grist mills now. No, I'll take a picture of the grist mill next time I walk by it.
I only got my GED, so what's grist?
You know what? I don't fucking know why it's called a grist mill, but it grinds up the corn and it makes cornmeal.
I've never heard that term before.
And it's not so it's got like what do you call it? So it's the water goes through it and moves the big wheel around.
It's like
yeah. And it grinds up the corn.
Now I got to be like Al Oob on here towards Incher because you don't like the corn.
Man, grist mill.
Corn. I try to avoid talking about corn. Yeah, there's too much to talk about. It's crazy.
Oh, there's plenty of it around.
Well,
all you got to do
now that we're talking about corn, so when I had diverticulitis and I got very sick, and they removed 14 inches of my colon and stuff. So my doctor at the time, they're like, you can't eat corn, nuts, seeds, skin, vegetable skin and stuff for a while. But that's off the table. So for years, I didn't eat corn. I didn't eat popcorn. I didn't eat seeds. I didn't eat nuts. And then Trista's roommate, Trista Robinson, my co-host on Without Your Head, and she was like, she's like, ask your own doctor, but her roommate is a doctor. And she told Trista to tell me that that's the new studies say that's not really true, that you can't eat all this stuff. So I looked into it, and she was correct that all the modern studies, they used to just think this back in the day, but all the modern studies was corn, nuts, seeds does not affect diverticulitis. So I started to venture in slowly, and I had my first popcorn in 3 years at the time. And it was amazing to eat popcorn for the first time in 3 years and no ill effects. I started eating popcorn once in a while at the movie theaters. And then I started having corn on the cob, which if you haven't had corn on the cob in years, like, holy shit, this is so good. And I've recently started eating nuts. And so if you just don't have this stuff forever and then you have it, wow, is it good? And the corn on the cob is so good, I don't have to put anything on anymore, any butter or anything. It's just like it tastes so good just the way it is. So I know it's riveting stuff.
The corn was kind of based in this area. That's where all kind of all that shit started. We're kind of it.
Yeah, it's where all the kids kill all the adults.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like the movies, you know what I mean? Like there was a lot of filming here and all that sort of thing. Like it was here.
Yeah, there's a new one coming out. I didn't even know about this. It was at the movies. I forget what I was seeing at the time. And popped up, it was there's a new Children of the Corn. It looked pretty good too.
I want to see it myself. That and Cocaine Bear. I'm still waiting on.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Cocaine Bear. And Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. That's a one night showing, I believe, next Wednesday at 7. I'm going to go see that. For people who don't know, it's a Winnie the Pooh horror movie because Winnie the Pooh is now public domain because it's 100 years old.
I've been looking in because I'm an artist on public domain characters to make comic books out of. Just like, yeah, that's because I'm a shill and not creative, but I'm good at drawing. So I'm gonna just like take public domain and just fuck with it.
Do it. See what the Winnie the Pooh. So you have to look at you can't make him look like the Winnie the Pooh of Disney.
Yeah, you have to do the AA no.
And I believe Tigger is owned by Disney because that's a Disney creation. But I believe Eeyore is also public domain now. Or Piglet, I think. I'm not sure about Eeyore. Eeyore might not be either. But I think it's Piglet and Winnie the Pooh are.
Betty Boop and older things and like Buster Brown and
you need a Betty Boop horror movie then.
Yeah, some crazy stuff. And like comics are basically like screen play.
I want to make Cocaine Shark because everyone's going to start making all the cocaine movies after the Cocaine Bear. So I'm going to try to get.
Is it going to be a bear with like white stuff all over its muzzle?
Yeah, it's just like, well, I mean, it's just fucking nuts and eating everybody, so it's all coked up. So, I mean, the shark's pretty scary anyway, but if it's all coked up, it's twice as scary.
Could like bounce out of the water and start doing belly flops on
it's all flying around,
trying to eat people.
Exactly.
Wait till they learn to make crack. Sharks.
It's like Tazo shark.
That's the most deadly shark, I think, that Tazo shark. Shit.
Yeah. Fucking smoking crack and telling you about people sacrificing to Moloch and stuff.
You never really know what you'll get with Tazo. Sometimes he's in a fun-loving mood.
Yeah, it's weird. Even he'll message me and we'll be talking normal. Then it goes right to Moloch and Satan worshiping. And I was like, I'm out of this.
Sometimes he gets balls naked on a stream. You never know.
True.
Yeah.
I prefer that over the real whacked out shit.
Right.
Yeah. I'm fine with someone, just ripping their clothes off. Especially if Geraldine wants to message me. All right. Should we get to these questions or
certainly.
Or does Incher want to rip his clothes off?
Are you wanting me to rip my clothes off?
Do it.
I gotta put some money in my tip jar first.
I'll put my fist in your ass. What do you think about that?
What?
I'll put my fucking fist right up your ass.
I can tell Iowa and Incher are fighting because he don't like the corn.
Yeah, exactly.
I take it back. I meant
that in like a physical violence way, not like a sexual fisting.
We love you, Incher. I'm just fucking with you.
I love the corn.
I was raised on the corn, bitch.
Yeah.
The band?
I like corn the band. I like corn on the cob. I like
Slipknot's from Iowa, so they're corn adjacent.
I like corn muffins. I like corn
dogs.
I like corn dogs.
Oh, I gotta take a picture of this Incher. In Chinatown, they had
I like pop.
They sell a lot of baked goods, which I didn't think they did really in Asian places. And one of the things they do a lot of hot dog stuff. So it's like a hot dog and like booked into bunch. And one of the things they had, I don't know why I didn't take a picture. It said corn dog, and it was like a baked thing, and it was like a hot dog in it, and the pieces of corn. And I was like, do they just think that's what a corn dog is?
Yeah, that's weird.
It's pretty. I thought it was hilarious. You had to be there.
I thought about. Oh, sorry, making the ultimate corn soup for Iowa corn soup, I'd call it, and it's cream corn, just cream corn, with like cross sections of just corn, just cut off the cob, and then the little baby corns you get like in Chinese
man.
food, just all mixed in, and then that's what it is.
Damn, this is three essence of corn.
Brucey knows what he's talking about. He's not lying. I'm 47 years old. I've been eating that shit, so Brucey knows what he's talking about.
The little baby corn is like the key, because that'll just be like, oh yeah. Yeah,
you are not wrong. And I'm sure we're speaking to everybody else. Nobody has a clue right now. So, all right.
Speaking of the baby corn, did anybody catch Brock Lesnar insinuating that he just calls the shit out of Sable for 5 hours a night?
Yeah.
Goosey, that was awesome. That was awesome, Goosey. That was the greatest shit ever.
You believe it, Incher? You think he's banging her for 5 hours a night?
Every night?
He's like, fuck Ric Flair, 60-minute man. I'm the 300-minute man.
I don't believe that.
It's like a full-time job.
Yeah, really. I don't believe that. But
I mean, shit, I'll give my wife the full 3 minutes, but fuck. 5 hours. Are you kidding me?
Back to the corn
for 5 hours at Fan Fest.
You ever get some mashed taters, Jack, and pour some cream corn all over it?
No.
Really, that shit's good. Like, Incher knows what he's talking about there. Mashed taters, cream corn. Got something going on there, stirred all together.
Gravy
That's what we call gourmet dining over here in the WV.
Yeah.
What? Some gravy.
That's like a
sandwich from the Army.
For sure.
They don't make that.
I grew up in Mississippi, so I'm
restaurant, Jackie Jones.
Redneck.
Question. Let's see. Like, Brucey's probably heard of this. Maybe nobody else. Cream corn sandwiches. Everybody heard of that before, or just me?
No,
I can't say it sounds too appealing.
That's the thing. I'm telling you, that's the thing.
Is it hot?
It's like
the corn.
Yeah, hot cream corn on toast between two pieces of. You put you heat up the cream corn. You make some toast. You put it in a sandwich. You eat it.
It's like a ketchup sandwich.
It's like crackers, but you just add corn.
You cream over the corn.
We got to put some butter in the cream corn though beforehand to make sure it's more tasty.
Whoa, sounds very healthy.
That's hardcore Iowa. That's hardcore.
We eat corn on everything. Corn on pork chop.
This is why I don't like talking about corn, and because it like people are like, "Hey, you're from Iowa, don't you ride a tractor around all day?" And it's like, "Don't you? Isn't there corn everywhere?" And I'm yeah. And then
you're exactly right, Brucey. You're exactly right. Though
I went to college in Denver, and all they asked me about was like corn and tractors.
You got your degree in corn?
I tried to go somewhere else to escape the corn. I went to mountains to escape the corn. It was too flat to be inspired. I was an art student, so I was like, I need inspiration.
You should start painting corn.
Just love the corn.
Yeah.
All right, fuck corn. Favorite memories of Johnny Valentine.
What the hell? You said fuck the corn. You can't say that. What?
Jonathan Jackson! JG! Wants to know favorite memories of Johnny Valentine.
I like
when wrestlers talk about him.
Yeah.
He was like dead before I was born, probably. Well, I think
when he was in the plane crash.
I remember that fondly. Look, I'm not one of the I grew up watching wrestling, but I'm not one of those wrestlers fans and I won't name names, who pretend they watched stuff when they were 2 months old, or they were watching stuff that happened before they were born. So Johnny Valentine is before my day, so I have no memories of the man whatsoever, and that's not a knock on the guy. I'm just being real.
I heard Johnny V loves his corn, though. That's for sure.
Now Johnny V, I do remember. We had Johnny V on the show.
Johnny Valentine.
I'm officially an Incher supporter because Jackie Jones said, "Fuck the corn. We're done.
Fuck the
We're
corn.
fighting. But you and me are fighting big time now. You can't fuck the corn."
Yeah.
Check out my OnlyFans. I'm gonna start fucking the corn.
Corn on the cock.
Oh,
Dig a hole in that corn. I'm gonna fuck it right up the cob. All right. Enough of that. Enough of this dirty talk,
No
Incher.
corn. I see it every day. God.
Jackson wants to know, do you miss Kmart?
Yeah.
Nope.
Kind of. I used to like Kmart. There used to be a really big Kmart in Hyannis. And I go up there every once in a while. We were just there yesterday up in that area. And it's still just a big empty building. Can't believe not. This I was thinking about this the other day. It used to be anytime like a real big store or even a small store, when it would close, there'd be something that'd come in there immediately. Now, every time someone closes, it just stays desolate forever. And it's like it makes me depressed. Just go around and just fucking empty buildings. Fucking empty, desolate mall. The Cape Cod Mall here, people still go to, but every other mall is just the dead zone.
It's like the Dawn of the Dead mall.
It is. It's weird. But I used to like Kmart. They used to sell a lot of trading cards, which were cool. Like they would sell the whole wax boxes. I used to like that.
I bought some Kmart bumper stickers like a year ago to put on my bicycles.
Way back in the day, they used to have the restaurant in Kmart. Like an actual, like you sit down and not just hot dog stuff. You could get like meals. You get like a meal,
like ices and stuff.
Yeah,
Ours
I mean,
was
it'd be
Little
way
Caesar.
beyond that. Like you could get like a regular like dinner for like $2.
Me and my dad would sit down and have sodas while my mom was shopping. So we're just gonna go sit here and enjoy.
Yeah, I
some
remember
popcorn.
going
This is
there
the
with my
best.
family. It'd be like me, my uncle, my mom, my grandma, and like, grandma and mom might like shop longer than we want to, so we'd go and get, hot dogs or something. But you could get like regular meals there at the time. It was pretty cool. Let's see. Jonathan Jackson. What do you think?
Ruined it for everybody, though.
Was that?
Rain Man put the curse on him.
Exactly.
He said Kmart sucks.
I mean, I'm not, now it's like just everywhere's Target. I don't really give a shit about Target.
I'll take Target over Walmart. Walmart's like the worst of the worst.
I prefer the Walmart, honestly, because they both, the Target's actually a lot more expensive and it's just like cheap stuff.
I'm just talking about in terms of people. At least
I don't like all the walking you gotta do to Walmart, but I do go to Walmart.
There's a Walmart like 5 minutes walking away from me. It's like right across.
I have none of this in my town. We don't allow like any kind of chain. There's no chain restaurants.
I looked on a map where
we don't have any malls.
Lived.
We don't have
that
any.
Looks amazing.
They tried to bring Walmart a couple times here, but we don't have any.
Sandwich is as American as apple pie.
So where we go to shop, there's a Target in the bad part of town. We just call that Targetto because it's pretty much what it is.
I just have
there's like the hipsteriest.
I don't think there's anywhere in my town like I could just go buy like packs of underwear.
In town.
What?
Oh, in my town, like there's just like hipsters all in the Target, and they're all buying the same Target clothes. And,
anybody remember?
Anybody
remember Pomida?
What is
absolutely, absolutely. And
Pomida.
I know every store in Brucey's town too, but yeah, Pomidas were everywhere. Like they're just
heard of that one.
Oh, that one either.
We had Bradley's and Ames.
Tomorrow I'm going to Brucey's town tomorrow to Hickory Farms. You'll know what that is.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like a barbecue. It's like a big, huge barbecue place, and they have like sundaes, like huge sundaes,
like ice cream.
Yeah, gigantic ones. Like, yeah,
that's good.
And yeah, you don't go there every day.
Jonathan Jackson, what do you think of the pro wrestling debut of Big Bad Bob? Hell yeah, Big Bad Bob. Big Bad Bob.
Big Bad Bob. Big Bad Bob.
Could be
Big Bad Bob.
Could be newcomer of the year in the Headies next year.
Oh.
You got
unless Braun Breaker, he'll probably be in the running 3 years in a row. But I'm rooting for Big Bad Bob.
That Joey Janela's got to pay. Beat his ass. Big Bad Bob.
Big Bad Bob. Will AEW Fight Forever ever be released, or is it another pipe dream like the Intellivision Amico?
I think it'll be released. Yeah.
The what?
The Intellivision Amico.
Oh.
What if they release it on the Intellivision Amico?
No, the Intellivision Amico is not coming out.
I have one.
You do? Oh my. You lie. It's never been produced. Mass produced.
Yeah, well, they sent me one to test it out.
Oh. Good Lord, who are you, DJC?
Who?
They had a guy that they actually sent a system to test it.
I do get things once in a while. I asked you about it, but you're like, yeah, fuck that. But every once in a while I get like people, these companies wanting to send me video games to like test out and do like reviews of.
Yeah.
Now, Jack, if the game Fight Forever turns out to be like the old N64 wrestling games, which
I'll be excited.
I think our generation can agree is the peak. I can't stand the 2K game. Will you buy a system to get the game, and will you play Intra Online?
I will not buy a system, but I will buy a joystick to play it on my computer, because from what I've seen, you can also play it on the computer.
Okay.
Which I'd be excited about. I did think about buying a system, honestly, to play it, but I saw you can get it'll be available on your computer. But I do want to get a joystick of some kind to play it.
What game?
I'm not a fan of trying to play video games like doing the shift buttons. That's not good.
AEW Fight Forever.
Oh, you can get like normal controllers that'll go on your.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a regular controller for my computer, not doing
like,
hitting shift keys or
even
playing
like
mouse.
USB ones. Like
yeah,
super easy.
I thought you were talking about like an arcade stick. You don't want to be playing this game, those kind of games on an arcade stick.
Oh no, yeah, a controller of some kind,
right,
not just hitting buttons with a mouse.
I mean, I'm already like laughing, thinking like you and should play live on Twitch, brother. Hey, versus you win. Like, no rematch. I'm retired.
I play. Injured probably.
He'd shoot his TV.
Shoot me if I beat him.
I got my.
I haven't played a video game in like 15 years. I did play some pinball recently.
I'm ready to play.
Are you like are you medicated or something?
I'm really tired.
Is that a
when you turned off the thing? Did you go shoot up some heroin?
Neo Geo Hori stick. No, I'm just my sleep schedule gets all fucked up all the time. I get really tired all the time.
Is that bearded incher without a beard?
Hell yeah! Did you shave bearded incher?
I shaved today, yeah.
What's gonna happen if you go to Atlanta and you and bearded incher are in the same place at the same time? Will the world explode?
What are you talking about?
You'll have a beard and not have a beard at the same time. I don't know what will happen.
You'll just become a 5 o'clock shadow, like in between.
Can you grow scruff incher, or are you just naturally baby faced?
Naturally baby face.
Hell yeah. Well, fuck, marry, kill Vincent Kennedy McMahon, Cody Rhodes, and Mario Mancini. All right, well, kill Mario Mancini because he's a thief.
Hey, but he did help that woman come out on rape charge.
He's a thief.
I
think we'll fuck Cody Rhodes. He's kind of a feminine looking dude with the eyebrows. And we'll marry the genius of wrestling, VKM, and get all that sweet Saudi money when he sells the WWE.
I'm gonna marry
I won't even have to
Cody.
do anything with him because he'll be banging all the employees.
I'm gonna marry Cody because it would break him up from his wife, and he seems really happy about
Damn,
being
you're
married
sadistic over here.
to his wife. So, yeah, and then gonna bang Mario Mancini because he needs to know what it's like to be fucked.
All right, fair enough.
And then gonna kill Vince McMahon.
You're gonna kill the god of wrestling?
Dead is the door now.
Dang. You'll be like, I did this for you, Hunter.
I feel like Vince McMahon is the one that got you interested. So you're going to kill the guy that got you interested? Like, wow.
I think time will kill Vince very soon.
You're blow him up
his parents are like very
I
old.
think we're seeing middle-aged Vince. I think he's gonna live to be 150.
Well, his mom
sure he's
passed
getting all
away and
kinds
she
of
lived to 100, I
procedures and
think.
shit.
Yeah.
His mom wasn't on steroids.
He'll get like a cyborg
That's gonna
arm
make
or
him live
something
even
pretty
longer.
soon.
I
He'd
don't
do
know
it.
about that.
He'd spend the money on like fake robot parts.
I will say this though. Actually, Vince did not get me into. I mean, I watched WWF, but the main wrestling I liked when I was a kid was the NWA. Baron Corbin called JBL. This is Jujubee, sorry. Baron Corbin called JBL a turd before he dumped him. Do you think the word turd should be used in pro wrestling programming more often? I am pro turd. I do think it's a good word.
I like it.
It gets a smile out of me. It's not overused. I like it. When someone says I'm going to kick your butt, I'm like, eh. If you're a badass, you don't say I'm going to kick your butt. But you can call someone a turd and still makes you like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Pro turd.
There's Daniel Johnson. Oh, sorry.
Wouldn't you be like the biggest Baron Corbin mark if he just like would just cold cock JBL and knock him out?
I'm sure you're gonna see. I'm sure you're gonna see big turd signs in the crowd now.
They're gonna sell like foam turds.
Just throw it at them.
That's so weird though. Anyway, poop has become like really popular. Like they sell these poop toys and stuff.
Maybe this is the new iteration of Baron Corbin, Turd Corbin.
Could be.
Poop emoji.
Mm-hmm.
And the newest one I saw, and I thought this can't be real, but it was. I had an ad on Amazon, and it was for edible poop. It was like this toy you could buy for your kids, where you like make edible poop stuff.
That's
and I was
not
like, is
what
that
you want
really
to
something you want to teach your kid? Like it's, and I'm not friggin' Mr. Wholesome here, but do you want your kid thinking it's like normal to play with and eat poop?
That's why they take kids to church, because the Bible teaches you not to do that shit.
Now, fuck the Bible, but there's a middle ground between the Bible and eating poop.
I ain't paying for no fake poop. There ain't nothing.
I'm all about extremes,
man. Come over here, eat some shit.
You want to feed kids your real shit?
1 second.
Nah.
He don't want no fake shit. He wants the real thing.
With the corn in it, that makes it better.
The corn, you're right.
Little pieces of corn in it.
You can like corn eyes in your poop, in your edible poop.
Is that what you call it? Corn eyes?
Well, I mean, if you're making like a little cute little poop that you're gonna eat, you put like eyeballs in it. I don't know.
What the fuck is the matter with you?
Yeah, you just said you wanted to feed kids your real poop.
Oh, I had to go get my poop.
Oh,
sorry.
wow, he's got his poop.
Your kids are gonna grow up to be like Bruce.
No.
And I got something special too. It's like really good.
If they grew
what
up
the
to
hell
be
is
like
that?
Bruce,
Is that a bottle of piss?
It's
What the hell are you doing?
No, it's just like really good green tea. But
I actually
it is a piss jar.
I got a box upstairs I got yesterday of my I have to, now that I'm over 45 and sure, you gotta go in and have them do a colonoscopy, or you can like do the poop smear, or she was like, or you could poop, but she didn't say you can shit in a box. She's like, you do colon guard, it's every 3 years. Like, hell yeah. So the colon guard, it comes and it's a box, and they have to put all the fucking logos all over the box so everyone knows, the mailman knows, oh, this guy's gonna shit in this box. And then when you send it back, it's still go. So like I gotta go in there and like, hey, they know I'm giving them just a box of shit.
Yeah.
Then you feel like an asshole. But anyway, so it comes with a video and all shit. So you open it up and you put it over your toilet and you shit in it, Incher.
Yeah.
And then you gotta pour in this solution to keep the shit like good. And you also, before that, it's like a Q-tip. You got to take like a shit smear, and then you put it in like this big tube.
You shoved it.
And then you pour the solution over your shit, and then you seal the box back up, and you send it back.
Yeah.
But it's better. It's better than like having stuff shoved up your ass, I think.
I disagree. As someone who's actually had I've had a colonoscopy. It wasn't nothing. You just count down from 10.
Oh, they knock you out.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I ain't pooping in no fucking box.
When I was shoving stuff up your ass, Jack.
Yeah, but that was so little, like you don't even feel it.
Oh, that was your comeback last time.
No, it's not a comeback. It's just the reality of the situation.
It's
But yeah, so I'm gonna be
the bad part about a
colonoscopy
is the
prep like a thermos.
Is the what?
It's like the prep work. You got to drink all that pee.
Yeah, so I don't have to do that. Then it gives you all this stuff. I'm laughing at Bruce here. Look at it.
Uh-oh. Incher, come back.
Oh no! What happened to me?
You got seized.
It even tells you like it's okay if you get urine in the poop. It's not going to ruin the sample.
There's this thing you could pee on. Oh, there's this thing you could pee on, and it siphons the pee in there, and it can read like all of your stuff. Anyway.
No.
Wow.
I can just see it now. Jack brings that Cologuard box out to his porch, and the guy's like, "Oh, you got that shit in the box, huh?" Fuck that.
See him putting on gloves.
Would the box have like steam coming off of it?
The commercial makes it seem so sanitary. They're like, it's just a trip to the bathroom. Fuck that.
I'm going to put the video on my OnlyFeces. So not Bruce, who is it? Ravishing. Can anyone tell me why Mario Mancini's called the thief? What did he steal? He stole my fucking design. He totally stole it. Put it on Pro Wrestling Tees. I asked him to take it down, and he's like, "Oh, that's me." I was like, "No, I made that." "Oh no, it's me." And then I told the asshole that represents him to take it down, and he was like, "No, it's a new one." It's the fucking same. He stole it. He stole my design, just totally ripped it off. And so I, on Pro Wrestling Tees account, they took it down right away because they knew that they stole it, and they blocked it from ever being uploaded again to the Pro Wrestling Tees.
You should have known something was up with Mancini when he's like the only guy I've ever heard say good shit about Strongbow. Chief J Strongbow.
That's very true. He's literally the only person in the world.
I love Chief. Okay, Chief.
I'm going to try to hold on. Give me a second. Talk amongst yourselves, Incher.
About
let's talk about shitting in boxes.
Yeah, I've never shit in a box myself, but I think
in like the CKY videos, the guy would run and shit at the same time.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Here on the left is the shirt he was selling on Pro Wrestling Tees. This here on the right is the design that I made him. And he told me to sell them, so I was selling them. Then this pops up at Pro Wrestling Tees. And then they try to tell me that it's not my design. Are you fucking kidding me? They literally just cropped out WrestleMan and In Your Head. And the only thing they changed, they put Mario Mancini instead of Mancini. This is the exact same thing.
That's fucking it.
And who would want to wear a shirt that says "Jobber to the Stars"? Stupid.
Yeah, then they even make him look like a loser.
At least
Mine didn't say
WrestleMania looks
jobber
cool.
on it.
So if I wanted a character,
And the thing is, if he would have just asked me if he could have the design, I would have been like, hey, yeah, whatever, that's fine. But no, he's got to steal it, then lie to my face.
I honestly think a lot of those old-timey wrestling guys are like that. That's just.
I'm not going to excuse it.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah. Good Lord.
All I remember from his interviews, I love Chief. I love the Chief.
Yeah, he talks about him nonstop.
And all I heard, 90 other % of the people saying he's a piece of shit. Chief's
Everyone, big stars, everyone up and down the card.
Talk about cultural appropriation. He's like an Italian guy being Native American.
Like American. Yeah. Let's see. Where the hell were we? Baron, we did the turd. Andre Hall. Can Inter please give his greatest memories of the biscuits and gravy, man theme? And could that gimmick work with Otis and your boy ZZ in 2023? I'm pushing for it. Enjoy the show, boys. Keep it up.
So biscuits and gravy made me all that I am. Something like that.
Yeah, he wants to know what's it. Here it goes. He goes, biscuits and gravy made me a man.
Yeah.
Biscuits and gravy made me all that I am. Ain't no ham and egg, something you always been. So he wants to know what your greatest memories of that song is.
I don't know, just hearing it during the entrance, I guess.
Right. I don't know what memory you have besides that. Like, did you ever make love to a woman while that song was playing?
Yeah, that'd be great. You're like, what the fuck?
After I'm done, I want some biscuits and gravy.
This song really gets me in the mood.
You know what this sounds like? I mean, let's see who's old enough to remember this. This is just like stroking. Have you ever made love on the back seat of a car? I've been stroking. I mean, come on, it's like one of these fucking things from back in the 90s. That's what that sounds like. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, let's make love in our rocking chair. Oh, ooh, yeah. And do you think a biscuits and gravy tag team of Otis and ZZ would be big, Incher?
Nah, I mean, it's already been done once.
Well, you got it. They already got one half of the team there.
What if it would be instead of biscuits and gravy, it's Otis and ZZ, and it's Gators and Taters?
The best breakfast is biscuits and gravy, no matter what anybody says.
What's Gators and Taters?
Otis and ZZ. ZZ's a Gator wrestler, and I just assume Otis likes potatoes. I don't know.
No.
And it rhymed.
Bring back Festus.
I just remember Festus's face, like in a video of it or something, and then Jesse looking up at him.
I'm a big fan of the song. I do think it's one of the greatest theme songs of all time.
I think on Spotify when you play it, it like shows like 10 seconds.
This is true. That theme song has given me more entertainment than anything Festus has ever done post Festus.
He peaked. That was his peak.
Exactly.
When the bell rang, he had that certain kind of strength that I can't say anymore.
Exactly.
It's so funny.
Now he's got to dangle it.
Oh God! Now he comes out. He's like, "I just bounced my penis." Ain't that funny?
Yeah, but to be fair, I noticed that one guy in the Acclaim's doing that.
Yeah, and I think the other guy's even less funny. Machine Gun Kelly, whatever the hell his name is.
If I do go to Atlanta, I'm gonna pay Festus to make an appearance.
You could be the new Festus, maybe.
Dang it.
What if you start doing a Festus gimmick where you just kind of start drooling on the show until we ring a bell and you start going, "Hey, now we're you." Power Goat, yeah.
Nah, I'm good. I know.
I think that'd be pretty
Even though
shocking.
I'm pretty close right now.
Nikhil, this is going to wake you up, Incher, because now it is Nikhil Callahan time.
You and your memories.
How many questions?
Gimmick for
Just
the
a
last
few.
like 15 years.
Just a few.
Mike, I can't see them unless I scroll the screen. Number 1, favorite memories of Johnny Valentine. Johnny Valentine's the talk of the town today.
Just answer all the questions like Virgil does a shoot interview. He's a good guy. That's your memory.
I like him. He's a good dude. Taught me a lot in the business.
Maximum male models are officially on Raw roster. Did you enjoy Maxine Dupree, Massey, and Mansoor?
Enjoyed the fuck out of them. Great.
They're good guys.
Good guys.
Eric Bischoff on Tony Khan. I'm not even going to read this. My pet answer is I can't take anything. I don't even know what he's saying, but it's hard to take anything he says seriously because I know he's got like this hard on for Tony Khan and AEW since they stopped using him. So. Brock Anderson's AEW contract expires this May. Arn Anderson hopes to stay with AEW in limited capacity after current contract ends next year. Should they resign? They should re-sign Arn and use him somehow. But I think behind the scenes and on, but nothing against Brock, but nah, he just doesn't have it, I don't think.
Yeah, pretty much.
I can't say he doesn't have it. I don't think he's been given enough of a chance. I
think let him go and see if he can, do something. And then I'm not saying never just shut the door and you can never bring him back.
He ain't going to get better on dark. If it's anything like you're saying,
no.
1 minute match.
I feel like he needs to hit the indies for about 6 months.
Yeah, or a year or two, do something, reinvent himself, or find himself and see what he can do. Yeah. I think it would be better for him, honestly.
He's not going to be like a top roster star just because of his name. He's got to get reps in.
Yeah. They are doing house shows. If they start doing house shows, someone like that can benefit from that. If working in front of people more often, where you don't have to worry, you're not in front of the television audience. You don't have to worry, what they think of you. But I think you'd be better off just working indies for a while and improving all around.
If they do hang on to him though, Brock Anderson, just put him with. Dump. Pillman needs to dump the other guy. Put them in.
Yeah, I think he is done with him.
Yeah,
he
put Anderson and
singles
Pillman together, but Arn has to be the manager and out there talking with them to help get them over. But keep them as a tag team because I think that's.
I think Pillman's a lot further along than.
Oh, absolutely, but that can only help Brock too. But I don't think he should be a single. I think he could be a tag guy.
Yeah,
that's how you start him out.
But I would keep him off for a while until he's like. That's always a problem when you have people on that are so green, like. I think it hurts them because even if they start to improve, people, it's. But
when he wrestled, I didn't think he was bad. He just was.
He's just very green. Good. Yeah, he's just very green.
Yeah.
It looks like Carmelo Hayes will face Braun Breaker at the NXT Stand and Deliver. Is this a match you're looking forward to?
Yeah, good.
Yes, I watched it.
Hell yeah! Fucking.
Was that the pay-per-view?
That Stand and Deliver. Isn't that like an old James Olmos movie or something?
Stand and Deliver.
About when he's like a teacher helping kids in the ghetto or something.
Yeah, probably.
Edward James Olmos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good man. Good guy.
Yeah.
Cody Rhodes respects The Rock, but says current WWE storylines are better. Do you agree? Nope.
Fuck Cody Rhodes.
Better than what? The Rock?
Yeah, I
don't understand.
Yeah.
Are the current storylines better than The Rock? The
Bloodline storyline's good, but it's not better than The Rock.
Maybe if he's talking about the movie The
Rock. He must be talking about if Rock comes to WrestleMania. I will say Rock versus Roman would, to me, surpass Zayn versus Roman. But that's about it.
Yeah, I think that's why when I put on there, I think this Sami Zayn Roman match is the hottest match I've had in years. That doesn't include, like a old guy coming back or like a one-off legend guy.
Because I mean, Rock coming in to feud with the Bloodline would be awesome.
Yeah, but you're only going to have a match probably out of it. So.
Yeah,
but I bet that would be awesome for WrestleMania or something. But I don't think it's ever going to happen because they've been saying it for years now. Kevin I'm sorry. Why the hell does Cody fake cry every time he does a promo? It is totally friend of the week.
Because he's just a faker.
I think real men should be okay to cry.
It's a faker.
I heard someone say once, like, he's like, if someone caught me crying, I think I'd kill myself.
Damn.
Fuck. As like
I
a teenager.
remember the first In Your Head we did, and I talked to Incher for the first time.
Pussy. No.
And I told them the Marty Jannetty story about the handicapped girl in the wheelchair. It doesn't that bring a tear to your eye, Incher?
I'm crying right now.
You knew what show you were in for right away, too.
I was like, oh God, what am I got myself into?
I'm gonna type this guy.
Patrick Howe, he's this high. What's up, Patrick Howe? We gotta acknowledge him.
Patrick Howe, acknowledge me. Patrick Howe, Patrick Howe, Patrick Howe. I'm Howe. This year, 2023, you got mine. You got 11 months, almost 12 months. Well, no, 10 months, I guess. You've got to zoom in sometime this year. Man up. Go 13 used to be just a pussy. Used to be a little feminine, scared. The show would come on, he'd hide in under the bed back there. But he grew some balls and he started zooming in, and now he's a man. Now he grew pubes. He's banging the ladies, all because he zoomed in your head. And that could happen to you, Patrick Howe. You can be the next man, like Go 13.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm out. I'm tapping out.
Or you can be a little sniveling bitch like Inchman and
I'm
hang
so
up on
tired.
your own show.
Yep. Goodbye, own show. See you all later.
Man, can you believe this lightweight? Kevin Nash thinks Bobby Lashley is missing something. He's not a killer. Do you agree? I mean, I've agreed forever.
He's missing a personality.
Yeah, he's like very like cardboard, but he's cool. I like him.
I like his man.
I like
prep, like his like my his contracts in my Gucci suit. Like back in my he's like trying. I don't know.
He's at his best when he has MVP talking for him.
Yeah,
he's at his best. I agree with that. JBL officially cut ties with Baron Corbin and Raw. What are your favorite memories of this duo? I've literally never seen them together, so I don't know. Besides, it's like a photo on Facebook. I've never seen anything they've done.
The first match they wrestled, JBL was wearing a huge suit, like 3 sizes too big. Yeah. And every websites were like, JBL's wearing a big suit. And it's like, that's what I remember.
That's a good memory.
Yeah.
Better than I saw a picture of him on Facebook, like I said. We're not even halfway through, actually. Don Callis tweeted this: 4 flights in 22 hours to get to Dayton, Ohio. I hear it's the Paris of the Midwest. What's your thoughts on this journey, and have you been to Ohio? I've really never heard anyone's. It's almost like the chief there. I never heard anyone ever say anything good about Ohio.
I think Ohio has a really big population density because of all the cities, and
I know some cool people in Ohio, like Jujubee.
I've met a couple. People are nice.
Yeah, but I don't know. Fuck Ohio. People will ridicule Jericho for feuding with people for months, but won't say anything about Edge returning every 2 months. I mean, they're apples and oranges, really, but I like long feuds if they're good. So
the Edge comeback's been a dud. Sorry, just bad
yeah.
timing. He came back right before the pandemic, and it's just been downhill.
Yeah, that, and it was Drew McIntyre winning the belt with no crowd really hurt that, all his momentum there. Austin Aries has started a podcast. Will you listen? Nope.
I'll listen if he talks about how to corner women and pretend to face fuck them.
You start taking notes.
Yeah. Then what did you do? You got to climb up to the second buckle and then thrust, but don't hit him.
I mean, I actually don't dislike the guy, but I don't know.
That was fucked up when he did that. I'm sorry.
You can hear the record. I talked to fondly about it.
He is so self-absorbed, Jack. I mean, he is. I mean, like everybody knows it.
What?
I said he is so self-absorbed. Everybody
knows
it.
No, I'm sure he is. I mean, I always liked him, though, as a wrraler.
He's one of those guys.
I think to be successful, you have to have an ego, but it's also, he probably wouldn't have gone anywhere at his size if he didn't have one, but I also do think it hurt him at times.
Yeah, he's kind of burned every
I agree
bridge.
with you, and I think he probably is like 5'4" and has like angry man syndrome. I get that.
He's a talented guy, though. I guess. Daba Kato, aka Commander Aziz, attacked Apollo Crews at TakeOver. Will his return make you watch NXT? I'll be honest. I think he's a much better giant than Omos. I think he's way better. He's not quite as tall, but he looks like a wrestler. He doesn't look like scared to be out there. He's got way more personality. So yeah, he's better than Omos.
Almost sucks.
That tattoo guy with
awful.
Is he that tattoo guy?
No. I don't know what that guy's name is. The guy with Swerve Strickland.
Yeah. They're giving him dreads.
No, I like, I mean, I'm not saying I'm a fucking Commander Aziz mark, but what I've seen him, I thought he's pretty good. Where the hell is Shanky? I'm with you. Bring back Shanky. I'm a big time Shanky fan. I was hoping to come out the Rumble. I was like, hell yeah, where the fuck's Shanky? Ric Flair says everything is clicking in WWE right now. Doesn't hear fans talking about AEW. Do you agree? Well, I do think the big main event thing is definitely working, but you can't say no one's talking about AEW either. It's kind of silly. I mean, just the other week there with they had their best ratings in a long time, and the Briscoe thing was great. MJF. But kind of like the Bischoff thing, it's hard to really take anything Flair takes too seriously. I mean, he'll flip-flop on everybody constantly. Sammy Callahan says Impact does long-term storytelling better than anyone in the business. Do you agree?
That might be true, but it's like forest falls in the
yeah, it's if a tree falls in the woods kind of deal. Yeah, for sure. If a storyline happens in Impact, does anyone know? And that's, I mean, I don't want to be a dick. They might do great. I don't know.
I would watch it if it was on TV, but it's not on fucking TV.
Yeah, it's hard to follow it. I see stuff. Some of the stuff people make fun of, I actually think like, oh, I actually would like to see that. Like Barry Horowitz was on, and
yeah,
I like seeing the older guys on. I think that's fun. I don't know. It might be really good. I just haven't watched it, so I don't know. Top AEW stars got into backstage scuffle several months ago. According to Fightful Select, Ricky Stark and Swerve Strickland got into it shortly after the tag team title matchup at Double or Nothing. This stemmed from an unplanned spot in the matchup where Swerve attacked Starks during on the apron, and the two men went at it backstage. Swerve and Stark since have made up and even worked together again later in the year. Thoughts? Well, that's what real guys should do. If you get into a scuffle, you should work it, put it behind you and keep going forward. Who cares? So I think that's good by both people. Chris Jericho thinks AEW should re-sign Brian Cage. Do you agree? Nah.
No.
I've seen a lot of him. He's never interesting. He works a really bad style for his size. He does all this lucha stuff, and I don't even think he's good at any of them. I think he should watch Wardlow. Wardlow's actually not as jacked as him, but Wardlow actually wrestles as a big man. So if Brian Cage would, I'm not saying don't do any dives or stuff, but do one or two or whatever, and then it looks cool. But all his matches, all these flips and stuff, and they look so choreographed because he's like so jacked, and he's got to like really like take his time to do them.
And plus he's super huge.
Yeah, and he like when people are cutting promos for him, he always looks lost and like kind of scared to be out there. I don't really see anything in him besides just look. And even that, like he's a pretty short guy, so I don't really see anything in him. I would just let him go. I don't think he can really get anything out of him. Ring of Honor tapings are at the end of this month in Orlando. Are you excited for it? I'm interested. Yeah,
I'll be excited to get on TV.
Yeah, it's hard to follow. I think it's set up to be a good roster with Cesaro as your world champ, Samoa Joe as your TV champ, and unfortunately the Briscoes aren't there now. So in theory, I'd be interested to see what they do with it, but it's hard to follow it when it's not a TV show. If AEW outlasts WCW, does that mean AEW is a better company? No. I mean, like, Combat Zone Wrestling has been around longer than ECW. Does that mean it's better than ECW? No. And that doesn't mean it's worse either. I don't think it really means anything.
Just means it's been around.
Yeah. It would have to be around quite a while because WCW was like started in the 89 or something, which I don't even really consider it started. I really just consider it a continuation of the NWA.
It just flowed in. The name just changed.
Yeah.
I lived down there when it happened, and it's just same channel, same everything.
Yeah.
So, but
it was
all
NWA.
Companies are just all companies are just like the wrestlers that make it up. So I follow wrestlers more than I like companies necessarily. So like,
I
get on kicks of watching.
If I like the show, I like the show. I don't, it doesn't have to be like the name of them. I know what you did.
Both companies, so.
I know what you did last summer. Sequels in the works at Sony with Jennifer Caton Robinson directing, and Jennifer Love Hewitt and Freddie Prinze Jr. in talks to return. Is this a film you would like to see again? Nope.
Yeah, I hated all those horror movies. Like, my parents let me watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 was the first movie I bought. And it was like right when it came out on VHS. So I was like warped. And my parents had like Friday the 13th 1 through whatever in the 80s on the video cassettes taped off of Showtime or whatever. So I was Fangoria. And so like when like Scream and I Know What You Did Last Summer, I was like, yeah.
I've said this on the Without Your Stuff. Those there's probably ones that maybe I did like, but most of the 90s franchises stuff I really don't care about. Like I Know What You Did. I was actually kind of surprised when I saw there are so many fans of I Know What You Did Last Summer. Or what's those ones where the people die?
Final Destination.
Final Destination.
Yeah, I like those, but I don't consider them horror. They're just funny how they die.
It's watching like theaters with a whole bunch of other people screaming at it too. Like, oh my god, a tree fell through this guy's face.
I think they should make a prequel. I Know What You're Going to Do Next Summer.
Yeah.
It's just about them like just having barbecue and stuff.
Have like deja vu moments, like what? And it just be clips from the other movie.
It seems like Brian Pillman Jr. is now a tag team with Brock. Oh, wow. Look at this. They stole your idea, Go.
Oh, I'm sure it's on Dark. That's why I didn't know about it.
I didn't know it either. they're a team with Arn as their manager. Is this something you can get behind?
Yeah,
just
it's on
rewind
TV.
it. Yeah. Rewind the show.
Dark.
Los Lotharios have moved to the Raw roster. Well, that's thrilling.
Who? Jose Lothario?
Jose Lothario's back.
Oh, shit.
Will enter by the Hogwarts Legacy game.
Yeah, he's a collector. He'll buy anything.
Yeah, he was showing his collection of these games that aren't even really games. They're just like a card in a box for a system that doesn't even exist. So of course he's going to buy it. I got to get on this scheme. I'm just going to say these are cool games I'm making and just sell boxes with nothing in them.
Yeah, you gonna pull a Mario?
Like $100. Here, buy it. Like, hell yeah. Favorite film? This is the last question from Nikhil. Favorite film of Mark Maron? I don't really know any movies he's in. I know who he is, but
Mark Maron.
He does the WTF podcast because he also has.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about
like his
Mark
interviews.
Marrow for a second.
Yeah,
it's like
what movies has he been in, Mark Maron?
Mark Maron.
I just know him. I know he did this.
I know him as a comedian.
Yeah, I know he was on the Glow TV show, but I don't know. None, I guess.
Mark Marrow was a good Little Richard impersonator, though. I appreciated that character.
My favorite interview he did though was actually with Gallagher, and Gallagher just like storms off the interview. It's pretty funny.
Gallagher's story is pretty interesting too, about his brother and all that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Just kind of stole his whole identity.
He sold it to him.
Brian Matthew Clutter. 15 to 20 years ago, did you think Sears? Well, boy, people really love like these old stores today. There's a lot of questions about department stores. That's gonna be a new spinoff show.
The Sears is a TJ Maxx now in my town.
Oh, I did actually like TJ Maxx. Did you think Sears would ever disappear? My wife. The thing is, like, I hadn't shopped at Sears in like decades, so it's like wasn't that like, it was weird because I grew up like, if you wanted to buy like a appliance, that's where you would go because it's like the only place that sold them. But by that time when it went under, I was like, who even goes to Sears anymore?
It's like asking, like 50 years from now, did you ever think Walmart would disappear? No, and that varies your mind.
Yeah.
Sears
did you think WWE wouldn't be here or something? Yeah.
Sears had their time. They've been around forever. They did the catalogs.
The biggest thing for me, or if he was going to ask you about memories, was as a kid getting the Sears catalog and looking up all the cool toys. Huh?
It was the Sears Robot catalog.
Yeah, and you'd look up the
damn phone book.
I like the tires.
I'd go right to the toys and look at all these new He-Men that are coming out, and some of them would never ever come out. But
in the store, that you'd smell the tires because they just have them all on the walls, so it would smell like tires.
I don't know what the Sears is now. I think it's the Target actually up at the mall. Brian Matthew Clutter, does Jack wish he could spend all his money on strip clubs and watch daytime talk shows all day instead of wasting his time making movies and going to festivals and seeing crowds react positively to his work? It is something, I do think about, like, do I want to do that and make stuff that, will live forever? Or do I just want to go jerk off in my underwear at a strip club? But speaking of that, Lexar's got the next question. The WWE doesn't see Sami Zayn as a WrestleMania main event superstar. Are you upset? Yeah. I don't know why you even do this giant angle if you don't think he could main event the show. Why even do it?
They have to put him over. They have to put something on him. Like, they have to.
Yeah, or at least do that. I don't know. Even if he lost, the match would be pretty sweet.
They should put it on like Cody and Sammy and like let Roman. They're good. They're good.
It's got to be Sammy versus Roman though. That's
Yeah.
I know they think about they're going to do it the next pay-per-view, but let's face it, the next pay-per-view is like a B-level show. I know it's in his hometown, so you get a good reaction, but it's not going to like be a memorable thing because people don't remember like the B shows. They think, you remember stuff after WrestleMania. And,
I never thought they would put over Daniel Bryan, but they did. So I think it's definitely possible they do the same for Sammy.
Yeah. He's bigger than Daniel Bryan.
But it's going to be up to the crowd. They really got to show their, like they did for Bryan, like really, like they've been doing.
I like it because I always liked him, and he got over huge really as a great heel. He was one of the things actually when I wasn't watching WWE, but I like when I would see stuff I really liked his heel work. And then this stuff's been off the charts. That whole group, everyone involved, it's been a great angle, great storyline. Nick Khan says that WWE is to be sold very quickly. Are you concerned? The only thing I'd be concerned about, because it doesn't really affect me. I'm going to get paid from it. But I said this before in the show. I think if WWE's owned by a big corporation, if there's ever if it comes a time when the ratings start to go down and stuff, I do think that's more likely to just end, where they just cancel it and they cut their losses, as opposed if your family owns it, you're going to work through the down periods and hopefully eventually get another boom period like they did in the mid 90s. So
especially nowadays, how companies just like cut things.
There's a shelf life for TV shows. TV shows don't last forever, but sports do. So I don't know.
The only thing that would worry me, and I think people are not giving the Tony Khan's father Shad his wealth enough credit. If that family bought WWE, that would be so terrible for wrestling. If he gave that,
if they didn't already own AEW, I think it would be a better choice than most people because
agreed. But
because Tony loves wrestling, and I think you'd want to protect it. But the idea of only one person owning all of wrestling is always bad.
That would be terrible, really bad.
I agree, and I'm a big AEW fan, but any one person owning all of wrestling is not good.
Maybe they wouldn't fuck up the invasion angle though.
It's not even just that. I just think, initially, things might be fine TV wise and the shows, but the idea of someone owning it all, I don't think is good for anyone.
But I agree. I think with what Jack's saying, once some kind of corporation, whether it's whatever, Universal, Disney, whatever, once they own WWE, that's the beginning of the end. Eventually, it will go away.
Because it'll have a shelf life.
It's not a family-owned company.
Yeah, it might exist in some where they make cartoons and T-shirts and merchandise and that kind of stuff forever. But it'll probably be like old classic stuff like Hulk Hogan and all that kind of stuff. But the actual show, I think it would have a shelf life because they're not invested in it as a part of your family. It's they just look at it as dollars and cents. And because people always talk about the cycles of wrestling, and there's been down periods of WWF. And then there's boom periods after that. Once things start to, after the Roman Reigns thing, maybe it'll start to fall down. And then, or even not, maybe not even the next couple of years, but in 10 years, and it's not as popular as it is. And something else is popular. It's like, well, we're going to get rid of this and do more of this. And I just don't think it would last forever.
Like model trains,
well, anything. There's Game of Thrones was huge, but then now it's not around anymore.
Yeah.
Plus Meltzer, I love how they troll him with the whole longest episodic television show. Meltzer gets all pissed off. That's not true. It was Gunsmoke. He can't take it.
I recently subscribed to F4W on YouTube because I do enjoy seeing Meltzer on video. But I'll have to say I was disappointed because you can't just get the base level. You have to get the next level, and it's not that it's a lot of money, but it's not really worth $10 a month because he only does one video show a week. So
I didn't renew my subscription this year. I had been a subscriber for 10 straight years, and that's part of the reason. He won't combine Alvarez everything in one. I should be able to listen and watch for one price. Right. But no, they're two separate subscription fees. It's double.
Yeah, there's a lot of tiers just on the YouTube one. And then nothing against those people out there. I'm sure they're cool, but I don't care at all about a lot of the other video shows on there. So I subscribed and then I canceled it because I really just wanted to see the Meltzer video shows, and I thought there was more of them, but there aren't.
Yeah.
There's like I'm sure she's cool. I'm sure a lot of people like her. I have nothing against her, but there's a girl on there who does a video show, and I do not like it at all. There's a couple other people on there too, and I don't care about them. Even Alvarez, I'm nothing against him either, but I don't really like non-Meltzer Alvarez shows either. Have you been keeping up with Impact? No, not in years. Not in I don't know. It's got to be about 10 years. It was whenever Aces and Eights, I stopped watching it, and I've never.
Yeah.
I've maybe watched an episode or two, once or whenever, they move channels, I would give it a shot. But no, I haven't.
People shit on it, but the peak was Hogan and Bischoff era. I generally enjoyed that. I'm talking about in terms.
I don't think so. I really think that's when it started to go under.
No, I'm talking about just in terms of pure eyeballs because they were on Spike and they got all the big stars.
Yeah, but they might have tuned in, but I don't think they really liked what they saw because it really became. You used to have a buzz when I remember in the early days of In Your Head, it had a big buzz, even if it might have been huge. But
getting off Spike killed off a lot of audience because you went from Spike to these channels nobody heard of, Destination America.
Yeah,
that's bullshit. When I tried to watch it on the new channel when that happened, and it was my cable had it, but it was just they moved it the time slot too. I believe on that channel or whatever.
It's Simply so Ravish. How they lost that deal, and it's I believe it 100%. Fucking Vince Russo didn't know how to use his email because they said get rid of Russo. He's sending emails. He's putting Spike executives on. You dumb shit.
I remember years ago. God, it's real long. 2007, maybe. Bro. It was a long time ago. And someone in TNA at the time sent out this email, and it was about buying steroids. And they put everyone in them, including me. And I was just it was someone I had interviewed, and I saw all the emails because they didn't do BBC or whatever it is, and it was Dixie, and it was all these people. And I'll be honest, the guy left TV and he's not been around, and he's a guy people talk about a lot. Wow, he had one of the greatest moments ever in TNA. And then he disappeared. And I've always thought that could have been the reason why. And it was a very cool Hurricanrana off a 6-sided cage, but unfortunately that was about the end of it.
Was Bob Ryder on the email? I want to think he was.
I probably have it still somewhere. I have to look, but it was.
Rest in peace.
It was very, very funny. Where was I? Oh, there's a couple in the chat too. My love for wrestling goes up and down, but my love for In Your Head will never die. Simply ravishing. Yeah. That man does not get enough love, so we want to see some votes for him in the headies. I wish WCW, this is Patrick Howell, I wish WCW be brought back to TV with all the titles being active. So would they just have the champions who were at the end of who was the champions? I gotta look this up.
WCW, Booker T was the champion. I believe.
Was he? All right, so he could come. He's champion, so they could do that.
Maybe. He might have. That's weird.
Who was
Buff Bagwell probably had a belt.
I thought Lance Storm had most of the belts at that time.
Oh hell yeah, he did. I love that. He was wearing them around his neck and all his arms, and he had 2 on his body too.
Yeah.
See, 7 belts. What muddles this is they did bring back the belts on WWF.
Yeah.
So the last WCW champion was Booker T. But then they brought the belt back on WWF and defended it, which I forgot that they did this.
It's like Batista or something.
Yeah, so
Or they changed it to like John Cena's belt or something.
You know, Jericho was the last champion. Oh, so I remember Jericho
and then
was the guy who combined all the belts. So yeah, I don't know how you would do that.
I love that too. That was one of my favorite parts of wrestling back then.
Really? I'm a big Jericho fan, but I really didn't care for
Jericho back then.
Yeah.
Especially look at me, like I had like long hair and I was
I love Jericho. I don't know. At that time I thought it was kind of a letdown.
I like acting like a pretty boy sometimes just to fuck with people. Just like
you're like the Lanny Poffo, the Headyverse.
He's kind of a uggo in the face. I don't see his attractiveness. Like I don't know.
Lexar. I meant like a fancy lad.
No, I always thought he was that when I was a kid. I was like, that guy's kind of weird. I don't know why, but he's weird.
When I listened to Meltzer did a live video talking about memories of Lanny, and whenever he does the obituaries, it always
That's a burial.
It is. Yes,
it's a second burial.
He started talking about it being like effeminate and acting like gay, and I was like, dude, this isn't like great, like not great.
I bet you he said, whatever. He sucked his own dick, whatever.
And then he just had some random woman on the show who was like Pampero's like granddaughter. So I was like, what the hell is this? Lexar, I like Jack's idea about WB in shorts and trousers. Can he find a developer and distributor ASAP? All right. Anyone out there who can make the WB pants where basically it would be like faux poop in your pants.
Dude, that could be a little style.
Tube, you squeeze the
tube
tube
on the outside, just like a streak.
Yeah, that's a good
roller kind of.
There was a thing for a while. I forget the name. Someone told me the name of it because I saw him at the store and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And this is I forget the name of it. There was because I didn't know what it was, and someone's like, "That's whatever style." And they were making these jeans that looked like they had cum stains or piss stains, and I saw them at the store, and I was like, "What the hell?" And then I just thought someone returned them. And they're like, that's calico or some weird name. And so I looked it up, and that was a style. It was just like a year or two ago that was, I guess, popular for not very long, where they made stuff where it looked like it had piss or cum stains. And I was like, who in the hell would buy that? Well, apparently someone did for a brief, and I don't believe it's around anymore. But
that's gross. Andy Warhol, he had people like piss on canvases and shit. And he'd sell them for like huge canvases.
And he was a big WWF fan.
Oh. He's interesting. He's an interesting man, but I hated him as an artist. It's like that cheater fuck.
Yeah, those movies are really lousy. The Frankenstein and Dracula.
He was just overrated. He was a salesman. He was like he could sell shit. Like literal shit.
I like the Dracula movie.
What?
I like the Dracula movie.
Really?
Or it's a comedy.
Andy Warhol's Dracula. I like the guy in it. They got the blue eyes.
I like the guy. Like I don't know what you would call him in the movie. The farm boy, like the one the pretty boy, like that.
He was with him. I think they were like. He was one of the dudes who was pissing on the fucking. I believe so.
But he has this line in the movie, like. He's talking to because there's like 3 sisters in the movie. I don't want to spoil a movie from the 70s, but like he just throws away this line like, yeah, I raped the hell out of him. Like he was doing this girl a favor. He had like this Brooklyn accent. Like, yeah, I raped the hell out of him.
Nah, Andy Warhol was like the Satanist. He's like the Satanist dude. Same thing, same shtick. Anything to get like attention. Like that's all.
Only thing I know about him art wise is he the guy that drew the Campbell suit.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
he's rich from that.
And he used to hang out. He used to go to the WWF shows in the early 80s.
That's so sweet. I need to find him in the crowd. That's awesome.
Can Jack develop a T-shirt to go along with the WV pants that says "Whoopsie poopsie, I did the WV"? We'll work on that. I like this. I'm sure, and Nature will love it.
Oh my god!
If he was here right now, he'd be hooping in a holler. Lexar, just curious, what's the long tradition of the WV? That's interesting if you don't know. So on the show, since Intra's not here, I'll go over the details of the story. Intra, talked a couple times about incidences where he shit himself. He pooped his pants. And at the same time, another friend of mine, I forget the man's name, was an independent wrestling manager. And he had posted on Facebook about pooping his pants. And then it was another person, and then later on it was also the Brown Bomber, had also from WV, had posted about pooping his pants. And I was just like, what is it with you guys in the WV? Is that just like this pastime? You just all shit yourself. And then it just became the doing the WV. And then a little bit after that was, like I said, the Brown Bomber, who was this, I think it was Tough Man. Was MMA or Tough Man? I think it was Tough Man. Maybe it was MMA. And he shit himself in the ring, and when he got knocked out. And then we looked into it, and here he was from West Virginia. And Intra is very happy about that. Lex, I've been sick for the last 4 days. Got any tips on how to get better? Vic's garlic tea. What was that?
I just said rest.
Rest is good. Rest, a lot of liquids.
Retain your fluids. Do not expel fluid.
Really?
Like jacking off.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, you don't want to get dehydrated. So drink a lot of fluids.
Yeah. And make it cyclical.
What is it? Feed a cold, starve a fever, or feed a fever, starve a cold? I don't know. It's one or the other. I forget. Did you watch the Grammys last Sunday night? Nope. I heard, whenever I saw anything on it online, I was like, I have no idea who any of these people are. And that's not a knock on them. I just don't know who they are. Did you miss the great store just next door, A&P? What is with everyone with these stores? A&P, that was an old supermarket, right? I didn't.
Yeah, I remember.
I
don't think we had it in
Mississippi.
Yeah, I had when I grew up, we had Angelo's, which isn't there anymore. But now we have Stop and Shop and Market Basket in town. And then not too far away, we have Trader Joe's and Whole Foods and Star Market, I believe. But in town, it's Stop and Shop and Market Basket.
We had
Market Basket's a lot better.
We had a
We
Winn-Dixie.
had
I've never been to that.
WINN-Dixie. Yeah. And then Willie down south, we don't have them around here, but when I would go see family like down South Carolina, they had what they call Piggly Wigglies.
Yeah, in Mississippi, there's a Piggly Wiggly in my town.
I've never been to a Piggly Wiggly. I would go just for the name.
Like in the 80s, like my mom would smoke cigarettes in there because you could, and you'd like smoke cigarettes in the produce aisle and just flick the butt and then take it to the edge of the aisle. That's what people did in the 80s.
Yeah, no, I remember smoking. I didn't smoke,
like,
but like my family smoked
like
everywhere.
Little armrests, like ashtray things.
It's weird because I grew up with all that smoking, but then if I see an old movie and like the doctors are smoking, I'm just like, this just seems so weird to me, even though I grew up with all that stuff. When will they ever just stop like telling you there's no smoking on the plane or the bus? It's like everyone fucking knows that. Like, who thinks like I could just start smoking on the plane?
Mexico,
like eventually you just get rid
smoking.
of that. You know you're not supposed to do it. That was one of the grossest places. So I don't know if they still have it, but they did not that long ago when I flew with my brother in the Atlanta airport. They have the smoking room, and it's like this little, like, well, not little, it's fairly big, and it's where you can go and smoke, and everything's just covered in like ashes. And I was like, I'm getting out of here.
Do they have smoking in the casinos you go to, Jack?
You know what? Yes. Not all of them, but yeah. Because my brother, prefers the ones that have the. They stopped it during COVID, and then they started it again.
See, I'm totally ignorant because I've never been to a casino. Not that it's not a morality thing. There's not hardly any near me, but they actually opened one, about an hour and a half away from me. And it was like a big controversy on the news because they're like, half of it's going to be smoking. And I thought there was like laws against that shit. Like you couldn't smoke anywhere inside any.
Yeah, it's one of the last things where you can, like even bars here, you can't smoke at. That was one of the last things they stopped. But the casinos that probably just they pay someone to allow them to smoke. But it used to be only a small section would be non-smoking, and now it's more like half the place.
Well, at first I thought, well, maybe it's because it's on a reservation, but then it turned out it's not even on a reservation. It's a new casino, so I was totally.
I don't know about Encore, the one I go to, because I don't smoke, so I don't really know. But I think it's smoking there, but I'm not positive. I know some of the other ones that I go with my brother and my mom are smoking, but Encore I mostly just go myself.
But that would definitely be a no-go for me if there was any kind of cigarette smoke, because I hate the smell of that stuff. It's awful.
Yeah, I grew up with it, so I was pretty used to it. But...
Right.
If Intra had to choose between doing the WV or giving himself the Poffo, which reaction would Intra choose to the sight of seeing Lexar doing the whoopa whoopa with a stripper, and why? So would he rather shit himself while Lexar is going whoop, while Lexar is doing the whoopa whoopa whoopa, or would he rather give himself the Poffo while Lexar was whoopa 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 with the stripper? That's an interesting question. I guess if he was turned on, he'd rather give himself the Poffo. And if not, he'd rather just. Interesting. How many stars would you rate Goosey's indie match? Interesting. 5 stars. But out of how many? I will not say. That was a thing I wanted to do. This was my big idea, was to rate movies, or it couldn't be matches, whatever. And everything would be 5 stars. But what would change is how many. So like if I really liked to be 5 out of 5, if it was be 5 out of 10, if it's kind of shit, it'd be like 5 out of 50. If it was horrible, it's like, well, I got 5 stars out of 300.
Heck yeah. That's a good idea. No
Yeah,
one
I
does
like
that,
it.
so yeah.
And then people would just quote me anyway. It's like, Nasty Deal gives it 5 stars. But it wouldn't say 5 out of 3,000. Matthew, it would entertain me, but probably only 3 or 4 times. Then I'd be like, oh, it's running. Brian Matthew Clutter, has Incher ever tried to climb onto this buffalo? I will show the picture here. Oh, it's in Huntington. So now I talked about the grist mill, but we're going to see a glimpse of Incher's hometown. He has this big buffalo in town.
Man, Tony Schiavone went to town on that thing. Jeez.
Exactly, yeah. That is weird. That's just odd, isn't it? Do they have buffaloes in West Virginia?
There's a lot of mountains there, not a lot of prairies, I don't think.
Yeah. Rocky Mountain High.
All I know is it's wild and wonderful.
It is. Tyler Stevens, when it comes crashing down and it hurts inside, what do you do? I say you got to make a stand. There's no place to hide.
Oh, that reminds me of the whole Hogan story. I just wonder, like, who's bullshitting who, because, like, Angle's like, yeah, he can't feel anything. He's paralyzed.
Yeah, I hated to say anything because I'm like, I hate to say this guy's making up this can't feel his legs. But
well, it could have been maybe that Kurt might have been taking some Tic Tacs when they were having the conversation. He might have not really understood what was going on because, like, I mean, he corrected him in the most polite way possible, but it just wasn't making sense. It's like, he can't feel anything. It's like, why the fuck is he walking with no crutch?
Yeah.
That's a pretty damn, even for the Hulkster.
What's your favorite WWF or WWE theme, show theme? I thought he meant theme song, show theme. Probably the Rumble. Or does he mean like the theme song for a TV show?
I thought he meant theme song for TV.
I see.
I would say probably like the real heavy kind of Raw is War, like, you know. Like
I always thought The
90s
Beautiful People was such a strange, like, I like the song, but I never understood it as a theme song for SmackDown.
Yeah.
I always thought it was weird when they pick stuff that doesn't fit wrestling to me. Like that would be like a good theme for like Raven or I don't know, some like kind of creepy dude, but not for like the wrestling show.
I don't even remember those themes unless I like
I can't remember.
see them on like playlist or something. But I just maybe I never watched the beginning of the show. And I'm like, oh shit, it's on. I missed it all.
I like the ECW.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite.
Well, which one?
Now this is extreme.
Well, when I first started seeing ECW, it was the White Zombie thing, and then they changed it to God. I should know the band. You know,
yeah.
Who did that song? I can't remember now.
But the opening always really got me excited, and they would show all the highlights of ECW guys thrown through table before you saw all this stuff. You know what?
The one they did after the White Zombie one is my favorite. And
Megadeth? Are you?
You know, it's like, and at the end, it's like, you know, it's like this is extreme. And
Yeah,
it's like,
that's what I said. This is extreme.
But the early ECW was like just a straight white part of a White Zombie song. That was it. But I'd say Nitro. That one.
I would say Nitro.
I like the Nitro theme, not the one that looks like a vagina. What that was.
Yeah, that was just whacked.
With like the rave beats. They
Who thought that new WCW logo? Like, how did that get like made? Like, it was so strange and didn't even look like anything.
It back then at all.
I heard it was Shivani. It was his brainchild.
It's so weird. Because I love the Nitro logo was great. The classic Nitro logo.
But like you said a couple weeks ago, Jack, that stuff's so minor, like the set and everything. That's just nobody cares.
Yeah, I don't really care. Yeah. Because after the show starts and you see it, like you don't think about it again.
Yeah.
That was always my thing with the TNA pay-per-views with all the cages, because if every match is a cage, after like the first match or two, you don't even think about it. So what's the point? I love even the 8-sided ring and or 6-sided ring and the 4-sided ring. That was really not important to me either, because once the show started, if it was good or bad, you didn't really care how many sides the ring had.
Well, don't tell that to AJ Styles. Those are fighting words. Our ring's got 6 sides.
You could run the ropes faster with 6.
Yeah, I mean, something like that might help if you were actually the wrestlers and you know, but as a viewer, it didn't make any difference to me.
Hogan and Bischoff get a lot of shit for their time in TNA, but that was one thing I'll give them a round of applause for, getting rid of that fucking 6-sided ring. I don't think
it looked weird to me. They were trying to put MMA in everything back then. That's what
I think Hogan, his exact quote was like, "Let's get rid of this Tinker Toy romper room ring, brother."
I remember it was cool for the cages for some reason, but yeah, I didn't really care one way or the other, honestly. Dobbs wants to know, got any questions for me? Dobbs Dean Maya, is that your real name?
Have you run into Barbie Richards lately? What's he up to?
If I go back to England this year, where should we eat? Ryan Matthew Clutter, will everyone on that call do the Poffo live on air to honor the legacy of Lanny? Hell yeah. All right, here we go.
Well, come on, Jack. We know you don't have to bend down that far. You're faking it.
What if I just like pulled it out, like, and everybody like, what the fuck? Like I have to lean back.
I do outdo the Tazo moment, just like obliterate it.
Mike Bessler, who would win if wrestling was 100% legit? In WCW era, Lex Luger was main eventing WrestleMania. Oh, I guess that's a different question. Who would win if wrestling was 100% legit?
When? Like right now?
Right now, I'd say probably Brock.
It's either Brock or Bobby Lashley, probably Brock.
Or someone that we just don't know. You know what I mean? Like that we don't know.
Who is a
badass.
fighter, a trained fighter.
Yeah, right.
In Iowa, there's like schools of MMA just like around the blocks, and so there's like dudes who are just like just pissed off all the. They're, I don't know. They shouldn't have those schools everywhere.
In WCW era, Lex Luger was main eventing WrestleMania against Ruthless Aggression 8 era A-Train. Luger definitely would get my win. Would beat A-Train.
Give him the rack. Hell yeah.
And Cracker Jacks or Crunchin' Munch. Interesting. I'm gonna go out of the box and say Screaming Yellow Zonkers.
Never heard of them.
Really?
I like that old caramel corn with the K and the kangaroo in the old malls. You guys remember that?
I mean, I like all that stuff, really. I don't know if did they still sell like Captain Crunch and stuff. I mean, not Captain Crunch, but
caramel corn or Cracker Jack stuff.
Well, that reminds me. Speaking of kangaroos, I know you want to do cocaine shark, but I think cocaine kangaroo more money because a shark is kind of limited because you're in the water. Cocaine kangaroo.
Yeah, but people really love sharks.
But how would the shark ingest the cocaine? Like through his fins or something?
It falls off a boat, or he eats like a pizza boat.
But where's the visual of him snorting?
Dude, it should be a dolphin, and it goes in the blowhole.
Oh, yeah, I've never seen this.
And dolphins can be vicious. Ooh.
Screaming Yellow Zonkers. This was big when I was a kid.
That's cool.
But actually, Cracker Jacks isn't particularly good, so I'm gonna say Crunch and Munch.
Yeah, I think Crunch and Munch.
Crunch and Munch tastes better.
Yeah, Cracker Jack's really not very good. You just got it to get the toy.
I think you get more peanuts with the Cracker Jacks, which
they were just always stale because of the stupid box.
Right.
It's stale as shit. Anyway.
Dobbs wants to know.
Anyway, who cares?
Dobbs wants to know what happened to Nicola Bully. Who? The fuck's Nicola Bully? I don't know, Dob.
You related to Bully Ray.
And Bruce Briscoe, Winter, why did Jackie Jones ban me? I love the man, and I will bow down and I will kiss his feet and do other things if you catch my drift. If he will let me back in the YouTube chat and just let me in his presence.
You break the rules, you
for
pay the price.
Minutes. Exactly. So if you follow the rules, bitchy
Follow the
Briscoe, I'd let you back.
Praise, love.
Stellar Steven says it was Harry Slash and the Slash Tones. ECW theme. And he said Ming would beat everyone from WCW. I don't know. I kind of think some of the legends of Ming's
I didn't like him as a wrestler. I was like, oh, it's that guy.
I liked him, but
he had no personality.
Yeah, I liked him
compared to everyone else.
I actually really liked him when he first went to WCW and he wore the suit and he didn't wrestle and people would just smash him over the head with chairs and he'd just stand there. I thought that was pretty cool. And I liked him as King Haku.
Unity, 2 chairs. Did he do that?
It was funny because they used to do this in NWA and NWC because they did it with Big Bubba too. So everyone would be sitting in a folding chair, but for some reason they would find this wooden chair to smash over Big Bubba's head or Ming's head, and it's like this one chair in the whole arena. And then it was a cool visual because it would just bust over his head and they just stand there, and they would no sell it. But it was just weird that there was just one wooden chair in the whole place. And I liked him as King Haku. The one thing though, when
Yeah,
they were
that
the
was
Faces of Fear, they had a really cool move because it was kind of raw and kind of rough, and sometimes it didn't hit it right. But I kind of like that about wrestling. It's the one thing like I like modern wrestling, but it's very clean and crisp, and like you could tell like they're working together. But anyway, I think it was, I forget who would do it. I think Ming would do the backdrop, and Barbarian would just catch the guy and give him a pile driver. And I always thought that was a pretty awesome finisher.
I liked when Bobby the Brain was the manager.
Yeah, for Haku.
Yeah,
and they were the
I
Islanders, and they stole the dog. And then they would walk around with an invisible dog on the leash.
Yeah.
That was pretty awesome. Yeah, I was a big fan of King Haku.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and try to find that. I don't remember them doing that. I mean, I believe you. The backdrop into the pile driver.
Oh,
yeah, it was pretty sweet because it wasn't like he would just move him right back into it. He'd like give him flip him, and he would just kind of catch him. And so it was kind of like it wouldn't always hit perfectly, but I always thought it was like a really awesome.
It was like kind of near the corner, and then they did it.
I think it was like in the middle of the ring. You just give the back. You'd like throw him off the rope, give him the backdrop, and he would catch him and just give him pile drive.
You're talking about Faces of Fear, WCW.
Yeah, I think they might even did it once in a match with Hall and Nash.
The move I remember, I thought they both did the diving headbutt on each corner of the ropes. They both come off, headbutt the guy. I remember them doing that.
But no, they did the backdrop into the. I'll try to find it. It was a cool move. I always liked it.
Of course, now I'm thinking about it. This was '90s WCW tag teams weren't exactly showcase, so they might only won.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I believe it. I just
don't. So I remember him from a long time ago.
I just remember the Goozle. Me doing the Goozle all the time. I love that. He'd get all crazy.
Yeah.
Tongue and death grip.
Oh yeah, when you're like, Arr.
Yeah.
And then when he had the brief run when he went back to WWE, and he was tagging with Rikishi, and he had the big hair, and like Rikishi would sit on the guy, and he would just like headbutt him in the nuts or something. It was like but he would like land right between Rikishi's legs. It was always like a really strange looking move.
I'm not saying he's not tough. I believe it, but all the stories.
I'm not saying he isn't tough, but I think
stories are about him just beating up guys at the bar that were drunk.
Right, yeah, and like ripping their eye out or something.
Okay.
So it's like I don't know, yeah. But I think like most of the wrestlers who like knew what they were doing at all would be able to do that. So. Yeah, I'm just saying I'm not saying he's not tough or anything, but I think some of them are more legends than you know. I wouldn't mess with them now. All right, well, that's all the questions. Thank you guys. This has been fun. Thank you, Bruce and Golgo, for staying up with me even when Incher bailed. The OI bitch strikes again, but he's a good man and he'll be back next week. I think. I don't know. I think he's going away pretty soon. Not to the big house or anything, but I think he said he's going out of town one of these coming weeks. I don't know if it's next week or not, but we'll find out.
1-inch bitch, you say that. I'll know you're really serious if you say 1-inch ass rape, like that one guy said. I forget who that was. It might have been Walsh. I can't remember. Somebody got real ticked at him way back in the day. Said 1-inch ass rape.
I don't remember that. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Hold on to your keyboards.
I saw like the Don Tony show or whatever. I think I told you, but he was like, yeah, something you'd say like Jackie Jones or something, and how you would troll him or something.
Yeah, they used to troll into the chat room and stuff.
I used to troll their chat room.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
Yeah, I did it a few times.
Out of nowhere, like he started talking because I watched it one day and I was like, oh shit, talk about in your head. So I was like,
I used to pester the shit out of God, I'm blanking on his name now. Trey Dog live during their show. I would take they had that back that instant message was like the way to chat. Everybody was instant messenger. So I'd use a bot and it was like just randomly like, hi, talk to him during the show, and he got real pissed off. I was like, who the fuck is this?
No, he was like, yeah, that dude's really crazy.
Go away.
He was like still disturbed about it.
I had no control over it. We just type in whatever it wants to say.
He does a podcast every week. You should do it again. That'd be hilarious.
I don't even know if you can get instant messenger anymore. AOL instant messenger. But
yeah. So in the coming weeks, we're going to be having, I don't know if you guys saw, they wrestled Max Caster and wrestled the Acclaim the other week, the Outrunners. And we were talking about them last week, Intra and I, they were like, they got squashed right away, but they're like this weird 80s gimmick. And I dug it. So then I saw people talking about them. They're a great team. And I think they wrestled in the dark and stuff. So anyway, I found out I've been friends with one of them on Facebook for a long time, Truth Magnum. And so I asked them about coming on the show, and they're going to be coming on the show soon. They have to find out which Tuesday they are free, but we will be having the Outrunners here on the show soon. And so I made this VHS style logo. They'll be coming on the show soon. That'll be fun. And I believe they were actually on Dark earlier tonight. So and they've been doing well for themselves in the indies. So this will be a fun interview. We'll be talking to them soon here on the show.
Are you going to go really old school, and keep you here for 2 seconds, let them do a liner? I missed that. Can you keep you here for 2 seconds?
When I was going through the interviews and putting them on YouTube, I'd always get to that, and it did make me laugh. And sometimes I would cut it out.
But the liners were awesome. Where you would, like, before the show, you would wait for the stream to start, and you listen to all the liners.
Yeah.
So that fucking Micro Machine bug started. And
I wish I would have kept up on because I could have been doing a lot of video ones for Without Your Head. We don't have too many guests here, but yeah, I should get back and start doing those because they're fun. And then we could put them on video now, which would be cool.
Is Mr. Oliver still scheduled, or is that?
I don't know. He said he was, and I saw people asking him on Twitter, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm coming on the show. I love the show," but I don't know. I tried to set it up, and back in the day, I would be on people, but now, if people just stop replying, I kind of lose interest. But I would like to have him on. I like Sean Oliver. He's a good
I don't
dude.
want you guys feuding. I like both of y'all.
I like Sean Oliver too. There's no feud. He's congratulating me on the movies and stuff. So
That's cool.
And people don't know, he's got a degree in filmmaking and stuff. So
he's like the voiceover guy. I mean, I know he's done legit acting roles, but he talks about doing that voiceover work. That was like his bread and butter.
I've watched a lot of kayfabe commentary stuff. So I've watched.
Yeah, no, I thought for sure that was by far the best shoot interview stuff, and then I just think the shoot interview I think is kind of over with since the podcast.
But he was the best at it. I got so many of their DVDs. And I mean, I can't. I'm not going to do whatever $20 a month to watch them whenever I want. I got them physical forever. But the used shoot, that was ahead of its time. A lot of that stuff. Some of the stuff, I think the guest booker was kind of And I think I got his books too. Even he admits the guest booker, like Raven, like it just Sullivan, or not Sullivan. Who was it? It might have been Cornette, but like a lot of these guest bookers, like it ends up being a letdown because it's kind of like a hard thing to do within an hour, booking a whole fucking year's worth of shit.
Yeah. Then a lot of the modern ones, when he would have modern guys on, they just weren't. It's not even that they didn't. Some of them you could tell they didn't want to say stuff because they were. And then some of them it was just they're a different generation, so they don't talk about like rats or fights and all this stuff. So it didn't really work,
Doesn't age well. Like the dildo bag, just like all the just like trashy stuff is like doesn't age as well.
That stuff you had to do with certain people. You honestly couldn't do it with everybody because not everyone had that same kind of sense of humor.
But he tried,
especially more modern people. It just didn't work.
It's just
I remember Hurricane was one of Shane Helms.
Yeah,
he was one of like I can't call anybody out. It's like fuck. Come on.
Yeah, so it was a weird thing, and nowadays, like I know this for a fact because I've been told, and you could probably even figure out if you watch your shows. That's why it's a little harder to get people on the show because they pay not Sean Oliver, but people on
that British.
If you go and watch a lot, you'll know these guys who do these shoot interviews, like the guy with it's like a younger British guy,
Dutch Mantel guy.
Yeah, they got Dutch Mantel, and so he pays them, like I don't know how much.
I know.
I've been told some people he paid $500, but I don't know how much he pays everybody.
So like a Hannibal kind of.
Yeah.
Well,
so
he's way better than Hannibal.
Probably, yeah. I know he paid someone $500 that I know, so that's cool for them. But then it's like, why would I do this show for free if this other guy's gonna pay me $500? And I totally understand that.
And
it just makes it harder to do have free guests on here because I don't want to charge people to watch In Your Head or anything like that. And I have fun just coming on. We did 1 million interviews, so it's fun just to come on and talk wrestling. So
you needed to do the interviews at first to gain the audience.
Yeah,
but, at this
it would be fun to have people on every once in a while. I think a lot of people I know would come on. I know George South would come on again. He's got a new book out, so that would be fun.
Yeah.
And I personally like the older guys on the show. It's just because that's the wrestling I grew up on, and I enjoy that. So.
Yeah, those guys are getting few and far between.
Yeah, not of them's around. A lot of those guys aren't around anymore.
Or they got a podcast, and they're like, "Fuck it, I got my own podcast." Kind of killed the interview.
Yeah, there's a few things. It's like, well, they all kind of do their own I'll go on. They'll go on this other guy's other show that they know, and then they'll come on their shows, and I get that. Or if they've got to do a non-wrestler show that they want money.
But yeah, the reason Sean Oliver's so great is one, he's a great host, and two, the production value. You don't hear fucking switch tapes.
Yeah, the RF video stuff. Like at the time, it was like the only ones you could get. And it was before podcasts, so it was like, wow, I'm hearing people talk openly. So that the novelty of that, but as an interviewer, he was awful, and the production value was horrible, because there'd be stuff right in there, like they'd be getting pizzas and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna edit this all out," and it's like, well, it's right here, so obviously you can edit it out. How hard could that have been to edit out like these two, like a minute,
And then they send you video of a guy taking a dump on a lawn.
Yeah.
It was all film, so he had to. And I
don't know.
It might have been.
It probably wasn't film. It was probably taped to a VCR. I bet it's probably to tape, film the tape.
Wow. Depending on what kind of tape, you could get really good quality.
The cheapest he could get.
Yeah, it's
probably fourth generation
on the 6 hour.
On the
or whatever.
His tie was always too short and halfway untied, and I don't know if that was on purpose or if he was.
I really like the kayfabe guy. The no kayfabe. Do you remember this guy I think I talked to him with Sean Oliver a couple times. He was like this big time, like really like a Mark guy. Oh no way! It was some of the worst interviews ever, but I actually got a legit kick out of them because they were very unintentionally funny.
I think Hannibal's the worst, and I'll admit I used to watch his stuff just because he would get people I haven't seen before.
Yeah,
God, he's like Bret. He's got that Bret Hart voice. He'll put you to sleep, man. I think he got canceled, didn't he? Or he like had some domestic.
Yeah, I think when he really cut that referee up bad, I think that was kind of like you.
Well, this was after that. Like there was pictures of like had a fight with some girl up in Canada.
Oh, really? Yeah,
This was like over the fall, this past fall. Like
I would follow it for a little while when he kind of had the feud with Cornette, because it was funny to hear Cornette trashing him, because that's not a guy for him to get to a feud with verbally. Whatever I think of Cornette stuff, he's a very funny guy and very intelligent and stuff. So nothing against Hannibal, but he's not. So this,
I'm not trying to plug anybody else's show, but I will say, and I don't watch every Nash and Click This.
Yeah.
But they did do a funny bit on Cornette. It was Oliver doing his Cornette impression, but had a Cornette face. It was about because they're teasing him because they're moving up in, I guess, in whatever fucking podcast.
Well, I think they have good chemistry together, and I Nash. The problem with some of the wrestler podcasts for me is either they have like kind of an agenda where they're trying to get back into WWE, or they really just hate everything modern, which if you don't like it, that's fine. But it's just like, I don't really want to hear someone just hate something. Like, it's not entertaining to me. Over and over, like ad nauseum, you know what I mean? And when especially if you could tell, like, it's just like this weird personal bias, like honestly, like the Bischoff, you could tell just has this like feud go, like he doesn't like Tony Khan personally and so that's not really entertaining to me. But Nash though, I just think is like a good guy, and he's not Nash trying to, he's not really trying to like weasel his way back in anywhere, and he's not talking about hating everything.
Nash because he's self-aware. Like I just laughed when he was talking about like, oh, I'm sorry I stammered. It's that CTE coming back on me, because sometimes he's slow. Everybody's like, oh, I think he's got CTE. And then the one Oliver's like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm taking a piss. He just pulls out a bottle of piss.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
He was just peeing. He's like, I got all this practice from being on the road, pissing and
I actually almost did that. I had this down here because I drink a lot during the show, and I almost did it, but I was like, no, I'll go up and
when I used to play video games a lot, I used to do that. Like I was like, I don't want to pause, so I just piss in a Gatorade bottle. And then keep playing.
That's actually I didn't want to say it earlier, but that's the origins of the WV. Is that Incher he didn't want, I think he was playing pinball or I don't know, and he didn't want to leave the games. He just pooped his pants. At least that's my memory of how it happened. Allegedly.
Well, at least you pulled up a Gatorade bottle, so it shows your packing. You pulled out one of these, we know you had a needle pick.
Yeah. I have this here for water, but it wouldn't fit in there.
Yeah, you got to have the wide mouth. You don't want to get that splash all over the place.
Yeah. This is hard enough to get,
Well, yeah, for you.
Jesus.
Just get like some suction.
But I drink a lot. I drink a lot anyway. I drink a lot of water and seldom stuff. But during the show, I drank 2 cups of coffee and a seltzer can and some of this water. You have to stay hydrated and excited here.
Soundproofing on the bottom of your desk. Just
like a 5-hour show here.
But yeah, he was like, he knew how to make fun of Cornette. He was like, look at them damn ratings. They're coming up on us. Fuck, what am I going to have to do? Stay out Nash with a gun? I'm going to have to get a fucking bazooka and say I'm going to shove it up my ass.
But yeah, I'll get back with Sean. We'll set it up. I know like the pizza guy was going to come on, but he literally just stopped replying. And it was fun. I thought it'd be funny to have him on, but I'm not like, I mean, he's funny on the show. I like him, but like, I'm not going to hound the guy to get the pizza man on the show.
Is that the Andretti guy?
No, it's Action Andretti. I forget the pizza name, but I like the pizza guy.
It's the guy Cornette hates. I know.
Yeah.
Short list.
Yeah, it's really strange that he hates
it. Was so offensive. He just stood there and got super kicked.
Yeah, he was literally on there for like 2 seconds. Like it was probably like 12 seconds, and I'm like, dude, like this is not a big deal. Like he was just like the whole idea was it was a dumb gimmick. He's throwing the pizza, and the guy was mad and kicked him. So really, I would think Cornette would like that because it was like fuck this kind of gimmick.
Well, when it involves the Young Bucks or Kenny or anybody he hates,
it's always the absolute. Yeah, it's the worst. And then
that's what.
And then when he's with Jericho and he's literally just standing in the back row twirling a pizza. I'm like, it's pretty funny to me. I don't know.
He defended Jericho at first on his podcast when AEW first started. Last was shitting on him from day one, saying he was a pop. But once he started working with Orange Cassidy and the Elite, he started to change his opinion. And then Jericho got the nuts to clap back at him on Twitter because he got tired of all the shit.
I think when it started was when the stuff came out about him being a Trump guy and his wife was at the.
Well, that was the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
Because he actually said, as he says, I cussed him. He cussed Ric Flair for going to a Trump rally. And to me, it's like, pump the brakes, Jim. You really think Flair's a political guy? He'll go to anybody's rally. Damn.
Right.
I'm assuming he didn't do it for free. So
right.
Yeah.
It's not like he's a hardcore ideology. He's going after whatever money you get.
He needs
which drives me crazy in a way because it's like got a rich son-in-law. Why do you got to fucking do all this nickel and diamond?
Yeah.
You married into money, you know. So
you married your daughter into money.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna get divorced. I'm sorry, it's just gonna happen. But until it happens, that's your gravy train.
Yeah.
You know, and then before that it was Triple H. Now I'm not so sure. You know.
Yeah, I don't. Who knows? It'll be a weird thing to see what happens here.
I mean, if you listen to his podcast, he's like, "Yeah, we had an hour-long meeting at 12:30, and everything's good now." And then right after that, he's like, "I had to apologize to Becky Lynch." Gee, I wonder why. Because Triple H probably said,
"Yeah, I know." And they, I remember the sites were listed like, "Oh, he went up and apologized to Becky." I'm like, do you think he really just did that? Just rather like, oh, I think this is the right thing to do. It's like
he was being a bitch for Triple H.
Yeah,
he was probably like, look, you want to introduce your daughter? I can apologize. Okay. And if you don't, I'll take you out of the intro. Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, and he thinks that's like, it pains me because I love Ric Flair as Ric Flair the wrestler, but all that stuff, I'm like, man, I wish I just didn't know any of this stuff about Ric Flair. I wish you.
Yeah, him as a wrestler, he's like a god. Like, but just his personality is just, I've known him since the 80s, like, and he'd break into that character. He'd you know, like when he'd start crying for real, like on TV.
Oh yeah, when that would happen naturally,
so
it was cool, but yeah,
but
I met him and
you could just tell
he wasn't a particularly nice guy. But when we met him at Fan Fest, he was. But when I met him in he wasn't to Incher, but he was nice to me. But in Texas, I met him at Fright Fest, and he wasn't particularly. He's very creepy to Annabelle. And he was there with his wife at the time too, which he wasn't at his booth the entire festival. He was just in the bar drinking the whole time. Which whatever. But I mean, you are being paid to do autographs and photos.
Yeah, my brother thinks with his little John Wiener dick all the time, and he gets himself into some crazy situations. And you know, I think that's Ric Flair's problem. He's just like, I don't know, he's wired that way.
I heard someone recently, actually, it was on the horror thing. I think it was on a horror thing. They started talking about that they were doing they even called it, and it was an older thing, but talked about doing the whipping their dick around, doing the helicopter.
Oh, helicopter.
Yeah, so they didn't say it recently, so they didn't just copy Flair. I forget who it was. It might have been on a comedy thing. I don't know. Oh, I know who it was. It was Reverend Bob Levy. The old, well, he still does stuff, but he used to be on Howard Stern a lot.
I mean, he doesn't shit on everybody. I was surprised he didn't shit on a recent podcast, Meltzer. He's like, I don't follow him that much, but he's always been nice to me. So
yeah.
And I was surprised because he kind of got into it with his daughter. If you remember, maybe like a year ago,
right?
On Twitter, his daughter was like, check your facts, Dave. Everybody's picking on Dave. It's fucking getting trolled on sources now. I feel bad for Dave.
I think it's funny when people say no one thinks Dave's reliable or also, but lots of wrestlers speak highly of Meltzer.
Yeah. But he does need to watch himself now that he's getting older, because he's made a few mistakes, and he's at least
well, I think he's probably always done this, but now people know it, and so they kind of take advantage of it. Like the Dragon Gate stuff, they would feed him like false information just to see if he would post it. I think
that's
to make
what I
him
was
look
talking
bad.
About. Yeah,
and I think he's just naive. I think, and also just if someone tells him something, he just believes it.
Yeah.
And I think they used to do it, but it was more stuff that didn't matter that much. Like if someone would tell him a match was really good and he would say this match was good or something, you know what I mean? But this doesn't really matter that much either, but it does hurt your credibility if you're writing about stuff that wasn't true, even if it's not really anything that was really important.
Yeah.
And I do think that was someone did that intentionally to try to say like, oh, look at him, he doesn't know.
Gotcha.
He's posting stuff
that's fucked up. Yeah, of course. The only person I've never heard Flair say anything bad about, like that he was really good friends with, is Arn. But obviously there was a falling out. But publicly, I've never. He's always putting over Arn. I heard that was more of his wife. Like, didn't get along.
Oh, maybe.
She was friends with his wife he had forever that he was cheating on. Whatever her name, Ashley and Reed's mother. Like, they were good friends, but to this day, like, he'll say Orange should be in the Hall of Fame, but to me, I like it when he's, I like it better that he's really getting on Bischoff, because the guy really tried to ruin it.
Yeah,
I hated it. Like,
he was really
he's a
vicious
good guy.
too.
For a while there, he was like, everything's cool with Eric. It's like, no, fuck that. It's like,
it was
that guy
like,
really tried to bury.
Yeah, he tried to, like, not even just like his career, but like kind of ruin his life.
And to be honest, it's kind of fucked up that Conrad doesn't just your family, kick his ass out. I don't listen to 83 Weeks. I mean, I have like maybe the first episode, but to me, Bischoff's not a good guest because he's like always, I can't recall. Just very
I used to like Bischoff, but I don't I don't even listen to the clips. Sometimes I'll listen to clips and stuff while I'm doing stuff, but I just don't enjoy them. They're, like you said, they're either he doesn't recall anything, or it's just very clear he's just like trying to trash AEW and it's not even, it doesn't even feel like it's stuff he really thinks. He's just trying to.
And that's after the falling out. Before they were
right.
But I mean, Conrad, that's your father. Where's your loyalty at? It's like, I don't know. He's always like, I don't want to get in the middle of it. It's like, well, fuck, your family.
You could tell he's a very political guy, Bischoff, and he watches what he says, which is fine, but doesn't make for very fun listen.
But you can tell. I could tell, like, with the whole Jay Lethal thing, that was all work. I don't think he's working with Bischoff. I really think he hates his guts. I'd like to see him go away because of whatever. He really didn't even say anything that bad in the documentary. Off on him.
No, yeah.
So to me, it's like, I'm surprised Conrad hasn't said, look, this is kind of a bad spot.
I don't know where it was, but I saw the rumored list of the Hall of Fame people, and one of them was a Great Muta, which I think would be cool. Who else was it? It was Michelle McCool. Batista was one of them. Yeah, because it would be in Hollywood.
I kept thinking he was already inducted, but he was announced, but it got canceled because of COVID.
Oh, okay.
That was the pandemic year, whatever, 2020.
Yeah, and it's in Hollywood, so that would make sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I normally don't care about the celebrity wing, but it's Cyndi Lauper. That one's a good one.
Oh yeah. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah. I love that Goonies songs. The Goonies.
Yeah.
Songs on that.
Yeah. And I think it was the Midnight Express. That would be cool too.
Yeah. And if that does happen, Jim should fuck what everybody says. Oh, you're a hypocrite. Of course you got to go and induct him.
Yeah. I agree.
Actually, I take that back. He shouldn't even induct him. He's part of the Midnight Express.
Right, yeah. I think they thought maybe Ricky Morton would induct them, which would be cool.
Yeah, I can't think of anybody better.
Yeah,
I guess the only question is which. Bobby's passed, so I guess it would just be. Do you count the original? Whatever, not the original. Remember there was like two of them. Like that.
Yeah, it was like Norville Austin is like the first group. So I wouldn't consider.
I would think you would just do Dennis and Stan.
But I would do Bobby, Stan, and Dennis and Cornette.
Yeah, of course.
But then they had the original, which I did like the angle when it was like, who is it? Something Rose and
yeah.
Oh, it was Cornette. It was Dennis Condrey and Randy Rose. Yeah,
Randy Rose. That was the guy I was thinking.
Yeah. It's funny, most of the tag team guys with Cornette, like if those guys were just like around today, he would totally trash him based on their looks. Like Dennis, I love Dennis Condrey, but like he looks way worse than a lot of the guys he says look so awful.
Forget about Dennis. Bobby's the perfect example. Nobody wants to trash Bobby, but the worst I've heard Cornette say is he got a little fleshy. But you can't be talking about people's physiques and have y'all about Bobby.
Yeah, because he'll go on about Moxley being emaciated, and I'm like, I don't even understand that. Like he's I mean, he's in way better shape than all those guys. And he's like bigger than a lot of the guys he wrestles in AEW. That one's just a very strange. You could say maybe he's kind of rough looking or something, but he's definitely not emaciated. Emaciated would be like a super skinny guy.
Because he's a Southern wrestling guy. If you're a Southern wrestling guy, it means you're not about the body. That's a Vince thing. You know, I don't know where's the cutoff. I mean, Bobby just looked like a regular dude. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Even like I'm not like a huge Joey Janela fan or something, but I was like, he kind of looks like the same physique as a lot of the guys he managed. Like he's a little shorter, but he's probably in better shape than Bobby.
Yeah.
And I think Bobby Eaton's one of the greatest workers of all time. So I'm not saying he's bad or anything.
I like Bobby Eaton too.
Yeah, Bobby Eaton and Dennis Condrey, I think, is the best tag team ever.
Is it like Duke Robert or whatever?
His name, I'm not sure.
No, when he
and then Gigolo Jimmy Del Rey, I also love him. I mean, he looked horrible, but I always thought that was the gimmick, was he was the gigolo, yet he was kind of a gross looking dude.
But with William Regal and Bobby Eaton.
Oh, the Blue Bloods.
Yeah. I liked him in that one. He was good in that too. And it was
he's great. I honestly think he's one of the best wrestlers of all time.
That turned into like him and Regal and Dave Taylor, if I remember.
Yeah.
And they tried to get Chris Adams in there for a minute, but
I always thought during WCW, when he was during Nitro days, he was basically like a job guy, which was really, sad to me. But I always thought like him and Brad Armstrong would have been a good team, because they're both great wrestlers and throwback guys to the NWA days. Yep. And they never really did anything with either guy. And I'm not saying they could, main event or something, but they would have been like a great team, I think, during that time.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie, though. It's not like they would have made a lot of ratings at that time. It was all about the NWA.
Yeah.
But there was a place for them. They literally did nothing. I wouldn't
they could have just been night. Yeah, they could have been just some job guy. They didn't do nothing. They did nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. The only time I think they sat. I mean, the only time I remember seeing Bobby in the late 90s was like maybe on a Worldwide, because I watched everything.
Yeah, I did too. I watched every. Yeah, I'd stay up late Friday night to watch it. Was it easy? I don't know. Something was on late Friday night.
It was on Worldwide.
Oh, yeah, and it wasn't
Chris
even good.
Cruz,
But
the Stooge.
I'd stay up and watch
what a dick that guy ended up turning
and it wasn't even good. But I would have to watch it. Then I'd get up early to watch the other shows that came on, and yeah.
I don't know if he's really a dick or he just likes to fuck with people. Like
I think he's a dick from what I've seen on Facebook. Yeah.
We got to get. I mean, he don't discriminate. He's like, got to call the commission, get Ric Flair's last match. I kind of wish he had gotten it.
Yeah, and he was he was a dick to me personally when my uncle died, and that was really messed up. Yeah.
I can't remember. He was a guest on your head? Right?
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah,
and I met him.
Seemed like a normal guy.
Yeah,
at that time.
I'd like to get Scott Hudson back on. Actually, I think he's a really fun guest, and I talk to him every once in a while on Facebook.
Yeah, you can tell he's a nice guy.
Yeah, and he was super cool when I met him at Starrcast. And who was the guy who used to yell fat ass fly? I actually liked him most people hate him as a commentator, but
no, I was gonna say you're not talking about Madden.
Yeah, Mark Madden.
Oh, Mark Madden.
So Scott was, I was texting with Scott to see where it was because we were gonna meet. And then and so Scott comes, him and Mark Madden were walking by, and he's like, "Hey Mark, meet my good friend Neil." And Mark just didn't even look at me and just kept walking. I was like, okay.
And he gives people. I used to listen to his radio show semi-regularly, like at work, and like I've heard him give people shit for doing what you just described. Example: Jay Lethal. When he had Rick. Oh yeah, it was the Ric Flair when he was on hosting Rick's podcast. He's like, "Yeah, you gotta have a talk with Jay." I tried to introduce myself, and he just big time me, walked by me. Like, sounds like that's what he did to you.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's like, well, yeah, it's fine if I do it, but no one should do it to me.
Didn't Shivani at least give you a hey, buddy?
No, he didn't say anything. He didn't even look at me or acknowledge either, which I still like to, but that was.
Well, he was going to Atlanta. You might want to stop by.
He was buying he bought a, it was a It wasn't from the era, but it was made today, but it was the bat phone, but it was made like the 1960s show. And he was buying it at the thing, which is kind of cool. And I was like, hey, and
he must have been off the clock. He must have been like, fuck all these marks. I'm buying something right now.
Yeah, he was going around him, and then who's the Brandon Cutler? He was just going around getting people's autographs and photos, which is cool. But I did think, man, this guy, you're on TV, and you're just like,
I'll give Tony credit because when he first came out of his whatever, hiding for 20 years or whatever it was. And because the reason he even started a podcast is to pay for his daughter's wedding.
Yeah, yeah.
And in order to help pay for it, he would remember Conrad was paying him on top of that. If you bought a shirt, I wish I'd have done it. I just didn't do it. He would personally call you.
Oh, really?
And he really did it. Like every shirt, he would say, "Here's my number," and he would give you a quick phone call. He would give you a message or whatever. I was like,
I'm really glad that he came back because I love Tony Schiavone, and that's a guy like I like Meltzer, but boy, he talks about him like he was just like the dirt worst commentator.
Well, let's be honest, the break did him some good because toward the end, people couldn't stand him.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was just the show was bad. Like how can you like say this stuff's great, without being like corny or and you can't just be on there and say, man, this show really sucks right now.
And the other, like Bobby Heenan would be just like, he'd just be like, fuck this. And just
he'd be openly drunk on the show, honestly.
Camera. Oh, you remember the classic in your head interview with Heenan? Here's what I think of Schiavone.
Yeah, and he flushed the toilet. Yeah.
And Schiavone acknowledged it. They just had heat because he thought Bobby thought Tony was just stooging everything, just holding them down because he was technically the boss of the announcers. So,
when I've mentioned this before, for some reason on my cable, it was only like a couple months period before Nitro would come on.
Oh yeah,
they would. I got this weird feed.
Yeah, they're called wild feeds. Like
and it was
like the stationary camera.
Yeah, it was a stationary camera.
Yeah,
and so I would see the dark matches, and then I would hear the commentators like 5 minutes before they went live, and they just be talking to each other.
You can watch those on YouTube now.
That's really? So, and I remember.
What are they called?
They call them wild feeds. But what I'm finding interesting is you said you saw them on cable. I thought you had to have a satellite to see them.
No, because I never had satellite, and it was just on this. It was on I don't even know. It was just on some channel that didn't have anything else on it. It would just
That's awesome.
I just randomly found it one time, and then every week I would tune in to watch it. And I remember I saw the time when I think it was Conan lost the TV belt or the U.S. belt to One Man Gang. So I think that might have been the first one I watched. And then, but Heenan he'd be cracking jokes on those, and Tony he didn't really seem very friendly, honestly. And then, and I forget who else would be with them.
The one I saw, he was being a wise ass, Tony, like talking to like Craig in the truck, Craig Leather.
And I think it was someone else. I don't think it was Bischoff. I don't know who was. Well, maybe it was just the two. But I thought
the ones I saw on YouTube. There's a bunch of them on YouTube. It's Larry. It's the first hour, obviously. So
Larry would have been there. Yeah,
Larry, Tony, and Bob.
Yeah,
Larry, Tony, and
I know Bobby was on the ones I would see. So
yeah, Bobby was on some of them too. But that was when I think remember when they shuffled it around.
Right. Mine was only on a very short period of like a couple months. So
and then you hear Penzer try to get the crowd pumped up.
And I can't remember if it was Heenan or it actually might have been Tony Schiavone.
I don't remember seeing.
He told the story. Remember the Awesome Kongs?
Yep.
And he told the story. It's like they were so fat, like they couldn't even get in the ring, and he was just like, it was just very funny to listen to. He's just like. Because this was years after they were around, but he was just talking about like how fat they were.
Yep.
Awesome.
But I'm glad for Tony because I mean he was legit selling Starbucks to make money.
Yeah.
Before he took the plunge.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah. He did it for the insurance. He said it had good benefits because before all he was doing besides that was announcing.
Yeah, it was like a minor league baseball team.
Oh, and he was doing,
doesn't he? Now,
yeah,
says fucking shit.
Well, he always cursed, but he couldn't curse in WCW.
Yeah,
he's got a potty mouth.
That's cool.
But that's what makes him funny.
Yeah,
I don't watch his podcast or listen to his podcast much as I used to, but at the beginning I did. You know, he at first he was trying to be all serious, but he kind of got into it.
He's a lot funnier when he's like looser. I've seen his.
Yeah, he knows what he needs to do now. But I guess now he can cuss on TNT or whatever. He says shit, but I think they toned that back a little bit.
Yeah, they still do say stuff once in a while, but not as much as they do. All right. Well, I'm going to wrap the show up because I have to get some videos edited together for this weekend. For people who care, Severed Limbs 12, 37 short horror films this Saturday. It's going to be a cool time. So tune into that. That's on Without Your Head. It's our 12th one. It's very fun. The Hague Awards are coming up, our first annual award show for horror. It's the best of 2022. You can vote on them now. There's a lot of votes that they're very excited about. And this Thursday, Terrible Troy will return to Without Your Head. He's been on for a couple months because his work schedule. So it'll be me, Troy, and Justin, and Justin Beheading, and we're going to do our 13 top horror films of the year. And then we'll be back here next week at In Your Head. So subscribe and hit the little bell icon, not the internet icon, the bell icon, and you'll get all the notifications of when we go live or if I upload a video. Just because I go over here, and just like some of you out there, send me clips that you enjoy of old interviews or the show itself. You know, something like a couple minutes long. It could be a little bit longer. And we'll clip them, put them on here on YouTube, on TikTok. We'll get all the Chinese spyware coming and following In Your Head. And I'll put them over on Instagram. And it's just a cool little thing to get people, hey, this sounds fun. Let me go check out the main show. It'll help out the show, and I'll appreciate it. And maybe I'll send you something.
You're saying clips of this show?
Yeah, either clips of just of the old interviews or just funny, interesting, newsworthy clips of In Your Head episodes. Oh, cool. And if you can't cut them yourself, just let me know the time cues, and I'll clip them. So I would like to start putting up more highlights of the show.
Sweet.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.